the mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python. Grab what I like real fast, choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and let's get the show started. It's Tuesday. I'm not feeling good. I had physical therapy this morning, and it's just hasn't been a good day physically for me. Very tired, very sore. But we still got to get through the news and see what's going on in this crazy world we're living in. It's very crazy that, yes, it's indeed. Let's go ahead and start the news.
President Trump wrapping up his UK trip with the grand opening of his new golf course in Scotland after solidifying a massive trade deal with the EU and tightening a deadline on Putin.
So one, it's Turnberry, but now they have two courses. Peter Ducey joins us live from the White House with the latest. Peter.
Good morning. And President Trump has realized that 50 days is too many days to give Vladimir Putin to lay down his arms in Ukraine, because Putin is showing that he's just going to pummel the Ukrainians until that deadline. So President Trump is shrinking the timeline.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs.
Those secondary tariffs would be on superpowers like China and India and Brazil, who buy things from Russia that Russia then uses to fund its war effort. The word from the Kremlin and Dmitry Medvedev is ominous. Quote, Trump's playing the ultimatum game with Russia, 50 days or 10. He should remember two things. One, Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. 2, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road. The president emphasizes he loves the Russian people, but he's not so interested in talking with Putin anymore. And he seemed to be in good spirits, cutting the ribbon at the newest Trump International Golf Resort in Scotland.
It's going to be a special day, and it's going to be a special year, and it's going to be a special decade. And we're going to make all of our countries strong and great and really wonderful again. And that's happening, and it's happening very fast.
And the president believes he can end hot wars with trade wars. He thinks that trade was the incentive for India and Pakistan to end their conflict a few months ago, and more recently for Cambodia and Thailand to end their conflict. Now he is going to try that with Russia and Ukraine. Back to you.
So, Peter, I see South Korea is making a last-ditch effort to get in front of the president between August 1st, the deadline. Do you see anyone else rushing to grab the president before he leaves Scotland or setting up a meeting in the U.S.?
It's tough to tell because they say that they've got 200 deals. We don't know, though, if any more of those other than the South Koreans are going to be individual deals, or if President Trump is going to do what he said is the end result for people that don't negotiate, which is just the whole world gets a tariff, a new tariff, and he says it'll be in the 15 to 20% range. But the South Koreans, they saw this EU trade deal, and they sent a delegation from Seoul to Scotland to meet with Howard Lutnick after dinner. We need some FaceTime, Commerce Secretary Lutnick.
Instead of
they got it.
Yeah, face-to-face time, not actual FaceTime. Appreciate it, Peter.
Right.
Peter. And by the way, I thought India was going to be next. I thought Japan would be harder. So it's Japan, the EU, maybe South Korea, and then India. Then you got to figure Canada and Mexico. I know we have to update the USMCA, but are they going to wait? Are they just going to take the 15%?
But I just find it so interesting. So I'm watching all the coverage yesterday, Quad Box, and you see all the networks and the of it. And they're kind of downplaying it, Ainsley, not giving the president. The reporters on the ground, though, giving the president credit because they realize over there in the EU, they're all criticizing their world leaders because they're saying Trump steamrolled them. And Bill Maher kind of feels the same way.
The tariffs are working.
Yeah.
And we've highlighted this over the last few weeks, that we actually had a surplus last month from all the money that was brought in that America made. And that was the first time in a very long time we've seen that happen. And Bill Maher, and we love watching his show because even though he is a staunch Democrat, he's very fair and he will call shots how he sees them. Listen to this.
Tariffs. Now, I remember along with probably most people, were saying at the beginning, by the 4th of July, somebody had to think how the the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me. But that didn't happen. The stock market is at record highs. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to sink this economy by this time, and they didn't.
That core inflation has gone down from 3.5 to 3.0, and we know that we're expected to grow at 2% from 1.7 minimum. And you talk about, by the way, you're always talking trade. It's getting so boring.
Right. The man with all the tabs.
His favorite topic.
I always talk about trade. He's like, oh, please don't talk about it. Now you're leading the talking point. Let me tell you about trade, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to blow the commercial, Ainsley, but let's just talk about the French. The French are upset. They say the fight continues to seek trade balance with the United States and called Europe to activate anti-coercion mechanisms. They called it, a French leader called it a dark day. In Japan, they have one of their leaders says it feels as though Japan's sovereignty is being infringed upon. So that, according to the former president of the Bank of Japan. So the president's praising both sides, but it seems like he's done a lot better.
One more quick tidbit. Yesterday, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were talking about, over the last few days, about the starving children in Gaza. Yeah. They're going to set up U.S. food centers in Gaza because he says the images don't lie that some of these children are malnutritioned.
Right. The problem is
but
Hamas started.
Yeah,
it.
You got.
They don't care about their people.
Hamas.
They steal the aid
They want to blame Israel.
That Israel sends in and America sends in.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Yeah, not a good setup as far as like distribution of food. These people are struggling out there, and it's only gonna get worse. A lot of these kids are gonna end up dying. The whole setup there is just, it's all messed up, and you still got a lot of militants that are there causing havoc. So I don't know how they're gonna sweep that whole country in order to get these people out of there. It's just a big task. It's a small area, but a big task. And I don't know. We're gonna see what happens, but I think between Russia and the U.S., this is getting really serious. In 10 days, that's literally like not around the corner. We might be setting ourselves up for something really big happening. You know, maybe. Oh man, I mean, whatever happens, happens, right? We're here to witness and we're here to report. So, it's gonna be sad, but a lot of people are gonna end up dying anyways. So it sucks. Let's go to the next video here.
President Trump has taken a hard line with Russia. He's been working to broker peace with Ukraine, but he is growing frustrated with President Vladimir Putin.
I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks. We have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town. Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war. They spend everything on war and killing people. It doesn't make sense to me.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev responded, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step toward war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road. That's what he wrote. Tammy Bruce, State Department spokesperson now, is live with us from Washington, D.C. Good to see you. Look, talk to me about those words in judgment. I'm curious to get the reaction from the State Department.
Well, obviously, we know where President Trump stands. He's been very patient. He's made a commitment to diplomacy. We've seen that over and over again. And he's transparent when it comes to his thoughts in the moment. As we've seen, he's not happy, has not been happy with Putin for quite some time. He's made it clear what the problem is. And we've got a lot of tools in our tool chest. Certainly the president does. I think that what President Trump isn't bothered by is bluster or posts on a social media account. This is serious business. There's carnage. Innocent people are dying every day. And clearly, I think Russia understands that when President Trump says something, he's serious, and they need to take him seriously.
Look, Tammy, I have to ask about what's going on with our allies in Europe, though, because at last check, they were still buying Russian oil. And I don't know how you convince them not to do that. The president had a lot of success with that EU trade deal on his trip to Scotland. But that connective tissue complicates matters.
Well, all of the world knows what's going on. Europe certainly has not been happy with what Russia's been doing with Ukraine. We are an interconnected world, of course, with information as well. The president, I'm not going to get ahead of the decisions that he can make or the options he has. Okay. But the sanctions have never been removed from Russia. There's more options that the president has economically and otherwise. We've seen that. We've seen his options in general. So he's going to make sure people know where he stands. But we also know that what he decides to do about a country that is causing such death and destruction is up to him. And I think we're going to see some of those actions. He shortened the timeline that they had to respond. Originally, it was 50 days. He mentioned while in Scotland that it's probably going to be now 10 to 12 days because he said he pretty much knows what the situation is.
Yeah. And with regard to oil, the president has put our country in a place where, we could be selling other people our oil at this point. We're going to become more independent under his watch.
That's right.
We just saw it live. President Trump leaving his newly opened golf course in Scotland, headed back home to the U.S. after some big news-making meetings. And he scored that massive trade deal I mentioned with the EU. And he says China is next. Let's watch.
China's tough. And like you're tough, we're all tough, yes. But we're going to see what happens. These are, look, they're smart people, they're tough negotiators. They know what they want. And but we're going to be setting a tariff for essentially the rest of the world. And that's what they're going to pay if they want to do business in the United States.
And of course, it doesn't come without some critics, of course. A headline from the Wall Street Journal's opinion page reads this way: if Trump's tariffs are so bad, where is the recession? Look, I've heard Democrat after Democrat now on this program, Tammy, talking about the fact that, okay, so the tariffs are actually working. And they don't even put a question mark on the end of it anymore.
Yeah, well, look, we saw what President Trump was capable of in his first term. There was doom and gloom then, and the sky was going to fall then. He created the best economy in human history. This is a man who knows what he's doing. And it's just a matter of the time. And in addition to, this is about tariffs and ceasefires. We had a conflict between Thailand and Cambodia. They both wanted, though, to continue with trade talks. And the president said, I'm not going to talk to you about tariffs and trade until you stop the fighting. And guess what we have now, Harris? A ceasefire. So, look, this is America through Donald Trump reasserting itself as the power of the world. Fairness for America, America first is best for the world. We've seen that kind of leadership. Economically, it is a boom for the United States, but also it is a mechanism with which the president has to keep people from fighting, to stop carnage. And he knows what he's doing. And Americans are once again reaping the benefits.
Knitting those two things together, and I wrote that down, this is about tariffs and ceasefires, I think is particularly helpful for the American people to really understand. I want to give you one more last word about that.
Well, look, the president has an overall view of what is important for this country. He's articulated that. Every decision he makes is based in what's going to work. That is the benefit of having the best deal maker as president, but also a humanitarian who wants to see the death and destruction end, whether it is the Gaza Strip, or if it's Cambodia and Thailand, or if it's Russia and Ukraine. He will not stop. We have his back. We know that this is what's best for humanity. He and Mrs. Trump are making the biggest difference again, and it's only been 6 months. We've got an incredible time coming up, and I'm excited to be a part of it, and the American people are the beneficiaries.
Spokesperson for the State Department, Tammy Bruce, always great to have you in focus. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Okay, Emily Campagno. We're going to go ahead and get off of Emily Campagno. Hey, we're living in interesting times. I really want to see what happens between the U.S. and Russia. Is the all-out war gonna happen? It's just right now it's like a wait and see with this. We got a lot of news to catch up here. I got a lot of windows open because there's a lot to go through here. A lot to go through. Holy crap. All right, so let's go with, let me see. What is this? Okay, I want to go to the boat crash. We're gonna go through all the news. But I want to get the news on the boat with the kids passing away. I think it was 2 children passed away. I don't know if there's any more that passed away. I haven't got any updates, but this will be the update of the sailboat accident that hit the barge hit the sailboat. I don't know what's the true story on that, but all I know is 2 children are dead. And I don't know how the others are. So let's listen into this press conference, and then we'll find out together.
Surrounding the collision between a sailing vessel and a barge on July 28th. We will discuss the collision, the ongoing investigation, and the salvage of both vessels involved. Our primary speaker is Captain Frank Florio, Florio. I spell Florio Florio. He's a commander of Coast Guard Sector Miami, flanked by spokespersons from our partner agencies, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the City of Miami Fire Rescue, Miami-Dade County Fire Rescue, Miami Beach Fire Rescue, the City of Miami Beach, and Miami Beach Police, and the Mayor of Miami Beach. We will begin today with a brief statement and an update from Captain Florio. We will open the floor for a few questions after those remarks. Please wait to be called on. Only those who are called on will have their questions answered. We will also have a translator for Spanish questions. We will stage him off to the left so you can ask your questions, he can ask us, and then he will translate them back to you. Due to the evolving nature of this incident, we must limit Captain Florio's availability to only a few questions, but our public affairs staff will do our best to answer any questions following this press release. Now may I introduce Captain Florio.
All right, Captain. All right, Captain.
Good evening. I'm Captain Frank Florio, Commander of Coast Guard Sector Miami. Before I begin,
This guy looks like he's going to the gym a lot.
On behalf of the entire Coast Guard family, our deepest condolences to those who have lost loved ones and to all who have been impacted by this heartbreaking tragedy. Events like this leave a lasting mark on our community. They remind us of the fragility of life and the shared responsibility we bear in protecting those who take the water. Our hearts are with the families of the victims, and we stand united in grief and resolve. The Coast Guard, alongside our local, state, and federal partners, has launched a comprehensive investigation to determine exactly what happened, to understand the contributing factors, and to learn from this loss so we can help prevent such tragedies in the future.
Barge had cameras.
We are steadfast in our commitment to accountability, continuous improvement, and the safety of our waters. Yesterday, at 11:27 a.m., Sector Miami received a report from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue of a collision involving a sailing vessel with 6 people on board and a tug and barge operating near Hibiscus and Monument Islands. Miami Beach Fire Rescue was first on scene and quickly joined by Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, City of Miami Fire Rescue, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and Coast Guard Station Miami Beach. This was a unified and rapid response by a committed team of professionals. Tragically, the incident resulted in the same date of a 7-year-old and a 13-year-old. 2 remain hospitalized in critical condition, and 2 other individuals were rescued. Search and rescue operations concluded yesterday, and next of kin notifications have been completed. Moving forward, the U.S. Coast Guard will maintain the lead in the maritime casualty investigation. Our focus is clear: preserve evidence, learn every possible lesson, and support those affected.
The investigation.
Salvage operations to remove the sailing vessel and tug and barge will begin shortly here today. Once complete, we will stand down the safety zone currently in effect. Families, first responders, and all those impacted, know that we grieve with you. We will not take this lightly, and we will not forget. We owe you answers, and we are committed to finding them. May God bless those lost, and may God bless our first responders. Thank you. I would like to now open up for questions.
Can you talk about whether you'll be identifying the registration information for the tugboat, the other vessel that was involved in this incident, and if not, at which point that may happen?
Yes, ma'am. That is part of our investigation. As we conduct the investigation and when the investigation is complete, we will be able to release those numbers.
Have you interviewed the captain on that tug and barge, and has the captain revealed any information as to how this may have happened?
The captain has been interviewed. It's part of the investigation. I won't share what his statements were, but he has been interviewed.
Is Captain?
Not going to comment, sir.
At this point, do you guys have any indication whether the barge or the sailboat could have moved first to maybe avoid this collision happening?
We don't right now. We have video that will be part of our investigation, and when the investigation is complete, we'll have better answers.
The yacht club says it has closed its facilities for the time being. Is that something they did voluntarily, or have they been asked to do so by law enforcement?
As of now, they have done that voluntarily.
It's been a little more than 24 hours. What do you know today that we didn't know yesterday about this investigation that you can say?
One of the main questions that we received yesterday were the girls wearing life jackets. We were not comfortable answering that yesterday. Through some of our investigative work and some of the interviews we conducted, we do believe all of the girls were wearing life jackets. Again, our investigation needs to confirm that, but as of now, we believe the girls were wearing life jackets.
Are you able to say at this point, did you guys ever interview the administrator of that summer camp? Because in their bulletin or their information of that summer camp that the kids were participating, they said the kids have to bring their own life jackets that comply with Coast Guard regulations. Is this person part of the investigation, the administrator of the summer camp?
Yeah, that was information posted on their website. We are going to be interviewing the camp itself. The camp is part of the investigation, and we'll make sure we'll confirm those details as the investigation evolves.
Yesterday, you said that one of the updates said that there was a child who was unresponsive. Wondering if when you say now it's two that are critical, has one of their conditions improved, or is someone still legally alive but unresponsive?
Right now, the best I can give you is they're in critical condition. We just confirmed that report with the hospital and our points of contact.
Well, the name say that the captain had a valid, the captain of the tug had a valid license. Were you looking into that? And did you look into any possible blood draws the captain's policy?
So I won't comment about the license right now. That is part of the investigation. We did do alcohol testing, and we have conducted the chemical testing as well. We're pending those results right now.
Can you discuss the body of water where this took place? You're very familiar with this. Are there any challenges in navigating in an area like this? Is the water shallow? Are there narrow channels where it could speed be a factor when you're operating any type of vessel in this particular water?
Speed is always a factor in any type of vessel movement. Right now, the waters were safe. It's commonly used navigational area, and it's frequented by our maritime population here consistently. I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that? Right now, we believe the barge was supporting some construction operations in Miami Beach area.
The question might be better for local police or fire, but if you want to answer it, Captain Duke, I just want to open it to anyone. Of course, this incident specifically is under investigation right now, where these vessels were moving, how they were moving, what the teams on both of those boats were doing. But in a general sense, on a normal day, is it appropriate for both a barge and a sailboat to be in those general areas on a normal day?
Helicopter.
Wayne Jones, Police Chief, Miami Beach Police Department. As you know, Miami Beach in and of itself is a popular city for boaters, Maritimas, and it is not uncommon. It's not uncommon for our waterways to be heavily used by both commercial vessels and by folks for recreational purposes.
So in that specific area between the islands and that configuration, do it on their own, it's a sailboat on its own or a barge on its own in that specific spot. That would not be an immediate red flag.
Not an immediate red flag, not uncommon at all.
I'm sorry, we'll have time for one more question. Ma'am, could you please ask your question? Yes. All right, so this is the question and answer period, but we do want to pivot
Okay, well, we didn't get the answer to any questions. I don't know what question they were asking the last one, but that's sad. That's a sad. I knew that it was gonna be a tragic. I felt that energy. Like I felt like it was gonna be a tragic event, and man, you hope for the best. You hope the critical recover, but man, there's just a lot of craziness going on. Like too much craziness. Let's go to another story here. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Five News First at 4 starts now.
Thank you for joining us for your 5 News First at 4. I'm Morgan Wrigley. Tonight, Arkansas State Police are sharing a new photo of the man they say could be connected to the double homicide over the weekend at Devil's Den State Park. This is the new photo they released today of the man they're looking for, as well as the sketch that they've put out of what the person may look like. This manhunt follows the killings of a married couple on a trail at Devil's Den Saturday afternoon. Their 2 young daughters were hiking with them at the time. Both girls escaped without injuries and are now safe with family. Now, police haven't released any more details about the manner of death or circumstances surrounding the attack. At the time, the suspect was described to be wearing a long-sleeve shirt with the sleeves rolled up, dark pants, a dark ball cap, sunglasses, and fingerless gloves. State police say it's also likely that he was injured while attacking the couple. 5 News reporter Bo Russell is in Devil's Den area today, and he joins us live from there now. What have you been
This
learning
is a
today,
unique,
Bo?
super story. It's wild.
I've been at Devil's Den State Park in the surrounding area all day today, and there's been little to no law enforcement presence. There's also been very few visitors, which is unusual for this time of year. Now, I was finally able to get a hold of law enforcement personnel earlier today. Nick Genty told me law enforcement plans to keep information pretty tightly contained. He says they don't want to release any information that could potentially compromise the investigation. I shared with him a concern that viewers have shared with me, asking if officials believe this suspect is a threat to the public. The official response to that question, no comment. I talked with people who live on the road leading into Devil's Den about how they're feeling. They say it's been traumatic having something so close and say they're still frightened that there's a murder on the loose.
My mom have been like locking down the place and just like it's just like weird that this has happened here. And it's just like we're just like, man, like someone's still on the loose. And that's just very, very scary.
Now, we've been hearing from Arkansas State Police that they're asking anyone who may have been at the park Saturday who had a phone, a GoPro, a camera to review their footage and see if there's anything that could help the investigation. However, I spoke with residents who live on this road leading in and out of Devil's Den State Park, and they said that they have cameras on their property and law enforcement hasn't come by to ask for that. Now, we'll have more on that tonight at 5. Live in Devil's Den, covering news where you live. I'm Bo Russell, 5 News.
Why the shitty news? Why the news are not doing their job? It's like they're doing half-ass, half-ass news, half-ass, stories, and I don't get it. I think we have a video that shows the sailboat and the barge on a collision course before the deadly crash. I think there's a video. There's a video. Let me see if I could see here. This is who is this? This is Local 10. This is ABC News. Down in South Florida. This is Miami, Fort Lauderdale. It's WPLG. But let me get this set up here. This is wild. I want to see. There's video.
And developing right now at noon, the tragedy on the water gripping our area. 2 children dead, 2 others in critical condition after a sailboat collides with a barge right near Hibiscus Island. They were all part of a sailboat camp at the Miami Yacht Club.
And now we're learning more about those victims. Local 10's Trent Kelly joins us live from Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami with more. Trent.
Well, out of the 6 people on board that sailboat, we now know 5 were young girls. The 2 who died here at Jackson Memorial were just 7 and 13 years old. 2 others still here in critical condition, as we are seeing new video showing those vessels getting dangerously close just moments before impact. New video recorded by witnesses showing the moments right before a sailboat and barge slammed into each other in the water near Hibiscus Island. While the video does not show the collision, it does show the 2 vessels gradually getting closer minutes before impact.
I think this is going to be the sailboat's fault. It has
First
to be the
responders
sailboat's
rushing
fault.
towards the scene around 11 Monday morning.
How
The
is
impact
this
throwing a
not
woman
the
and 5
sailboat's
kids
fault?
straight into the water.
The second it happened, they called everyone
That's a
to go back to
barge.
shore.
Local 10 learning the children were part of a sailboat camp at the Miami Yacht Club. The woman was a counselor.
There was a massive boat and it hit one of the small sailboats.
This 9-year-old was also attending the camp and witnessed the entire collision.
They all went flying off the boat. 2 were found really quickly. 3 of them, there was helicopters, boats.
The 19-year-old woman and a 12-year-old girl were safely pulled to shore. The 4 other young victims found seriously hurt. Paramedics rushing them out of ambulances and into the emergency room minutes after they were pulled from Biscayne Bay. That's where a 7-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl were both pronounced dead by doctors. The 2 other victims, an 8-year-old girl and 11-year-old girl, were last listed in critical condition. It was an emotional day for fire rescue officials and lifeguards who jumped in to help. 2 of those first responders sharing a hug at the ER entrance. And as of this afternoon, I can tell you that sailboat remains submerged underneath that barge. The Coast Guard telling us they're still awaiting salvage plans from the owners of those 2 vessels before they begin any cleanup efforts. The Coast Guard also now in charge of the investigation into this deadly wreck. For now, that is the latest live outside Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. I'm Trent Kelly, Local 10 News.
I don't think it's the barge's fault. Let me see here. Let's see this video here.
Now at 6, breaking news in the deadly sailboat crash in Biscayne Bay. For the first time, we're seeing the sailboat where 2 young girls were killed when a barge hit it. The sailboat and the barge have now been removed from the wreckage site.
And tonight, we are also getting a look at one of the young victims. She is identified as 7-year-old Mila Yankelevich. A 13-year-old girl was also killed. The Coast Guard revealed that alcohol and chemical testing has been done, and those results are pending.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Elliot Rodriguez.
And I'm Nasha Sherman in for Lauren Pastrana. CBS News Miami has live team coverage of this tragedy on the water. Let's begin with CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor, live from Miami Beach. Yvonne, you have more on what the Coast Guard had to say.
I do have more on what the Coast Guard had to say, but I want to start by telling you, Elliot and Nasha, that that barge, which was visible from here, San Marino Island, where we're standing, has been moved from here. And I want to take you to live images from our Chopper 4, which is flying
Nothing happened to the barge.
Lido Island. That's where it has been moved after the wreckage. And that barge that you're looking at, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, was being used to support construction in the Miami Beach area
some beautiful houses
before it was involved.
that they put the barge at. See those houses?
One of the main questions that we received yesterday were the girls wearing life jackets? We were not comfortable answering that yesterday. Through some of our investigative work and some of the interviews we conducted, we do believe all of the girls were wearing life jackets.
This was one of the questions U.S. Coast Guard answered during a short news conference in Miami Beach the day after a fatal crash that killed 2 girls and left 2 more in critical condition.
Speed is always a factor in any type of vessel movement. Right now, the waters were safe. It's commonly used.
I need to see more video.
Area, and it's frequented by our maritime population.
On Monday, a collision on Biscayne Bay turned deadly. 7-year-old Mila Yankelevich and a 13-year-old girl were killed, and 2 other children remain in critical condition after this barge collided with their sailboat near Hibiscus Island in Miami Beach. While another teenage girl and a female adult were rescued. They were all part of a summer sailing camp operated out of the Miami Yacht Club. The U.S. Coast Guard
Could it be the
revealed they
barge's
interviewed the
fault?
captain of the tugboat, but
I
did
mean,
not
that barge
provide
is moving
details
pretty
and
fast.
reiterated there is an ongoing investigation. Brandon Bulk is a South Florida attorney whose specialty
Man,
is
how could that
maritime
be
law. He says
avoidable?
there is a rule that applies to what happened on Monday.
It says that the smaller vessel has the right of way and that a larger vessel must cede the right of way to a sailboat specifically.
Now back out live, the U.S. Coast Guard said that it's not unusual for a barge and a vessel to be in the same waters. That did not raise a red flag. They also did not reveal who owns the barge, what company does, and if the same company owns a tugboat. Definitely, we continue working on this story. We'll have more for you tonight at 11. We're live in Miami Beach. Yvonne Taylor, CBS News, Miami.
Yvonne, thank you for that report. Our team coverage continues now with CBS News Miami's Ted Scouten. He joins us live from Surfside with more on the 7-year-old who died and has been identified.
To maneuver those things because they keep like on a straight
Yeah,
path.
that little girl lived here in Surfside as well as Argentina with her family. Tonight she's being remembered as a little angel and a sweet young girl.
Man, I think,
Seven-year-old Mila Yankelevich is being remembered as a happy little girl.
because I didn't see the video until now. Like that barge
with the barge on Biscayne Bay Monday. She was in sailing summer camp. This was the last week.
If it cut the
On
path
social media, people are
of the
sending
sailboat,
condolences.
then
I don't
yes,
know you, one
barge's
said,
fault.
but I hug you very, very tight.
But they
I
need to show
accompany
more
you with
video. There
prayers.
is video.
And telling the family, I'm so sorry. What a misfortune, my God. Much strength and rest in peace. The little girl is comfortable dancing and singing and posing in her favorite costumes. We learn that she's the youngest daughter of well-known TV producer and director Tomas Yankelevich and actress Sofia Reka. Her grandmother, Chris Morena, is also a famous television producer, actress, and musician. Her grandfather, Gustavo Yankelevich, is a well-known television producer and businessman.
Wow.
As for the victims who survived, both of them remain in critical condition tonight at the hospital. Live in Surfside, Ted Scouten.
Wow.
CBS News, Miami.
That's wild.
And stay with CBS News Miami as we continue following the latest on this summer camp tragedy. We are keeping you updated on air and online.
That's so bad. I guess there's an earthquake, tsunami alert. Jay, this is JLR report.
If you're just now joining us,
Tsunami watch for Hawaii.
I'm going to toss back to Mark.
8.7 earthquake in Russia.
I'm still going to be here live on YouTube.
Oh
so
boy,
stay with us. Mark,
8.7 earthquake in Russia.
All right, so they're evacuating the coastline of different places in Hawaii.
Tsunami warning. Tsunami
all over the
warning
place.
for Hawaii. Hawaii is under tsunami warning. Oh shit! There's going to be a big event happening. It looks like a big event is going to be happening in Hawaii.
We have a tsunami warning now.
Oh shit! 8.7 earthquake hit in Russia. Breaking
tsunami
news
alert
right now.
where we started to now
wow.
tsunami
Going to
warning.
Credit to JLR investigates.
We have a tsunami warning.
This is very
like
big
there's also
news.
evacuations.
8.7 earthquake hit Russia.
What in the heck is going on here, folks?
This is
So you heard the
breaking
alerts
news.
while we were on.
Remember the sun? I
We're
told
gonna wait
you
and see.
that
20 minutes
energy.
after
that, it was boosted to an 8.7.
The energy was hitting here.
Drew Davis is keeping a very close
The earth
eye
is
on
so
the depth
charged up,
of this,
and it released
when
the
we could
big
expect
earthquake.
a wave right now. A warning is also in effect for the western Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. Watch is in effect for the eastern Aleutians.
California
right now, a warning
is going to get
is in
a
effect for
tsunami.
the entire state of Hawaii right now, following
You
that
might,
powerful
y'all might get
and deep
Oregon,
8.7
Washington.
quake off the far eastern coast of Russia, a region known as Kamchatka. This comes about a week or so after another tsunami watch was in effect after another quake in the region. Drew Davis has returned to the weather center right now as we are keeping a close watch on this. Information is pouring into our newsroom. We're staying up to date with any sort of details, any sort of information. The city's emergency operations center is activated right now at the moment. And you can imagine
This
that
is
a
breaking
number of
news
other
right now.
critical government resources,
This is breaking
emergency
news.
resources
will be activated as well within the next few moments. Again, a tsunami warning is in effect. Specifics on wave heights are not known at this time. Specifics on the arrival of the first wave has not changed as far as I know since the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight. Drew Davis is set up once again. We're keeping very close watch on this right now. Drew, what can you tell us right now, the latest update on the tsunami warning?
You know, Mark, I want everybody to realize that when we see a tsunami warning like this is when it's time to take action. Again, the initial
this is
estimate
scary.
of when a tsunami wave could arrive, there was originally at 7:17 p.m. this evening. The time right now is around 2:48 p.m. So we're around a little over 3 hours from that happening.
Okay,
so
I'm
we're
gonna
to watch
switch it over to the news over here. It's the same news. I'm just gonna get this one going. This is all right. Let me fix this because it's giving me a sound thing. Give me 1 second. Let me fix this. Big earthquake event just happened. Oh, here we go.
They have not been upgraded to a warning or an advisory. Again, we are under a tsunami warning. This is when we need to take action. Let's take a
Hawaii.
log into tsunami.gov and we're going to read the bulletin together from what
I hope it's not
tsunami warning,
but
magnitude
8.7.
Let's take a look
That's
at
very strong.
how strong that is in equivalent energy to pounds of TNT. That is 37, or let's see.
Drew, as we're going through this right now and seeing how the updates have come in. So the initial watch alert popped up at about 1:30 our time. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. Let me get some more news. Let me go fishing. What does that tell us about?
I gotta go fishing.
Does it provide any sort of indication about the situation we could be seeing here with the warning, just given how quickly these alerts have been coming up and how much, this
is breaking news
alerts
right
have
now.
been raised from watch to warning status.
Yeah,
should be
so
a
we were
tsunami
saying,
event
earlier
going
when we
on.
cut in around, this was just a couple weekends ago, we had that tsunami watch up for Hawaii. We're now up to a warning. A watch, again, is that preliminary level where we're just seeing, that's the preparation phase. The fact that the Tsunami Warning Center has upgraded this to a warning so quickly means that this is something that we really need to take serious. Even if we don't see as much of inundation as areas close to the earthquake. Russia, I believe we were seeing initial estimates on tsunami.gov above 3 meters. That's 10 foot of waves. Again, you may lose our audio here in a second. A tsunami warning may play over the air. So if you lose us, please don't turn away. We are here getting you all of the information. Again, tsunami warning, significant widespread damage, inundation, dangerous coastal floodings and currents.
Shit.
Urgent action is necessary. Start making your plan now. It doesn't matter if you're far away from
This is gonna get crazy.
on the opposite side of the island from where the tsunami was generated, off to our west and northwest near Russia. These tsunami waves can wrap around the islands and still cause damage.
Hey Chloe, hey Seven, hey Albie. Sorry, I didn't have the
is that the water will
streamer open. I was just looking at the
water will retract.
Nobody was here
Do not
earlier,
go
so
out,
I was just
because then you have this huge tsunami wave that's gathering water,
breaking all
pulling
this
it away
news
from
right
the
now.
coast, getting ready to move in, causing the damage, the inundation.
I
that
told
we're
you the
expecting.
sun was
Again,
fucking strong,
let's
man.
read-
The
I do wanna read
the sun
together
was a
what the
bitch, man.
bulletin
Up
was saying.
here,
So again, this was upgraded from an 8.0 to an 8.7.
oh
That is
shit!
incredibly
It went
strong.
from an
We were seeing
8.0
initial
to
estimates of 33 billion
8.7.
pounds of TNT. That's
Usually they
about
go
the
downwards,
equivalent
but no,
energy.
this one was elevated.
Evaluation, just reading it off
Oh,
word
man.
for word. This is from the warning bulletin.
This is not gonna be
A tsunami has been
good.
generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all islands in the state of Hawaii. Urgent
You
action
know who's
should be
gonna hit?
taken to
Who's gonna
protect
be in
lives and
trouble?
property.
Oregon.
A tsunami is a series of
Oregon
long ocean
always
waves.
gets like
Each
when these big
individual
tidal
wave
wave
crest
tidal wave
can
events
last
happens.
5,
They have these
get this,
channels
5
with
to
the little
15
boats and
minutes
shit,
or more
and
in
usually that water's
extensively
gonna
flooded
rush right
coastal
in there and
areas.
destroy
The
that whole
danger can
area.
continue for many hours after the initial wave as subsequent
Oh
waves
man.
arrive. Tsunami wave heights cannot be predicted, and the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami waves efficiently wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk. That's why we're seeing the entire
Wow,
state
that's
under
I
a
hope
warning right now. Just
it just
continuing the
calms
bulletin.
down.
They can wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk, no
But that
matter
is a
which
big
direction they
earthquake,
face.
8.7.
The trough of a tsunami may
You know, the
temporarily
sun
expose
has
the
been acting
seafloor,
up.
but the
Remember I
area
told
will
you guys
quickly
there was
flood
3
again.
back-to-back
Extremely strong and
to
unusual
flares,
nearshore currents
solar
can
flares.
accompany a tsunami. Debris picked up and carried by a
Nobody
tsunami
talk about
amplifies
it.
its destructive
Nobody talks
power.
about it, but that really
Simultaneous high
affects Earth.
tides or
That
high surf
affects the
can
planet,
significantly
and
increase the tsunami hazard.
it
That's actually a great
puts a lot
point
of
from the
energy
bulletin. Let's take a
within
look at
the
when
inside of our
high
planet.
tides are here in Hawaii today. We're going to go off of Honolulu for today. High tide is at 7:48 a.m. We're actually going to be having low tide around 12:57 p.m. Tonight, high tide is around 7 p.m. 17 minutes later, the initial responses, the initial alerts, that's when we could potentially be seeing that first wave arriving. So it's going to
something like this always
coincide with high
happens when the
tide, at least in
sun.
Honolulu. Over in Waianae, high tide, 7:19 p.m., 1.5 feet above normal.
Let me
Haleiwa,
see if there's anywhere.
the high tide in Haleiwa tonight is at 6 p.m., so it'll be on the decline as we're going further into the evening. Again, we're getting all of this information coming into the newsroom.
Just to jump in here, as you're tracking this all down, as the information is updating, as we're seeing this from the National Weather Service, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii right now. Drew, as you mentioned, it's not just us. There's also warning in effect for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan as well. Because those areas would also potentially be in the wave's path, what can that do to any sort of potential damage coming to our end?
It looks like the West Coast.
If we're seeing those areas in the path, again, this is a burst of energy. Essentially, if we're seeing a tsunami warning like this, we don't exactly know the fault movement just yet. We've talked about it countless times. We've talked about slip strike, and we've talked about thrust faults. Typically, when you have a thrust movement, which we don't have confirmation from the USGS that's what this is, that's when you see the large movements of the water generating the tsunami. But this is a large amount of energy.
All right, California, the West Coast
like Japan,
they're put on a watch, a tsunami watch.
You're still seeing energy moving through the open water.
The West
if you
Coast.
just take a look at the map, you can, let's zoom out and show you
talking about
the path of
Washington State, Oregon, California.
Again, tsunami warning you're seeing right here. It's been up on the screen while we've been talking over this.
Even Mexico,
where we're seeing this earthquake
going to be dealing
right
with
here
possible tsunami.
There's open ocean directly towards Hawaii.
In an open ocean,
areas
like
like
this way after
warning
8.7
in the Aleutian
earthquake.
Islands, where we're seeing concerns right there. A tsunami advisory along portions of the Alaskan Peninsula.
Look, Alaska under warnings.
Portions of Canada.
All around the coast. Look, you hear this.
Of the U.S. is currently
Oregon, I told you, Oregon, all this here.
But now we have been upgraded to a
they're
tsunami warning.
in danger right now.
Have that open water that could be moving away from the earthquake. Just showing the epicenter again. This is where it occurred. There is open water in between us and the epicenter of this earthquake. So that's where a lot of the concern is.
Look at that.
What are we learning about the depth of the initial quake, and how could that impact a potential wave?
So just taking a look, I'm pulling up the USGS website again. It was originally, I believe, at a depth of 19.7 kilometers. That may be incorrect, but we're now been upgraded to 18.2 kilometers. I believe just off of the conversion, that's around 11.3 miles below the surface. So this is still deep, but it is enough and strong enough. And 8.7 is an incredibly strong quake. We don't see these very often. These are very rare quakes. That's where the concern is coming from. Even if it is deep, we are seeing the threat for a tsunami.
Yeah.
I'm going to toss back over to you, Mark.
Yeah, so right now the city's Emergency Operations Center is activated. And we're expecting to hear more announcements from government officials, government leaders.
They're going to get hit by a tsunami.
Hawaii residents, those across the state right now, are urged to prepare, take caution right now. Tsunami
Yeah, they need to
warning
go up the
is
mountain.
in effect. This comes at a time where there's been a lot of
Go up the
seismic
mountain.
activity, an increase of seismic activity
If you
in
live
the
in the
Northern
low-lying
Pacific.
area,
A 6.4
you need to
quake
get the
struck in
fuck
the
out.
same area of Russia last Saturday night.
But
That
you gotta
turned into a
understand,
tsunami watch, and it was
this
later
is gonna
declared
affect
canceled
everybody.
about
This
an
could
hour
also
and a half
affect
later.
Japan.
But right now, a tsunami
You know,
warning
because
is in
this
effect.
water is gonna
The
move
last update, the first
everywhere.
wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight, and as Drew just mentioned, that would coincide with high tide for parts of
Oh
Oahu's
no,
shore.
they're gonna be in high tide also.
I believe it will be coming down for high tide in Haleiwa. I can read off those numbers again, but high tide will allow some of these waves to be larger compared to if we were seeing low tide, allowing for more inundation to happen.
So we're all digesting this
Oh,
information
boy.
in real time right now. As details come into our newsroom, we're getting updates. We're staying on top of the updates from the National Weather Service, the Pacific Tsunami
I know,
Warning Center
Jason.
right now. We should mention the last time a tsunami hit
Jason
Hawaii was
is
back in
probably
2011,
doing a video right
following
now
a
as
9.0
I'm
quake off the
recording.
northern coast of Japan. The first
Probably doing a
wave arrived
video.
in the state about 8 hours later, with the brunt of the damage impacting the Big Island. So that was back in 2011. Right now, this is after a 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia, a region known as Kamchatka. A tsunami warning is also issued for parts of the western Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. A
Yeah, you
watch
can
is
see
issued
here.
for parts of the eastern.
You got a feed here of this is the west coast of I don't know what coast is at. I guess it's California. They're under a tsunami watch after 8.7 earthquake strikes off the coast of Russia. So this is I'm going to be watching this for a while.
In events like this, do a really good job of updating these roughly around every 15 to 20 minutes or so. Again, we just got the warning that just came in, breaking news. Again, we are going to be seeing new information. We have teams going out to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center that was just activated. I do want to say that I'm going to update this graphic to kind of show you the reevaluation. We originally had a 8.0 magnitude earthquake. This has been upgraded to an 8.7. Let's just say an equivalent amount of energy. That's 370 billion with a B pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. Even though that's kind of an incomprehensible number, that is the kind of energy that we are seeing with this earthquake. This is the Richter scale. That's why I was saying that these are rare earthquakes. So you don't see these very often. A depth of 19.3 kilometers. So very, very strong movement. Of course, that's why we have the warning. Another look at the warnings. We have a warning up for the entirety of the state. Entirety of the island chain. Here's a look at the areas that could be impacted. This just means it's time now to prepare. Head Malka. If you're in an office building, a condo, head up floors. Get away from sea level. You can check to see if you are in a tsunami warning zone by going to tsunami.gov or searching up Know Your Zone Tsunami Hawaii. You'll be able to find a map. Of course, you probably already know that information, but just to be prepared, might be a good idea to check. Again, tsunami warning for the entirety of the island chain. Mark, let's take a look. I mentioned that these are very rare earthquakes. I'm going to pull up an old graphic that we have that shows kind of
Provide some context.
Provide some context for how rare these systems are. So again, let's take a look
Yeah,
at the
look how
information. So again, we are at an 8.7.
8.7.
We are seeing that this is severe
high.
damage and loss of life. About one of these happens per year. Again, 8.7, nearly a 9. Again, the areas that are just close to that earthquake, that is
They raised it
nearly
up
a 9.
from an
This happens nearly
to
one
8.7.
every 10 years, a magnitude 9 earthquake. We're nearly to that level. This is a very strong earthquake. Again, I was saying the energy equivalent, 370 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. That's
Oh
how
my
strong the
God.
system is, and it's an incomprehensible number. It's so much energy, so much movement in the underground that's causing the tsunami threat. And again, we see these about one every year. We see an 8. Just last week, or a few weekends ago,
That's so
we
scary.
had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake happen in that same area that was near Kamchatka, Russia. Just near the same area. This was a 7.5. And it's about 18 per year. That has been blown out of the water.
It
a
did
much
just
stronger
a few weeks ago.
Earthquake. So I just showing you again that this is kind of taking a deeper look at the magnitudes. So just providing a little bit more context, Mark. I hope that can kind of talk about the situation that we're tracking right now.
Oh, of course, absolutely, and thank you for that. And what we've been seeing over the last several weeks. I mean, you just mentioned the quake that we saw last week in the same region. We've also been keeping a close eye on
Tsunami warning for Japan.
that have been in parts of Japan. So
Japan's
that
under
northern Pacific
tsunami warning.
area. So right now, tsunami warning after that 8.7
Oh,
quake in Russia.
shoot.
Have your
This is gonna-
preparation plan.
oh,
have your
no.
disaster plan ready to go. If you're in low-lying areas, head
Oh,
Malcolm,
man.
look for cover.
Get the news from Japan.
Weather officials are expecting that the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight, but now is the time
hustling behind
to
the
get
scenes.
ready to take action. Information
All right,
is
let
coming
me
into
just
our
put this
newsroom.
people
We
on
also
silent
have
here.
questions from viewers. Drew.
Let's let that silent. We're gonna come over live to Japan. Let's move it over here. Okay. This.
表示の津波の高さにどれぐらいの大きさで津波が来るか分かりません。この予想到達時刻と高さはあくまでも目処です。これよりも時間前後します。そして大きさも変わってきます。十分に気をつけてください。各地域のカメラ見てみますとですね、沖合に船を移動させるという行動も見られています。津波が来るという予想が出ています。十分に気をつけてください。赤い地域は津波注意報ではなく津波警報です。すぐに高台に移動してください。命を守る行動につなげてください。赤で表示されている地域、津波警報です。すでに津波到達予想時刻経過している地域もあります。そしてこの数字3メートルという数字よりも大きくなる可能性あります。十分に警戒をしてください。これは山本さん、まだまだかなり長い時間警戒が必要ということですか？
そうですね。
California
遠地っていうか、カムチャッカというと、離れた場所で起きた地震ですので、津波の到達のシミュレーション、沖合で干渉したりなんかするので、必ずしも順調に日本に伝わってくるということではなくて、とにかく津波がどんどん日本の方に迫ってきているというふうに考えていただいて、安全な場所にとにかく今ならまだ間に合いますので、避難していただきたいと思います。
はい。とにかく早く行動することですね。
そうですね。とにかく津波警報が出たということは、非常に
I'm gonna put it on silent because I don't know Japanese. But we're just looking in right here, and I can't read any of this. I wish I could, man. You know, it's such a like Earth, right? We're all supposed to be human, right? All one together. But then, how come we're all very different? You know, how come we all like Japan? Look at their language and look at their writing, like. You think I'm gonna sit there and write all that just for like a word, like a city's name? It's like it looks like a man standing, and then some drawing, and then but that's the name of the city. I wish I could read like Japanese, but there's no way. It just looks. I don't know. It looks nice. I mean, but I don't understand that binary language. And I know you see, it's like we're all together, supposedly human beings, right? And we came from all the same cloth, and we came from the Adam and Eve story, right? Like, no, I believe people were dropped off here. I believe like we came from other like systems from far away, and we were dropped off here like zoo animals. We were dropped off here to see how we survive together. It's like one big experiment to see if we could all get together, and be one together without killing each other. But we're not winning on that. we tend to kill each other and fight with each other, and it's like it's not a good thing. Um, it's very sad. But we're gonna go back to news out of
evacuation
Hawaii.
process. We're still getting more information from
Big
the Tsunami
earthquake.
Warning Center. Again, warning sirens will go off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. Again, the latest estimate from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS is that we could potentially see the earthquake or the tsunami.
Yeah, the tsunami was 8.0 and it was upgraded to 8.7.
Now, again, here's
that's how you know that it's strong, because usually they go high and then they drop it down. No, this one went from an 8 and then went back. It went up to 8.7.
I believe we have Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins in house with us. She's still getting ready. Let's send it over to Mark.
There's going to be
Thank you very much,
aftershocks.
Drew. Yes, tsunami warning is in effect
So that's
right
going to
now.
cause tsunamis
This
too, the
information
aftershocks.
is coming in. If you are just joining us, we are told that the warning sirens will sound across the state at 4:10.
Nah, English is not hard.
6:10
English is so
PM
easy.
tonight, in anticipation of the first wave, which is expected
no.
about a quarter after 7 at 7:17. If you are in a
The hardest language,
low-lying
I
area,
think, is like
a
Korean
disaster inundation
and
zone,
like
now
the
is the
Asian
time to have your
language,
plan ready. Now is the time
like
to go look for cover right now.
Chinese
And we are
and
expecting this. We are keeping
all
a very
type of Asian
close eye on
language.
this. We are staying with you.
And then not only that, but
as we
Africa
go
too,
through
because
this tsunami
Africa
warning
has some
right now.
weird,
One of the
some
things that we see in these
like
events is that you
hard
have
language too.
several hours of lead time. With a wave coming in at 7:17, there is time now to get ready. Now is that time. So the first initial update of a tsunami watch came in around 1:30 this afternoon. The initial report was that it was an 8.0 quake off the coast of Russia. About 20 minutes later, that was boosted up to an 8.7. Very significant in terms of magnitude, in terms of quake strength, in terms of power and depth. And then the watch officially became a warning about 2:45 Hawaii time. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is in place right now. As I said, our team is keeping tabs on everything that is coming in, all the information, all the updates, everything that you need to know. Jen, what can you tell us? Is there any new info that is coming in?
Especially when your phone is going off and you're hearing those alerts on the TV screen and on your phone. But the good news behind all of this has quite a bit of time to travel. And even at this magnitude in depth, we're not expecting monstrous tsunami waves. We're talking about minimal tsunami waves, but that doesn't mean you can't be prepared. This is a deeper look energy. If we could take this full screen, please, for the producers out there to see the wave energy that we're going to be tracking. Looks like the closer look at tsunami energy, it is
Wow,
it can
look
travel.
at that.
So
From the area where it's at,
causing
that's a
an underwater earthquake along the fault
perfect area
line. The earthquake causes a vertical push
for
of
all this
seawater,
push
and as the waves
of water.
spread into shallow waters, waves in this scenario will be places like Japan, even Guam. So it is going to be traveling about 6 hours to get here, and we'll see minimum wave impacts. History has showed that once we've seen these kind of impacts, we have been seeing disruptive waves patterns through those big tsunami waves. That's going to be left over the far Pacific there, but it can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean. The first wave, like we're talking about, at 7:17, and history has shown preliminary reports. Hilo did see a rise of 0.3 meters at this magnitude, so that's a foot in sea level rise there. So that is significant. And other harbors have seen anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters, so pretty significant. still. And historically, we've seen in 1959 a magnitude of 8 from Russia, not like this one, generated at about 0.1 to 0.2 meters. So that was about 4 to 8 inches. We're expected under about 0.3 meters for most shores. Hilo in the past did see a lot of boat damage with this caliber, and we have been seeing a lot of boat damage. Remember, in the Japan earthquake that we saw, that was a big concern.
But that was an
in Hilo,
8.0.
even though we didn't see the
This is an
huge
8.7.
magnitude of tsunami wave energy, but
You know?
even though it landed anywhere from 0.1 to
It's supposed to
0.3
come
meters, we did see
into
that disrupt a lot of
the
the
ending
boats,
part of
harbors.
high tide.
And also, I think
So
with this scenario, the main danger remains strong local currents. So that's why you're not going to want to stay close to the ocean. That's why you should be moving towards Malka. And we're not going to be seeing widespread flooding or run up with probably 0.1 to 0.2, but with this magnitude, we could easily see that exceed 0.3, and that's enough energy that it is going to disrupt boats. So if you are someone who is living in a boat, or if you know anyone who is parked at those harbors in a boat, this is the time to prepare to move on and go inland. And that's something that we're probably need to stress of concern here. I know a lot of people 6 hours from now are wanting to watch at the beach what's going to happen, but this is not the time to watch. This is the time to move inland and Malka, because it's very unpredictable with the kind of energy that we're seeing that's traveling
the buoys will
this
tell them.
far in a distance, all the way from Russia. We're talking about there's going to be unpredictable wave patterns for
They will
one,
know by
and
the
also we're
buoys.
going to see really strong rip currents and local currents, and we are likely going to be seeing significant wave heights, especially in open harbors that are coming together that we'll have to watch. But like I said, 1959 history has showed that it generated 0.1 to 0.2 meters, and that's about 4 to 8 inches. We could easily get about a foot if this comes our way.
I'm more worried about
something that we're
Japan.
watching very carefully with all of this energy.
I'm worried
and like
about
we're
Japan.
talking about with Drew Davis coinciding with the high tide, which is a big concern for us as well. And the depth of this, about 12 or so, we are going to be seeing a lot of it come through. And in the past, with these kinds of magnitude energy that's coming through with tsunami waves, we have been seeing anywhere from about 5 to 7 hour window for that first wave to come, and it looks like it's coming our way at 7:17. And I think it's important to note that even after surges will be, so it's going to be well beyond that 7:17 mark.
Thank you very much, Jen. Critical information. The overarching message is to have your plan ready, have your plan ready to go. Jen, if you could just hold on there, as you know, we're kind of just looking to map this out and kind of see what we can expect in the tsunami warning. Warnings have also been issued for Japan, the Western Aleutian Islands near Alaska. You know, what can that tell us? Because warnings have been put in place for those spots over there. What can that tell us about a potential direction of this wave and the impact here in the islands?
So it actually will reach Alaska pretty quickly because of the orientation of the earthquake itself. And we're talking about maybe anywhere from 2 to 3 hours from now. And that will reach Alaska, the Aleutian Islands. As far as the rest of the Pacific, because we're in the middle of the Pacific, it's going to take its time. We're talking 6 to 7 hours for us. For Guam, a little bit sooner than that. And Guam, as you know, is very vulnerable at the state. And we're talking about them seeing impacts too. We're talking about British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, California, potentially could see some impacts anywhere from 4 to 7 hours. Japan, a closer impact at 3 hours. And Alaska and Aleutian Islands, like I was talking about, 1 to 3 hours. So it is going to gradually see all of that ripple effect that comes our way, starting with the Aleutian Islands and Japan.
We have new information coming out about Safety advisories across the state right now. Once again, the City Emergency Operations Center is fully activated. We have a crew en route there right now as city and first responders and emergency officials gather to map out what we're going to be anticipating, the action we're going to be anticipating over the next several hours. The state employees are advised to go home. You can imagine right now that many workers and businesses in low-lying areas have been told to evacuate, have been told to go home. The Department of Parks and Recreation is advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds and beach parks. If you haven't done so already, now is the time to head up Mauka,
California
head for
too.
cover
They need to
as
start
Hawaii
moving.
responds to this tsunami warning. The warning came down on air. You could hear it in our newsroom. You got it on your phones. You got it on your mobile devices. You got it on your watches. The warning came down about 2:45 Hawaii time. First wave is expected to arrive around 7:15 tonight, all stemming from an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. So once again, have your plan ready to go. Have your supplies ready to go. We're in the process right now of gathering video, bringing you scenes from different areas across the state right now, just to show you as Hawaii is looking forward, is looking to see what's going to be unfolding
It's going to be crazy
over the next several hours. So once again, the latest update from city officials, city leaders is to the Department of
This
Parks
is breaking
and Rec
news.
advising members
I
of
had
the
other
public
videos to show you
county
guys,
campgrounds,
but this
parks.
is taking over the
That was
news
issued
right now
by Kauai County officials.
because
Same
Hawaii
message
is
applies
part of the
for
United
the rest of the
States.
state right now as the
Even though
entire
they
island
shouldn't be,
chain
I mean,
is under a
it's a
tsunami
native
warning.
island.
Our first alert
But-
weather team is keeping very close track of the conditions, monitoring the in real time. This all started
Hawaii was forced to
around
become a state.
1:30 Hawaii time, following that powerful and deep quake off of Russia.
shouldn't really be
It was
a
initially a tsunami watch, as is the protocol for these types of situations. Starts off as a watch. Our emergency and weather officials keeping a close eye on what has been unfolding. It was upgraded to a warning. You got the alerts 2:45 Hawaii time. So the warning is in effect. As we have said, it is not just Hawaii. Warnings are also in effect for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, parts of the West Coast on the continental U.S. So we have crews heading out, bringing you the latest information. We are keeping track of the latest information and the updates as they are coming in. We're in a low-lying area. Find your evacuation zone. Governor Josh Green has sent state employees home early. We are also in the process, in addition to sending crews out to the City Emergency Operations Center, parts of Oahu. We're working on bringing you images right now. This is a live look at
shit.
Waikiki
All these
right
people
now.
need to get the hell out of there.
Lots of people in the water.
There's
The
a
warning
there's a
is in effect
tsunami
right now. There needs to be a high
warning.
degree of concern as seeing this. So this is a live.
I mean,
look
these people
at
don't know.
Waikiki
They don't know.
at the moment.
There's no siren
State
going
officials
off.
tell us that sirens will sound 3 times this afternoon, late afternoon, and into the evening. 4:10 p.m. 5:10
They should
p.m.,
start sounding them
6:10
now.
p.m. Warnings.
Get all over the
message.
beach.
Those need to be cautious. Now is not the time. We're giving you the live look at
Oh,
Waikiki
Lord.
right now. Now
You know,
is
this
not the
how
time
people
to be
die,
anywhere
innocent
close
people die,
near
right?
the water. Let's also give you a look from
Yeah, because
our tower cam
nature,
right now,
nature's
overlooking,
beautiful, right? But nature
throughout
will kill
Honolulu,
your ass.
out
And
to
let
the
me tell you,
airport
water is
reef
more
runway.
dangerous than fire.
Conditions appear calm right
Water
now.
will-
This is what happens in these types of
Water will
situations.
get you.
You have the initial warnings come down, the initial alerts after the quake, and then you have several hours of lead time. You see right there, the earliest estimated arrival of a tsunami wave would be at 7:17 tonight. As we give you a look at Honolulu Harbor, this is something that has impact in any number of areas. Information is coming into our newsroom, keeping such close watch on this. We have our first alert weather team monitoring the updates as they are pouring in. So kind of breaking down the process of how this is unfolded. So you had the initial quake alert come in. It was an
I'll be right back.
8.0 magnitude quake off the coast, east coast of Russia, upgraded to an 8.7, not insignificant. About 20 minutes ago, so I was at 1:45. Warnings were then issued for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, and then the subsequent warning for Hawaii at 2:45. We have several live crews out in the field right now. We have a crew heading over to the City Emergency Operations Center. This is our live shot from our crew out in Waikiki. Not a sight you want to see. People in the water in a low-lying area off the coast right now. So now is not the time to be heading out to the beach or low-lying areas. So once again, this is something that requires a serious response. You want to be over-prepared. You want to have your plan ready to go. You need to have your supplies in stock here. Just looking up some research here, the last time Hawaii was impacted was back in 2011. Following a 9.0 magnitude quake off the northern coast of Japan. The impact came to Hawaii about 8 hours later. And as you may recall, the Big Island took the brunt of the damage in that situation. As we give you a live look from our Hilo Cam, we are covering this event right now from all angles, trying to map out this response as Hawaii reacts to this tsunami warning, which is currently in effect. We have teams deployed throughout the state right now trying to monitor this response. As we give you a look from our Hilo Bay cam, you may be hearing another alert coming in. So apologies for any audio disruption right now. You may be hearing another alert coming in. This is from emergency officials warning of the incoming tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. First wave is expected to arrive at 7:17 tonight. We're tracking this. We have live cams out in Waikiki, and this is our Hilo Cam right now. We have a crew out at the Emergency Operations Center. We have crews out on Maui as we speak. So we'll be bringing you video as it comes into our newsroom and new footage of this. So this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. Have your plan ready to go. Traffic is building in parts of the city right now. Let's bring it over. We're covering this event in real time. Let's hand it over to Jonathan Masaki and our First Alert traffic team. Jonathan, can you give us a look at the roads right now? What are we seeing?
Okay, it looks like the roadways are starting to build up when it comes to traffic. We're looking at a camera. We're trying to get the camera here at H1 and
All right, Jonathan, apologies. We're working on getting your microphone situation resolved right now as we continue to give you a look at Hilo Cam. This is a shot right now that let's hope it does not look different over the next several hours as we are monitoring this tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. You heard from Drew Davis, you heard from Jennifer Robbins, an 8.7 quake needs to be taken very seriously. It's very powerful. It was very deep. This comes at a time when there has been an increase in seismic activity in the northern Pacific. We've seen massive quakes off the coast. This is the one that has triggered a tsunami warning. Updates are coming to us now. The last emergency alert that we see from safety officials says the following, and we're going to be reading this out loud, that due to arrival time, sounding the sirens to alert the public of possible flooding inundation zones. This is a statewide event at the moment. The sirens and alerts will be provided throughout. First siren's expected to go off at 4:10, second siren at 5:10, and the next one at 6:10. I can imagine we've already gotten multiple alerts. You'll continue to receive alerts on your phone, on your watch, mobile devices. That's one of the things that, as disaster response has developed over the last several years, there are more ways to get information out to the public, keep the people informed as we are tracking this tsunami warning, as we give you a live look right now from our camera in Waikiki. Lots of people at the beach, not what you want to see at the moment in a situation like this. Let's bring it back to our Hawaii News Now studio right now. Meteorologist Ben Gutierrez is joining me at the moment. As you know, this is unfolding, as we speak. Bringing in video from different sources, we're bringing in details from different sources. What sort of new information do we have over the last several minutes as we track this?
Well, right now, we've had a lot of basic questions from people because it's been a while since we've had something of this magnitude, no pun intended. By the way, I'm not a meteorologist. Just a little correction, weather anchor. But one thing that we were getting a lot of basic questions from viewers. One of them is, if I'm in Waikiki, what should I be doing now? Do I need to leave the hotel? Do I need to drive out of Waikiki? If you are in a high rise, if you go, you will be safe on the 4th floor or above. This is what is called a vertical evacuation. So there's no need to evacuate the hotel. If you're in a good, solid high rise, go up to the 4th floor or higher, and you will be safe. If this also is for really any of the high rise areas, for example, Kailua Kona. Also, we're talking about Ka'anapali, even Kalapaki Beach. And so there's just a lot of places where you can go without having to leave the area.
Okay, so our Lynn Kawano, we have teams out in the field right now. Our Lynn Kawano is standing by live at the Emergency Operations Center with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. Lynn.
Yeah, Mark, all city and county employees have been released. You can see that they are walking out right now. All state employees have also been released for the day. Now, what I'm told is the streets are packed. The parking garages are packed as people are trying to get home, trying to get to their families, get to safety ahead of all of this. We were told that the sirens were not going to go off until 4:10, but they did go off a couple of minutes ago. So about 3:24, they did go off here in downtown Honolulu. And joining me now is Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. He just happened to be walking by to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. We stopped him to get a quick update. Mayor, the sirens went off earlier than what we thought. Tell me.
I don't know why. I mean, I suspect there was a good reason. I was on my way to the operating center to find out exactly why. We were anticipating they would go off at 4:10. And was it, 2:43 today when we got the official tsunami warning? This is an 8.7 earthquake off of Russia. You and I have been in the business a long time. Different things. I don't remember an earthquake of this caliber. So clearly this is serious. And so we're evacuating all of our employees. Right now the schedule is to have sirens go off at 4:10, 5:10, 6:10. We're anticipating if there's going to be a hit, it is at 7:17 tonight. This is my nurse to get upstairs. But I want to go back to everything that we've said to people over the years. Get home, get safe as much as you can.
Yeah, and we want people to get to higher ground as well. That's the issue. They have time right now, 3 hours to try to get over there. You've released everybody. Is that the idea then, to try to get people the time they need?
Anybody who's in a flood inundation zone, they will ask people to evacuate their properties to get to higher ground as much as possible. And that pretty much goes for anywhere. If you're already on higher ground, then you stay there. But, it's always a rush for the hills, and we'll see. Don't want to sound panicked, but this is happening very fast. And so we need the community and the public to work with that and be responsive. And hopefully everybody stays safe on the road. Drive with aloha, let people get, just get there. Let's just hope for the best here right now, but we're going to go in there and prepare for the worst.
Okay, real quick, before you go in there, who is in there and what is the plan for right now, 4 hours ahead of this?
It'll be all of our emergency operating personnel, they come from all the different divisions, first responders, police, we'll certainly have our media team in there and everybody else. We're in full alert with civil defense. It's a whole cadre of people that come down there. This is our first time now since we've been mayor to have this, but so we'll try to communicate with the public as best we possibly can. Watch television as long as power, listen to everything you can get your hands on, but pay attention. This is serious, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, very much, Mayor Rick Blangiardi, heading into the Emergency Operations Center right now here in the basement of the Fasi Center. All employees in the city and county of Honolulu, except essential or first responders, have been released. heading home, as well as state. We were originally told that, but at 3:24 they started going off here in downtown Honolulu. That certainly got people a little bit more alerted. We did also run into Jim Ireland, Director of Emergency Services Department, earlier today, and here's what he had to tell us about moving his personnel around ahead of all of this.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also move ambulances that are in coastal areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We have staffing for our ambulance bus and other larger vehicles in the event that we need to use those for medical evacuation, whether it's from hospitals or clinics or people who otherwise can't get out on their own. This is evolving.
I don't know. Their feed has gone a little wacky there. So,
apologies for the
there we go.
Technical errors right there.
It wasn't me.
This
I promise it wasn't me.
We were hearing from Jim Ireland, Director of the Emergency Services for the City and County of Honolulu. We heard Lynn in a live interview with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, and I think Mayor Blangiardi described this approach in an effective way. This is not a situation to panic.
You're having my little
dessert. You want to take very seriously because it is moving very fast right now.
My rice pudding.
Hey, Matt.
The audio
to come to Hawaii at 7:17. So looking at my watch very quickly, you've got about, we'll just say 3 hours. You've got 3 hours to do what you need to do. What you
3
need to be
hours
doing right now, if you are in a tsunami,
I won't be sleeping in 3 hours.
You should be getting together and go back if you haven't done so already. You should have a plan to try and get to higher ground. You should know if you are in
I'll leave it on overnight.
zone. If you are again,
I'll leave
in a
I'll
high-rise
leave this
building
on
close to
overnight.
the ocean, you do not need to leave the area. It's we have vertical evacuation.
Man, I'll be sleeping.
This is basically you go to the 4th floor or
Right now,
higher.
I ain't
At
staying
last
up.
check,
I have
when we
to
were
have
looking at the
go to the
Pacific
doctor's
Tsunami
appointment
Warning
tomorrow.
Center site, we could see a lot of places are going to be
So,
seeing or could see
I'll be
a
sleeping during that
tsunami
event.
of 0.3, which is a foot to 1 meter, which is 3 feet. So anywhere from about 1 to 3 feet is the prediction.
1
This
to
is
3
based
feet.
on what the water column has had. We haven't had any word on what's happening in the Aleutian
But people
Islands,
are in
which is
traffic. Look at
placed under
traffic.
warning, and which is the closest area
People
to
like,
the
I'm getting
Antarctica
the
site where
outta
the earthquake
here.
occurred. So
Look at
that
traffic.
being said, I think we've been waiting for some data to come from there and
Yeah,
make
the
us
low
aware
line
as to
areas.
whether
They gotta
evacuations
evacuate. You know,
or a tsunami has
gotta
actually
move up.
showed up in that area. The other thing of note that I was looking at earlier this afternoon, there's a whole bunch of tsunami detection buoys around the Ring of Fire, which is where the tectonic plates meet and where earthquakes occur, all the way from the Philippines up through Japan, up to the Aleutians, down the west coast of the United States.
I
And
know, I'll be
what
sleeping.
happened, what basically it does is it will.
I mean, for them it'll be early. I mean, 3 hours from now,
There was
it's only going to be like 7 o'clock
It was only
in the
6
evening.
inches, but remember, this is not.
So that's
a
going to
case
be throughout the
where
night. That's
it's
going to be like that for them.
Generated waves like surf. This
Right.
is
They're not
completely
sleeping
different.
good tonight.
It's an entire water column. The best
Hawaii
way for
is
me to
not
explain
sleeping
it
good
would be
tonight.
if you have a bathtub and you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you take your hands under the water and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami. So very different behaviors.
Yeah, and very critical information. And those buoys right there provide a critical service for our forecasters about giving.
Yeah,
any
the
sort of
buoys are
indication
going off.
on measurements.
So
on
the buoys are
activity
going off.
That we are keeping a close
That means
watch on
tsunami.
and what we could expect. This is an event.
That's why
that
they
you are covering
have
from
that system
multiple
out there.
perspectives. You have the scientific aspect of the quake itself and the tsunami warning, but you also have the response as you know, statewide as Hawaii residents prepare and take cover. We heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center, but you're also seeing those leave low-lying
Yeah,
areas
I'm
as we're giving
smoking
you our
too. I'm
traffic cams.
medicating too.
Let's
But
try again
I
with
had the
first look
munchies.
traffic. And Jonathan
Got
was
a little
talking. Jonathan, what
munchie.
can you tell us?
You know, as the mayor was saying, everybody should stay calm because of what's going on right now.
Not
As
big
we look at a
munchie, a
very
little munchie.
low-lying
But I
highway,
like
this
my
is
rice
Farrington
pudding.
Highway in the
So
Nanakuli area. You see somewhat of the gridlock that's happening right now. You see a police car in the distance over there trying to keep, things under control and keep traffic moving. No doubt people going in and out of the area right now. We're going to check in with the Army a little bit later to see if they will open Kole Kole Pass because, that is a route that they were suggesting. If something like this happens, they might use it to get, traffic away from the low-lying areas. So we'll get back to you on that if that's happening as we speak. Let's bring you into town right now. This is the situation right here, H1 and Middle Street. You see the traffic
the
is
low
flowing
line.
again at a very slow to medium pace. So you can tell the traffic is starting to build. I'm going to move a little bit farther down right now, get to Fort Shafter.
yeah,
and
people
the
are trying to
Moanalua
get
overpass.
to
You
their
see right
loved
here
ones,
where that
get
gridlock
to a
is
safe
happening as we
place.
speak. Let's get to Nimitz Highway right now. Not looking too bad. You maybe want to take Nimitz to get out of the city, looking pretty good.
This is
in
good
the
practice
westbound
too.
direction, coming into town a little bit slow and go right there. If we go up to the Like Highway, traffic really not existing in that area. Let's get also to the Poly Highway right now.
Be a
A little bit
meteorologist.
more busy in
I
that
love
area.
the weather.
So, again, the key areas, let's go back to Nanakuli right now. This is where we see the most traffic gridlock as we speak.
I
because
love the weather.
Farrington Highway is in a very low-lying area. We'll get more details as to how traffic is being affected right now as far as what's going on with this tsunami warning. Ben and Mark, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yes, we're tracking this from a variety of perspectives at this moment as we're tracking this tsunami warning. We will be staying with you, providing critical information and updates throughout this entire event. It officially became a tsunami warning around 2:45 Hawaii time following an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. We currently have crews deployed across the city and across the state right now. Lynn Kawano is at the Emergency Operations Center.
That's
as you
big
see,
energy.
City leaders and emergency officials gathering right now to look at this and analyze response.
Let's go over to
we're seeing different.
We'll hit pause over here, right? Not gonna really pause it, but I'm gonna keep it moving. But I want to see Japan. I just want to see what they're saying. I see. I don't know. It's pretty choppy out there. These people are known for tsunamis. Japan always gets like all the fucking tsunamis, man. I feel bad for them. But living on an island like that and in the Pacific, yeah. I hope everyone gets to safety. Hope people don't underestimate this because this could be very nasty. I mean, I could put the sound, but it's not gonna sound. It's gonna be a lot of Japanese.
警報が発表されている間は安全な場所にご自身の命を守るための行動をとって避難していただきたいと思います。
はい、北海道から和歌山県の太平洋側、非常に警報が出されているという、非常にやはり大きな地震が起きたということですね。
そうですね。特に気をつけなきゃいけないのはですね、三陸沖とか、和歌山県の串本の方では、地形がリアス式になってるんですね。はい、そういう湾の中に津波が入りますと、津波の高さはもっと高くなりますので、津波の高さが30センチだから安全だということでは決してございません。はい、津波は第2や第3波。
Okay, so I'm monitoring Japan let's go back to Hawaii. Let's put the sound up.
It's going to draw back out. There is the potential.
Officials hold emergency briefings and emergency.
Oh yeah, they're taking the people out. Look, there's the police.
So you have 8 crews going on low-lying areas, urging
Get the
people
fuck
that are
out!
in
Get the
attendance,
fuck
please
out!
leave the area. Take this very seriously.
Big girl,
A tsunami warning
that's on the
issued
floor.
for the
Get
entire
up.
state of
There's a
Hawaii right
tsunami
now.
coming.
Specifics in terms of
Get out of the beach.
wave height,
Evacuate the
activity,
beach.
still too early to tell.
Evacuate
Ben
the beach.
and Drew Davis, you two are keeping a close watch on what we're seeing, gathering as much
This
useful
girl right
information
here.
as
What is
possible.
going on with this girl?
What can you tell us about the quake and the ensuing tsunami?
Girl,
Yeah, we've been
get
talking a
up
lot about how
and
much
get
time we
your
still have.
ass
Again, the
out of
earliest
the
estimates,
beach.
again, for Hanalei, 7:10 p.m. The rest of the state, potentially 17 p.m. So we still have several hours. So the time now is to prepare.
I don't know.
We're
She's
actually going to take a look at one of the
Shamu or
tools that we
something.
use
I don't know
whenever
what's
we
going
have
on here.
a tsunami warning like this. You can see this is the
Internet's
entirety
acting a
of
little
the
weird.
Pacific Ocean. You can see each one of these rings right here indicates about
you go.
an hour for how long the tsunami takes to propagate across the ocean. And Ben, do you want to point out where we're seeing this is right off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia? If we count this out,
Big girls don't
this
cry.
is 1 hour from Kamchatka,
That was
2
like,
hours,
I don't know.
3
I
hours,
think
4
she was
hours,
beached.
5 hours, and then 6 hours. Again, we saw the
Hey,
initial
girl, there's a
earthquake
tsunami
at 1
coming.
p.m. So that lines
What
up
are you
pretty
doing on
close
the
to
floor?
this prediction from, this is directly, I
Get
believe,
up.
from NOAA. It's a pretty old map, but it still holds up today. And some of the information that we have from previous earthquakes, especially in the same region, last week we had that tsunami watch from the same area, magnitude 7.5. That was a slip strike fault movement, which is atypical when it comes to these fault movements.
I think this is like the fourth earthquake.
Which are able
It was
to
like 10
generate
days ago.
tsunamis.
It was
And
a
then I do want to point out that one of
7.5.
the previous earthquakes that we've seen from the same
And
exact
now
region, the same exact
it's at
fault line, was in
8.7.
1952. Just from some information that we have from NOAA on previous earthquakes, there were no deaths reported in Hawaii, but the waves caused houses to collide, beach boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. Maximum wave heights were 4 meters, 1 meters, 9 meters, and 3 meters on Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, respectively.
Yeah, so if you're getting that into English conversions, 9 meters is basically 27 feet.
There's nearly a 30-foot wave
Yeah,
inundation.
Yeah, we're looking at a 30-foot inundation. So once again, I know
Oh
we're zooming
my
a little
God,
bit to this
30-foot
red spot
inundation.
here. This is the bullseye. This is us.
Oregon's gonna
This
be-
is where we have seen in 2011.
I'm
we
telling you,
had
Oregon's gonna
the,
get screwed.
Tsunami from the Fukushima area. It came from here, right here.
Like
And
Seattle,
it
like
did
the
take a little
Washington
while to get here.
area,
It got here
the
like about
coast,
3 in the morning.
Oregon,
Also, approximately
California.
6-7 hours for it to get here. So it takes just a teeny bit longer for that to happen. But those of you who were here in 2011, remember that we did have a tsunami. We did have some damage in Ke'ehi Lagoon. We had a house swept away in Kealakekua. We also had some damage along Blue Drive in Kailua Kona because the water was coming in over the wall onto Le'i Drive into the storefronts that were over there, because once again, it's not a wave that will come in and then go back out. It's a wave that it's just basically a lot of energy. You're talking about a water column here. So it's basically the entire ocean from top to bottom. And so it's not just the surface. Like I was saying earlier,
gonna be crazy.
a wave basically just stuff your bathtub, and if you stand or you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you go into the bathtub and you take your hands like this and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami.
And that's the same type of movement.
Those are earthquake
fault
off
movements.
of, they had
The
a
entire tectonic
tsunami
plate is just
warning and
pushing
then went
upwards
to a
and
watch
displacing
and
all of
then
that water, and that's why we're watching that threat. The entirety of the water column right off of Russia
got downgraded.
moving across the Pacific Ocean. We've got warnings up for Alaska, a warning up for Hawaii, and of course we're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center on where we have watches and advisories as well.
Yeah, but the other thing to think about is magnitude. Fukushima was, I think, a 9, correct? But I remember there was one in Chile that caused a lot of damage. 1960, right from here, we had almost 12 hours. We had several hours for it to get here, but it still caused some damage. So 1946, right up this was the April Fool's Day tsunami. This is the one that happened on April 1st. Sirens went off. Hilo was devastated because there might have been some people who heard the sirens and thought it's April 1st. No, frankly, it did take some lives, caused quite a bit of damage, and this is why you've got the soccer fields over in Hilo now. There used to be buildings there. After the 1960 earthquake, all that came down. So once again, we're looking at this area, Kamchatka. This is where it is, and then it's got to make its way here. And again, it's traveling at about 500 to 700 miles per hour. If you're out on the ocean, you probably ain't going to see it. In fact, there was like a 6-inch column rise in the Dart buoys a little bit earlier, and it was a very sharp rise. And so that tells me, just looking at it, not necessarily as someone who is from the USGS, that there was a water column change, that there was a tsunami generated, and that's in deep water. And so deep water.
Oh shit! Yep.
Or in feet, but
there is a tsunami. It's a buoy.
A whole column of water now that's traveling at about 700, as fast as 700 miles per hour over the Pacific, fast about a liner taking you from here to Los Angeles, for example. And then once that water column starts hitting shallower ground, it'll just start squishing together, so forth. It's going to both get higher and wider, and so all that energy has potential to cause some major damage on the shorelines. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ben. We are tracking the response right now to the tsunami warning currently in effect. Here
the beach. They're evacuating the beach.
At Waikiki just moments ago, we saw DLNR crews.
Because everybody was in the water, and there's still people there.
On the beach, on the sand.
Like,
Now's the time
on vacation.
to vacate the area. We have crews deployed statewide right now. Let's go to our producer, Ali, who is in Waikiki and can describe the scene and kind of the action being taken by emergency officials right now. What can you tell us, Ali?
And you're on this beach.
Yeah, Mark, so you can see off into the distance, like you mentioned.
It's pretty.
In our vehicle, there is an officer walking along shore right now. He is telling people to evacuate, but as you can see, people are somewhat lingering. Some, though, are listening to the orders, and they're making their way slowly to the parking lot so they can evacuate. But again, that officer's still trying to get people to get out of the water. There are still some still swimming, kind of ignoring that warning, maybe not seeing the officer on land. But I'm here near the Hilton Hotel, kind of near the Ala Moana Bowls area. And again, there are maybe about several dozen
Green Shark
along the beach
in the water, get the fuck out.
Kind of slowly evacuating here. Some still in the water.
Scream Shark!
DLNR officer, he's
all
making his way through the crowds. And people are heeding that order to get out of the beach and out of the water.
They scream tsunami, they're gonna be like,
over here at Ala Moana.
They don't know what that is.
Near the Hilton Hotel, and we'll.
I don't really bring fear to them.
But for now, back to you.
You scream out
very much.
Fucking shark.
Yeah, this is all part of the response.
All these people will get out of that beach so quick.
You have lead time. This isn't a time to panic. This is a time to be ready, time to be prepared. So the earliest estimated wave arrival time is 7:17. That is about 3.5 hours.
The people in the buildings will be fine
from now.
I mean, the lower floors, no.
There is traffic,
but the higher floors will be fine.
The DOC has been activated. Governor Josh Green has told state employees. Has instructed them to head home. In effect, we are hearing from the U.S. Harrison that the military is prepared to potentially open Kole Pass for Leeward Coast residents if need be. But at this time, it is our understanding that neither the state nor the city has asked for that to happen. But
they're checking the buoys
ready to potentially open up Kole Pass if that is warranted.
Check
in this
Japan.
Situation.
Yeah, just so that the military officials, the Army, and government officials have been working together to try and prepare it for a night like tonight, or for times like these, for evacuations. But once again, it is 3:51. We're about 3.5 hours, a little less than that, away from the first waves, approximately hit, shall we say, a little bit early for Kauai, right around 7:10.
I'm still in Japan too. They.
This is a live look at Waikiki right now. You
live
still have people
look.
there, which is
Look at the people in the water.
See the area. This is the shot at Waikiki. You can imagine that this is also happening at
It
different
looks
parts of the
pretty.
coastline across the state.
I don't blame
around
them.
Oahu as well. DLR crews
I don't
deploying,
blame them.
warning people to please leave the area with this warning in effect.
But
we are getting
it
updates.
kills.
In Suarez room, this is
Water
from the Associated
kills.
Press. A tsunami has hit coastal areas of
They don't
Russia's
see what
Kuril Islands and
happened like
Japan's large
to
northern
previous
island
tsunamis.
of Hokkaido.
Like,
So with this
oh
quake
my
happening
goodness,
at 1:30
like
Hawaii time,
the Indonesian
Alaska
one
and Japan
that killed
were the
all those
regions
people
first
on
named
Christmas.
in the tsunami warning, and we are starting to see the
Christmas
impacts of
Day.
that now. AP just reporting a tsunami has
Like
hit the
that was
coastal
super
areas
sad.
of Russia's Kuril Islands and
all these other places, like Japan knows, it's their fair share of tsunamis.
Now,
I think
it
they're
doesn't
the
say
most
how large the
prepared
tsunami
for
was, but it is
tsunamis.
significant that one has been seen, that one has reached the Kuril Islands and also for Hokkaido. And so
These people are
may get
crazy if they
video
still
from
out
that
here.
over
They're not
there, but
like
we will await
getting
that.
to a safe
But,
area
at this
because
time, we don't know
if
how big the
if the
tsunami
wave
was,
does
but,
come,
apparently something
it's
is
Well,
gonna
the tsunami
be about
does make
like
landfall. Does that do
they're saying
anything
it
to
could be up to
dissipate what
27
potential
feet.
effects could be
Like
for
high.
other areas that are under warning?
No,
27 feet.
because what happens?
That guy, the police officer that's
basically it's
walking
like
is
an
about what
underwater wall.
5'8",
Basically,
5'10",
what you're
maybe
looking
no,
at
about
is all
5'8".
this energy. It's going to sweep past
So
each
imagine
island. And here's
like
one thing
quarter
that
of
could
this
happen,
guy,
where
like
that energy will
height,
continue on, and then it will
maybe
it's
5
like
of him.
when you have I don't know if you've seen the Tour de France, but
Like,
they've got like the
it's a big
roundabouts,
water.
and
It's
the
a big wave of
bicyclists
water
go
that
around it,
comes
and then they
through,
converge on the other side. That energy is
and
going to converge on the other
it
side.
will
That
take
wave energy
lives.
will. And so some people have been asking, won't
You know,
like say
the ones that have
Haleiwa, the
like
North Shore
the
wave, the
Indonesian
ones
one, the one
impacted
that
the
like
most? No,
Christmas
because
Day
it
one.
will basically affect all sides of the island, because that
That was
energy
really
will
sad,
wrap around,
you know, because
converge again
it
on
was
the other
just so
side, and keep
fast.
going. You might get some
Like,
areas where it's a little bit blocked.
it was a strong
Because
earthquake, and there
like
was like a
Molokai
big
into
tsunami came
Lahaina,
through
West
and
Maui,
just
you might get
wiped
some
the
of that.
hell out of
Or
like
depending
all those
on the
people.
direction, I
Like,
haven't had a chance to really look at the
I think it
maps.
was like over
It could
100,000
amplify
people
that
died.
energy. And so the best thing to do is
It was
not
just, it
try
was a
to
lot of people that
estimate or
died.
guesstimate, really, which is something that I'm kind of doing right now. But basically, I'm telling you that what you should do is, if you're in an evacuation zone, prepare to leave.
Precisely. And this just shows that we're seeing updates and we're seeing the effects of this tsunami already in parts of the world. So a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and the island of Hokkaido in Japan. Still gathering details on wave heights, damage. That is just the initial report right now. Back here in Honolulu, we're also estimated arrival time is 7:07.
Let's check out Japan. Yeah, people in the water in Waikiki, they're freaking nuts. But I'm looking right now at, this is Japan, and they got the helicopters up, so they're about to get their waves coming in soon. So is the water receding? Does the water look like it's receding? Could it be receding? Because you remember the water pulls back from the coast before the wave comes, and then it hits. But when it comes with force. And it's usually not the first wave that gets you. It's like the second wave. It's like multiple waves that come. But here we're looking at Japan, and they're under a tsunami warning. So we have tsunami warnings and tsunami watches. But majority of the eastern side of Japan is under warning, tsunami warning. Especially the little islands on the southern eastern part. Yeah, it's gonna be but let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with Japan and see if they get any what effects happens, you know. Let's see what happens with them. And this is a tell sign. Depending on what happens with Japan is how Hawaii would probably react. When it's a tsunami warning, you never underestimate it. You see these people, they're coming to safety. Like, this is a safe area. This is where you're supposed to go to evacuate. So there's a lot of people that are already here and they're waiting for the tsunami to develop and possibly affect them. How high the wave is going to be, we don't know. I don't know. You know, we're going to find out. We're going to find out together. Yeah. It's scary, man. And I knew something like this was going to happen. Every time there's a big earthquake, like, and I know it's like the sun, every time the sun like shoots out these like solar flares, and then you have like back to back to back, and this like at the same time, but like back to back to back. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. And this area of Russia has been, has been getting pretty strong earthquakes. Like the last one they had gotten was a 7.5. And now we just had initially was an 8.0, but it's been upgraded to an 8.7. And that's a very strong earthquake. And buoys did detect a tsunami, and sent out the tsunami warning to all that around the area of that earthquake, and throughout the whole ocean, like Hawaii. There's a lot of islands out there. There's a lot of people that could be affected by this. And it goes all the way to the west coast of the United States. I think of Oregon. Oregon is very sensitive when it comes to tsunamis. When Fukushima hit, when that wave came over to the United States, it really did some damage over in Oregon. And a lot of boats, a lot of like vessels got destroyed. This could be another event like that. Very strong earthquake. Buoys detected tsunami and alerted there is a tsunami that's been developed by the earthquake, and it's heading towards these areas like Japan and so forth, like Hawaii and the west coast. Alaska is under also a warning. I'm checking out the Japan, so let's go back to the American.
Thank you very much, Jen. Very critical, very important information. We are approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour, right? An entire state of Hawaii following an 8.7 magnitude quake, which struck off the far eastern coast of Russia about 1:30 Hawaii time this afternoon. In a full-blown response is in effect right now at the city, state, and military levels here in Hawaii. The City Emergency Operations Center has been activated.
They wouldn't be acting like this because of the buoys. The buoys, they detected a large tsunami,
the shots at Waikiki Beach,
and
urging beachgoers
it felt it. So that's why they're acting very urgent
of a tsunami
because they want people to feel the urgency.
If we do see effects here, that would be the first time Hawaii has seen a tsunami since 2011 following an earthquake off Japan. A big tsunami,
yeah, because we have had some tsunamis before. There was one off Chile a little bit later, a little after 2011. This one wasn't big, but it did cause some currents. But it technically is still a tsunami.
Mm-hmm. Stephanie Lum covered the 2011 tsunami and the effects here in Hawaii, and she has more. What can you tell us, Steph?
Yeah, Mark and Ben, I've been listening to the coverage, and like you folks have been saying, now is not the time to panic, but it is the time to be prepared and to heed the warnings and do what is necessary to get out safely with you and your family. After all, as you mentioned, Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in 2011 after that major earthquake in Japan, and the waves that were generated and were sent over to Hawaii from that earthquake in 2011 ended up causing tens of millions of dollars in damage.
Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in March 11th, 2011. A magnitude 9.1 earthquake hit Tohoku, Japan. Waves disabled nuclear reactors, washed over and destroyed entire towns.
Yeah, Fukushima.
More than 18,000 people died. The deadly earthquake was the largest magnitude ever recorded in Japan and the third largest in the world since 1900. The waves, over 200 of them from that tsunami, caused damage here in Hawaii. $7.5 million worth of damage across the state. Those waves of varying heights reached our shores early at 3 in the morning. Many businesses and roads were flooded and washed out. Haleiwa Harbor saw damage to dock and boats that were not able to sail out in time. It was the same scene at La Mariana Harbor near Sand Island. Big Island's Kona coast sustained substantial damage, where the Kona Village Resort is located, as well as low-lying areas on Maui.
And in the end, of course,
know there are
tens
areas
of
where
millions of
they're
dollars
danger.
in damage after that
Not
major
all of Hawaii
earthquake
is
and
going to
tsunami
be,
from Japan back
you
in
know, if you live
2011. And officials are
high,
hoping that
you're
everybody
okay.
once again heeds
This is
the
for the
warning. There were
low-lying
no
area.
casualties in Hawaii after that. And so they are saying, please listen to the lifeguards when they tell you to clear the beaches. Don't be anywhere near the coastlines. And the Department of Transportation actually just sent out a tweet over on Kauai with those waves estimated to arrive at around 7:10. They are asking everybody to please not drive into Hanalei to try and help the evacuees. You'll only end up clogging those crucial roadways for emergency responders, and you might even end up preventing people from leaving and moving inland.
Thank you very much, Steph. Excellent coverage.
Silent here. I think we're looking at Japan's getting the wave. I think the tsunami starting to reach Japan. Yeah, tsunami's reaching Japan. Okay, here he goes. We're rocking. Water's definitely rising in Japan. This is live right now. As you see, I don't know what part of Japan. I don't read Japanese. I'm sorry. The only thing I can see here is we got waves coming in, and they look like they're rushing in. So the water does look like it's receded. As you can see, the water does look like it's been receded. It's been receding for a while. Yeah. Man, this is going to be a wild event. It all depends what happens with Japan. If Japan gets really affected by a tsunami, Hawaii's gonna have to, put some urgency to those lowland areas and get these people to like get the fuck out. Like get the fuck out. It's like, I know it's beautiful. I know the water's nice. I know you want to be in the water and you want to have a good time. You spend a lot of money to be here, but this is a life and death situation, and this is like Russian roulette. We don't know if it's gonna be a big one or if it's gonna be a dud. We don't know, but the buoys were indicating a big tsunami event. So that's why all these warnings just went out to everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody started getting hit with warnings. And Japan is under a tsunami warning. And Hawaii is under warning. And parts of Alaska are under warning also. This is going to affect the whole Pacific basin. So even the tsunami could affect even down to South America. That's how far south it could get. It can go down that way, and they can feel the effects of it. Like they said, it's like a big bathtub, and yeah, Alaska is definitely affected. Yeah, Alaska is definitely under a warning. But let me see if there's any video out of Alaska. So I could. Let me see. Yeah, tsunami wave confirmed. Yeah, there's a wave. How big and how strong? It's don't know. Okay, let's get some news here. Give me 1 second while I set it up. Here you go. Let's give it a second. Just set it up here. Let's turn on the volume. Let's make it big.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us this evening. We come back with some breaking news that we are following for you of a huge 8.7 magnitude earthquake off of the Russian peninsula that is now causing tsunami warnings on the U.S. West Coast throughout the region here. There's a live look right now in Hawaii as tsunami warnings have picked up in the last couple of moments here. So this was a huge 8.7 magnitude earthquake that was detected right off of the peninsula of Russia. Tsunami warnings have been issued for multiple areas of Japan, for multiple areas of Alaska, including coastal areas. A tsunami watch has also been issued for Hawaii and the entire west coast of the U.S. The U.S. tsunami warning system has reported widespread hazardous tsunami waves are possible within the next 3 hours along some coasts of Russia and Japan. So we are giving you this live look right now in Hawaii. Again, just some of the latest reporting coming out from X saying that Japan says a powerful magnitude 8 earthquake. It came out originally as an 8, but has since been upgraded now to an 8.7, has hit near Russia's peninsula and issues a tsunami advisory. So we are keeping a close eye on this here for you as National Weather Service of Anchorage also putting this out. A tsunami warning is now in effect, which includes includes the coastal areas
That's
of
not good for
the
Alaska.
areas that were deeply impacted.
That is not good
Tsunami
for Alaska.
advisory is modified to include the coastal areas of Alaska, which is located 30 miles southwest of where this region is being impacted off the coast right now of Alaska. Also, another live look here in Hawaii. We are monitoring with our partners on the West Coast right now, awaiting some new live reporting, but we want to showcase just the latest that we are seeing from Hawaii. And this tsunami warning has been issued now for the entirety of Hawaii. And
Okay, give me 1 second.
also being put out was a U.S. emergency alert for Hawaii, as a tsunami warning is now in effect for the whole state of Hawaii. A tsunami has been generated. Action should be taken to protect lives and property. That was a U.S. emergency alert. We are now getting a live look here in Japan as well, as they are under the same tsunami advisories right now. So we are taking these live looks right here as more alerts are coming in. If you are in these areas, no doubt your phone has been going off with the impacts. Tsunami warnings in effect for parts of Alaska as well. There is warnings, advisories, and also watches. Watches right now for the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington State, and also Southeast Alaska. There is an advisory for the Alaska Peninsula. Wave arrival times are starting now for Western Alaska. The warning is do not wait to evacuate if you are in a warning area. Again, here's a look here for Japan. Japan, again, Matthew Capucci says that the earthquake has been upgraded to a magnitude 8.7, the strongest quake since the March 11th, 2011 earthquake and tsunami out in Japan. The most recent quake of similar magnitude was on April 11th of 2012, when an 8.6 hit off Indonesia. So again, we are looking at some history being made this evening with the strongest in recent years, a magnitude 8.7. Remember, it came out originally as an 8, but now has been upgraded, and these warnings continue to come. We are getting close to 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. on the West Coast. Thanks for all our viewers continuing to watch with us here on
10:15 in the east.
This live look here in Hawaii. It is almost 3
this
p.m.
way over here.
local time there as well. So we are monitoring it all for you here as we are awaiting more updates. But again, more tsunami warnings have been issued, and also the Hawaii Emergency Management Authority saying that the tsunami warning was in effect at 2:43 p.m. Hawaii time. So that was just about 15 minutes ago. The estimated arrival of the first tsunami wave, they are looking at 7 o'clock local time. That is p.m., 7:17 p.m. Urgent action should be taken to protect lives and property. Hourly updates will be posted. Stay safe. So that is another update from the Hawaii Emergency Management.
Okay, let's go over to this side over here because it's like important. Let me put up the sound.
I'm told the latest update from the National Weather Service is that it was an 8.0 quake, upgraded to an 8.7 about 20 minutes later.
Yeah, USGS now has it at an 8.8. Marginal, but still, a pretty good increase. And again, it gets it closer to the 9.1 that the Japan earthquake was. Very briefly about Japan and the live pictures that we saw in Hokkaido Prefecture, and that is that Japan has a very robust tsunami warning system. They've got sirens after 2011. It's 14 years, yes, but I'm sure it's seared into the memory of a lot of people seeing the destruction that the tsunamis caused back in 2011 from the Fukushima earthquake.
Yeah, and that was a rapid response because if the earthquake happened at 1:30 Hawaii time, it's 4 o'clock our time right now in Japan. We are staying on top of this. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is standing by with any new information that is coming into the newsroom. Jen.
And just to review the tsunami warning. So all of the islands under effect with that warning, with the first wave arriving just after 7 o'clock today. And just to break it down, it's a little bit of a precursor of what to expect for this week. And you could actually see watch versus advisory versus warning. Let's break it down for you. This was issued as a watch initially when the actual magnitude 8.7 earthquake happened. You see issued first when the earthquake occurred to generate a potential tsunami. It gives you fair warning that it could be upgraded to a tsunami advisory or a tsunami warning or be canceled. And it was canceled last week, as you remember. As far as tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch of potential tsunami could cause strong currents or dangerous waves. Widespread inundation is not expected. But on the other hand, this is where we are right now, a tsunami warning. Significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents expected, with all of the numbers coming in, with the magnitude, the depth of this earthquake, and already seeing signs of waves that are already occurring, of course, in Russia and all the way in Japan. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents will likely be arriving after 7 o'clock today. Urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. So closest to the epicenter, that's where you see the biggest of the tsunami waves. We're already getting reports off of Russia, 3 to 4 meters. Where does that fall? About 9 to 13 feet. And that's exactly what they saw within the last couple of hours. A lot of action there on top of the already earthquake that they face. And then NHK is reporting the first tsunami wave, pretty small in Japan at 30 centimeters. That's just over a foot, but that could easily grow as more energy pushes their way. So something we're watching carefully in ahead. Like we were talking about in deep oceans, see how far the epicenter is from Hawaii itself. It travels pretty quickly because of the speed that it's going over open waters. In deep ocean, speeds can reach up to 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, it depends
That's
which way the wave
to
is
a
going.
jet plane. So if you went
Like if it's
recently
going straight
flying
for
to the
Hawaii,
mainland
then
and
it's
you
like
calculate
Hawaii's
how fast it gets
you
from
know?
point A to point B, that's kind of the same idea behind
It all
these
depends
tsunami
which
wave
way the
arrivals.
energy,
So
how
arrival
strong the
times
energy
early
pushed in
evening
which
for
direction.
Alaska, anywhere from 4:46
It does
to
radiate,
5:46
but it
p.m.
does get
Alaska
weaker
time. As far
for
as
certain
along
parts, but
the
it,
west coast,
big push
early
is
to
more
late evening
towards
from
the
11:35 to
Pacific side,
midnight
and
Pacific
Russia
time.
didn't get
We're
like the real
expecting
big
that
wave,
here at home, like we've been talking about, arriving
but the
just
big
after
wave could be
7
coming
o'clock,
towards
with
Hawaii.
Hanalei seeing the first of the impacts. So we're expecting all of that energy to push our way. Once it reaches shallow waters, it slows down. There's a lot of friction there. We have, of course, the outer reefs that has to face, and that slows down to 30 miles per hour. And then currents will have very strong rip currents, and that's why not to be in the waters, even if it's not expected to be big waves. But initial heights may be falling between 0.1 to 0.3. This is
Yeah,
all
because it'll
initial
pull
and
your ass away,
preliminary.
it'll pull you
And
out.
then potentially they're saying now up to 1 to 2 meters coming our way. And that will be arriving probably after 8 o'clock. So a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts, and it's a very dynamic situation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yes, very
Yeah.
dynamic indeed, but
They
not
don't know
any time
until
to
it passes
panic.
the
There
reefs.
is lead time with an event like this. We are right now, it's 4:15, so about 3 hours out from the first anticipated wave arriving, the first anticipated
Freaking
effects
for like,
here in the
man, what
island
the
chain.
fuck
We've
is
already
going on
seen
tonight,
footage
man?
of tsunami,
Damn,
the
man, I
after
feel
effects
like
in
it's
Hokkaido
too
Prefecture in
much.
Japan. This is the
I
first
can't.
place it has impacted.
Well,
We have crews
'cause they
across the
feel
state.
it.
Let's
The
head over to
fish,
Lynn Kawano, who is
they
standing by
feel the
live
energy.
at Honolulu's Emergency Operations Center. What can you tell us, Lynn?
Frank Fossey building. You know, city
Yeah, I'm more
and
worried
county
about
and
like
state
Yellowstone
workers were all released about 3 o'clock today. That's so
because the
that they can go
animals have
home,
been
get their fast food, get themselves
evacuating
prepared, and stay
Yellowstone,
safe. But as a result, we saw
and I
hundreds of
wonder
people leaving
if
at one time.
something's
And
gonna
of course, we
happen
now
there.
have traffic jams because of that. Always at about 4:15, we're going to have traffic jams. But when you have something less people trying to get out a little bit earlier, it's going to be even worse. You know, not a whole. You know that a lot of people took that
Man, they
time
got
and
time to
left.
get out.
The
Like,
sirens just went off at 4:10
they
on
got time.
time here in downtown. We anticipated 4:10. We were told 5:10 and 6:10 as well. But we did get a surprise siren about 3:24 today as well. That is just to alert people. Well, no one is panicking here in downtown. We are seeing people in a hurry trying to get to pick up their kids and to pick up their families as well. And you
Yeah,
know,
they
as
don't
we
know.
saw
Look,
people
there's a
coming in,
fucking
we
wave
stopped the
coming.
mayor and talked to him. He said they were just getting activated, meaning they were just getting all the first responders here at the EOC downstairs.
Yeah, I think there will
We
be
did also get a
aftershocks.
chance to talk to Dr.
Well,
Jim
the area.
Ireland
This
of the
is.
Emergency Services Department.
Hold
Here's
on.
what he had to say is going on right now with his crews
Give me
around
a
the island.
second.
Activate generator.
I'll speak. I think. Yeah. Well, that area has been hit for a while now. A lot of earthquakes have been hitting that area, and the number it's just been gradually getting bigger and bigger. Like I think I remember when it was hitting like around 5, and then it went up to like 7.5. Just like it was a few weeks ago. I think Hawaii got a watch, a tsunami watch. I think parts of Alaska got like a tsunami watch also, and that was for like a 7.5. And then this one that hit now in the same area where the 7.5 hit, now you have an 8.0 that was upgraded to an 8.7, and that force of that push, and that water displacement, it's gonna be rough tonight for some people. And we're here as witnesses. I always say, right? Everything Mother Nature does. There's a lot of things that's happening so fast. Every day is a new day, right? Every day something's happening. There's always some kind of news. Let's take a live look in Japan. This is in Japan. They're expecting a tsunami. And the reason why they're expecting it because the buoys have alerted them and alerted that a wave is coming their way. The system is very high tech system. There's a lot of buoys out in the ocean, and they detect the drop. Like they'll know when a tsunami has developed based on the drop of the buoy, and they'll know how strong it is, and it alerted a strong drop, and this is the alert system inactive. This is what they pay for, to alert them when a potential tsunami is heading your way. It's 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 very fascinating, and this is a great alert, to alert them ahead of time of tsunami coming, a great warning system. But the people, need to heed the warning and pay attention and get to safety, because there could be a wave coming, and they're anticipating. Japan is looking. If they're looking really hard, and they have all eyes out looking out, they know something's coming. And if they get hit hard, Hawaii's gonna get it. Hawaii's gonna get it. Not only Hawaii, but the west coast of the United States. Washington, Oregon. Oh my goodness, Oregon. Oregon always gets hit so hard. And California, all of West Coast California. San Francisco, all that area, or Alcatraz. Alcatraz will be safe. Alcatraz is pretty high. It's like on a rock, Can't wait for them to fix that prison up. Get it all nice and running. You gotta put some people in there. You gotta put some people, some politicians. The swamp is gonna be put into Alcatraz. But they're looking at the waters to see if the water is being pulled out. Because it's kind of like it sucks the water out a bit, and then the waves come, the force comes, and usually you'll see the difference, like in the you'll see the wave. It's a pretty big wave. But Japan will get the wave before Hawaii does. So I want to see, what happens. So far, they're only reporting 30 centimeters. That's about a foot. Let's see if it develops. I don't want to see it. Like, I don't want to see destruction. You know what I mean? I don't want to give it the energy. I want it to be soft. You know what I mean? I want like the waters to be soft. I want like focus your energy and like soft energy. Even though we know this is going to be a crazy event. Oh man. The thing is, the wave is going towards where Fukushima. It's going towards Fukushima. I hope it doesn't I hope the wave is just soft. Just I can feel the energy. It's pretty strong. The Earth is she does her thing, man. She gives and takes. She hasn't been happy with us, especially like with the Russia stuff and the United States, and Trump giving now Russia like 10 days instead of 50 days, 60 days at first it was, and then went from 60 to 50, 50 to 10 to 12, and then from 12 to 10, to get its act together and bring peace in the region. And the United States have to intervene, then it's definitely going to be war. It's definitely Russia is not going to they're going to defend themselves, and they got the power to do it. They do. They got the power. They got the firepower. So that's why they want to build the Golden Dome for the United States, because they know that Russia could shoot one of those IBMs, like those missiles over to us that they get into like suborbital, and then they come down and they rain upon us, and they're like warheads. I mean, they need that type of fear to put into people, like the threat of an attack from Russia. They blow up New York. You'll be doing us a favor. Can you? Okay, someone to New York, Philadelphia, Boston, not too close to my house, but go ahead and attack Hartford, Rochester, New York. Don't go by Niagara Falls. I love Niagara Falls, so don't shoot that area. But Chicago, San Francisco, LA. There's a lot of places that just needs to be wiped out because it's just ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Because New York is so beautiful, but they make it so dark. And it's not dark, man. It's a nice state. So the state is beautiful. The city, New York City, it's like a hellhole. It's what it is. It's like a hellhole. But I'm monitoring this here. Earthquake, tsunami event. Heading towards Japan. And Hawaii. And also the west coast of the United States. And British Columbia too, which is part of Canada. That area up there, they're gonna be feeling some effects. Let's see what happens. There is a very strong hurricane. You gotta understand too. This could be a big factor, right? There's a very strong hurricane south of Hawaii. This would be a great time for me to just jump into the weather, right? Rick and his weather. We need a jingle. What's the jingle? Rick and his weather. Yeah, why not? Let me set it up. Let me set it up. Set it up. Let me get to the Pacific. Where is it? Here you are. Here you are. So let's see here. Give me 1 second while I pump this up, load it up, and then we're going to take a look at the weather, the system, the hurricane that's out there. Here we go. You got a strong little Cat 3 hurricane south of Hawaii, right? So you got this system here that's churning up the waves. So this is going to be very wavy. Like it's going to be a lot of waves, a lot of energy is already here in this area. You have a system that's right behind it, but it's being absorbed by this hurricane here. I forget the name of this one. I'm not really paying attention to the Pacific. But you got two systems here. There's one right behind it, but it feels like it's too close to it, so it's being sucked up. Then you got some rotation right here. I don't know what this is right here, but there's like a low level rotation. There's no storms with it, but you do see the rotation here. There is a little storm right in the bottom of here, but it needs to really blow up if it's going to be like something. But you can see the energy here. But this is causing big waves for Hawaii. And then now you have the energy coming downwards of a tsunami that's coming down this way. So, it's it's a tricky thing tonight. It's real tricky. But let's check out. Let's go over to Japan here. Oh, we got water coming in. Oh yeah, tsunami. There it is. The tsunami is hitting right now. They got videos. They're coming out. They're getting hit by a tsunami. Japan. Damn, man. That's not gonna be good. Yeah, they got to get to the highest point. You know, they got time. You know, and they could be like proactive and get there. You know, get to the safe zone on the mountain, up on the hills, high. They know. They have. You see, look at all the cars. The people going upwards. Yeah, you go up, you're safe. The higher you are, the safer you are. But this is like in an evacuation area, like where they can go and put their cars and they'd be safe. You know, Japan, they're not stupid. They've been through plenty of tsunami events. So when they tell you there's a fucking tsunami coming, they're not gonna sit there and be like waiting for it. They gotta be proactive. They gotta get the fuck out. You know, you gotta move out, move up, and get to the safe zone. Like the highest point, the better. Look at this. They were just parking their cars there and just leaving it there. Wow, look at that. That reminds me of that game they kept like wanting me to download. Was the with the cars and then you got to take them out and stuff. And then that it's like it's a one of those games like this. It's like all those cars, because to take those cars out, it's gonna be a while to get out of that. But that's so it's like, this is what you have to do. They're evacuating and they went to the highest level and just left all their cars there. You know, get to the highest level. You know, everybody waiting underneath the tree, trying to get away from the sun. It seems like that's a safe zone. So let me see what the American side is Internet's acting a little crazy. But we're looking at that's just Japan that we're looking at. Tsunami warning, rush for gas. This is in Hawaii. You can see here.
Overlooking Ala Moana and Atkinson, you can see just the traffic all along Ala Moana Boulevard, which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning just before 3 this afternoon, moments before an expected rush hour. Right, Ben? So you have all these people on the roads right now. DLNR is going throughout the coastlines, clearing people out, telling people to leave the area. You have many employees who are in the downtown business district or throughout Honolulu heading to the roads right now. So a high view. Traffic is just horrible right now. Please be
Mass
patient.
evacuation.
But this is a matter of not panicking, but be prepared. There is time. So 7:10 is the expected arrival of the first wave following an 8.8 quake. In the
8.8
region of Russia.
Oh, they raised it up to another point. Like,
moments, right, Ben?
Water,
getting their
water. They're taking it.
At last check, I don't know. There might be some, but people are getting their supplies. This is not like a hurricane, but at the same time, there is still the possibility that maybe infrastructure could be affected because some of the coastlines have some of the electrical places. Hiko has the Kahe power plant. Maybe it won't be affected.
Damn,
but
that's wild.
It is a major power producer on the island of Oahu. Also Pearl City, that power plant there too, pretty close to the water. And so there are indications, well, I won't say indications, it's just that it's the possibility of people but trying to be prepared, getting their water at Costco earlier this afternoon.
Everyone getting city officials are getting. We shot from inside the city's emergency operations center right now. You see Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi in front as the city's emergency officials have gathered, just waiting to see what will be unfolding, monitoring any updates that may be coming in right now. This is a statewide event. All of Hawaii is under a tsunami warning right now with the first wave expected.
Yeah, let's bring it over to the mayor over here. All right, give me 1 sec. Let's get the sound up over here. Let's hit play.
This, which is great news to see that the city and the county has been prepared, and it looks like everyone is preparing well. Just a reminder, tsunami warning is in place due to this large earthquake that occurred in Russia.
8.7 now 8.8.
And with this caliber, that's why you can see the
Stronger.
wave travels so far as fast as a jumbo jet. We're talking about 500 plus miles per hour traveling over open waters with the tsunami wave.
This is going to be an
tsunami
event.
warning
So
is up, and
I'm going to have to leave
throughout the next several hours.
Leave the show running by itself.
First wave expected after 7 o'clock.
Get my butt to sleep.
The closest to the epicenter
and just leave it on,
is
you
where
know.
the biggest
You guys
tsunami
can
waves
watch.
have been reported. Of course, just off the coast of Russia here, we're talking about 3 to 4 meters, 9 to 13 feet has already been reported, and the NHK reported the first tsunami wave at 30 centimeters, so not very large in Japan quite yet, but they're expected it to be quite large into the next couple of hours. This is how it's going to break down. The tsunami readings already coming over Russia and Japan. Hawaii expecting to forecast anywhere between 1 to 3. That's where it's going to fall under at 3 to 10 feet expected. So expected after 7 o'clock. Guam expected the same kind of forecast at 1 to 3 meters, and that's 3 to 10 feet as well. None confirmed yet there. History has shown this magnitude with the depth in between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia. It generated anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters. That was just under a foot, expected under about 0.3 in this situation. Hilo saw the most damage in past tsunamis, and with all the boats and also the caliber of this, it could create even some foundation concerns for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline or even right at the harbor there, all those boats that are parked there. So this is the time to prepare. This is going to coincide with the strong currents, rip currents coming our way, very unpredictable, as you know.
With high tide.
And possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that high tide. So on top of that,
oh man, it's going to be high tide
coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3, and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters, and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some
let's go over to Japan here. I can see vessels here moving around. I see the waves. See some waves here. You got nice hair. I mean, he could sell that hair. We can listen to them if we want.
19里上空です。この地域では3メートルの高さが予想されています。現在海面の様子を見てみますと、波は白波が立っていますが、波が海岸、陸地の方へ押し寄せているような状況はまだ確認されていません。波が砂浜や陸地の方に押し寄せているような状況は確認できません。私、1時間ほど前からこの上空いますが、潮位の変動や波の強さなどもに変化も確認はまだされていません。ただ午前11時頃から津波かは定かではありませんが、河川の方に波が押し寄せる、そんな状況が少し確認されました。またこの海岸付近ではすぐそばに住宅が立ち並んでいます。すぐそばには住宅が立ち並んでいます。まだ避難されていない方は高台に避難してください。現在波が押し寄せているような状況は確認できていませんが、引き続き警戒が必要です。
はい、続いて津波警報が出ている静岡県沼津市沿岸の上空から中継です。
静岡県東部にある沼津市の上空です。画面に広がる海は駿河湾です。津波の到達予想時刻11時30分をすでに10分以上過ぎていますが、これまで海面の大きな変動や優位な変化は上空から観察することはできませんでした。そして今見えているのが沼津港です。狩野川が流れ込むこの沼津港ですが、伊豆半島の玄関口ということで、魚市場や多くの飲食店などもあり、普段は多くの観光客で賑わう場所ですが、今日は観光客の姿がほとんど見えません。先ほどは立体駐車場の屋上に避難している何人かの人影も見えました。そして今見えている沼津港と海の境目に大型の展望水門がありますが、これは津波の警報を受けて今水門を下げているように見えます。ただ営業は今日は休止していて、緊急避難の方だけ非常階段を使ってこの場所に避難することができます。 もしかするとこの中で避難をしている方がいるのかもしれません。水門は下がっているため、中の漁船は、外の海に避難している様子はここにはありません。ただ、静岡市からここに来る途中では多くの場所で船が沖合に避難していたり、津波避難タワーに人が避難していたりする姿が見られました。静岡県上空からお伝えしました。
はい、続いて津波警報が出ている宮城県、千葉県、三重県から中継でお伝えします。
はい、女川町の竹の浦地区にある安全な高台の上からお伝えします。宮城県沖には津波が実際に観測されたということなんですが、こちらから見る限りはまだその津波は確認できません。ただ、この数十分の間に海面が10センチほど下がったような様子も確認できました。朝から作業に当たっていた漁師の皆さんは全員避難をしているということです。で、私は朝からこちらの漁港で取材をしていまして、その時に津波注意報が発表されました。大きな揺れを伴わなかったものですから、非常に驚きまして、急いでクルーとともにこの高台まで避難をしてきました。で、この竹の浦地区というのは、2011年の東日本大震災の際は、津波が20メートルほど押し寄せた地域で、犠牲になった住民の方もいらっしゃいます。ですから皆さん非常に津波に対しては危機感を持っていまして、今日は予定があったけれども、警報が解除されるまではこの高台にある住宅から出ないことにしたという方もいらっしゃいますし、これ以上津波が大きくならないことを心配しているという、そういった声も口々に聞かれています。
太平洋に面している千葉県鴨川市では、津波の到達予想時間が過ぎていますが、今のところ津波が観測されたという情報はありません。現在は白波が砂浜に打ち付けている状況です。市内の海水浴場では、海水浴客に対して津波フラッグを出して、マンションやホテルなどの避難ビルとして指定された場所にライフセーバーらが誘導しています。また、サーファーなどに対して、防災無線で避難指示を出し、ドローンを使って海岸にいるサーファーたちに音声で避難を呼びかけています。こちらの高台には津波警報を受けて着の身着のまま避難してきた人たちが30人ほどいます。今は夏休みシーズンということで、海水浴などを楽しむ人たちが多く訪れていました。埼玉から来た観光客は不安になったので高台に避難したが、まだ心配ですと話していました。
はい。私は今、三重県尾鷲市の海から少し離れた高台にいます。こちらの高台には現在およそ30人から40人ほどが避難していて、高台にある屋内の避難所にも多くの方が避難しているということです。現在、海の様子は特に変わりはありませんが、高台に避難している多くの人は海の様子を確認している姿が見られます。私はおよそ1時間ほど前にこちらに到着しましたが、その間に2回ほど防災無線で避難を呼びかけていました。先ほどこちらに避難している方に話を聞いたところ、高台の下に会社があり、津波警報を受けて20人ほどで避難してきた。日頃から避難訓練を行っていたため、比較的スムーズに高台に避難することができたと話していました。また、こちらには現在、郵便局の職員や駅の職員などがも避難しています。で、先ほどですね、郵便局の局員が避難している人たちに、局内で保存されている水を配る様子も伺えました。現在、尾鷲市や鳥羽市などで避難指示が出されています。引き続き情報を確認するなどの注意が必要です。三重県尾鷲市からお伝えしました。
実際に各地で津波が観測されています。避難を続けてください。そして石破総理大臣は人命第一の方針で被害防止に取り組むと強調しました。中継です。
はい。石破総理は緊急で記者会見を行い、避難や警戒を呼びかけました。
地方自治体とも緊密に連携し、人命第一の方針のもと、政府一体となって被害防止に全力で取り組むことと。
石破総理は当初の予定をキャンセルし、官邸の執務室で対応に当たっています。また、林。
Come back to it later. Let's come over to the Americans. Let's come back to the Americans, America.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the Garden Isle. So let's say we've got about an hour we prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
All right. I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place, stay there. 2 hours are gonna come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there, and stay tuned. Our best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/Kima, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Mount Waialeale basically keeps people from going in or building in. The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes. And so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic, or at least trying to bring some control to the situation?
Yes, they're all there right now. Hanalei is a very tricky spot with the number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw too that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now, the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for a shelter, but just get to higher ground. They can figure out the shelter after we get through this.
And not only just looking for a shelter, but just to make sure, again, for people like in Hanalei, the thing that I've been telling people is that not to do is to try and be like a looky-loo. You know, I want to go see the tsunami. That's something that you really shouldn't do.
Oh, you don't want to be that person.
Definitely. All right.
Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami, thank you very much for joining us, as this is a statewide response. Stay safe out there. Kauai County and the counties across the state have this event covered right now and doing their best to get updates out in a timely fashion, making sure residents aren't panicking. We are going to take a quick break right now. We're just going to reset, and then we'll be joining you shortly.
All right, as they take their little break, I'm gonna get ready to go to sleep myself too. I think I might leave this on overnight. Let's see if we could catch whatever we catch at night while I'm sleeping. Catch the wave and whatever disruption or whatever chaos happens, we'll get it from these individuals. I just feel the energy is pretty hyped, and I believe this energy right now is from the second wave. I turned off the lights because the lights are bothering me. You know what? I can take off the background. I can give me one sec. If I make it black, I don't have to deal with all that color stuff. There you go. So I'm getting ready for the bed, and waiting for these individuals to come back. As they went to take a break. They're gonna be on all night. I don't know what they because this is a all night event, big time all night event. Let me see. Oh, come on. I hope it doesn't cause chaos. That's what I just don't want. Yes, good night. I'm just waiting for these people to come back from their break. And once they come back, I'm just gonna leave it running by itself, and yeah, I'll come. Like, I'll turn it off when I wake up in the morning. I'll just turn it off. If anybody wants to watch the tsunami, I'll have it on my phone. I'll be laying down watching it because I turn off the television. I'll leave the laptop running because that's what it's going to be producing, and I'll just fall asleep. I eat a string cheese. I like string cheese. I do. It's a good little snack before going to bed. String cheese. But they're still not back. They did say they were coming back. So, but it went from an 8.0 to 8.7 now to 8.8. That's wild. Extremely wild. But it's quiet because the news feed, like I said, they went on a break. In Japan, they have this one guy. Like, I can show you guys what Japan is looking like. That's Japan. Okay, so the news came back on the side. So let's go to the American side.
After 7 o'clock, you see all of the islands under a tsunami warning. Let's take a closer look. The source of why we're seeing tsunami what happened in Russia, the depth at 20.7 kilometers. So incredible to see all of that energy. They're already seeing reports of big waves there along Japan as well, and now traveling over open waters. Closer to the epicenter, anywhere from 3 to 4 meters has already been reported. That brings us to 9 to 13 feet. And then you can see the first tsunami waves initially reported at 30 centimeters over in Japan, but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the
All right,
next
good night,
couple of
everyone.
hours. So here are the wave
I'll
readings
catch
and what
you
we're
all
expecting when it comes to the
tomorrow.
forecast. Along the Russian coast,
So have a
3
good
to 4
morning,
meters, that's about 10 to
a
13
good
feet
night,
they
or
already
good
have
afternoon, and a
observed.
good
In
night
Japan,
wherever
up
you're
to
at.
3 meters, but already observing
It's gonna be wild.
1.3 feet.
Stay safe,
In Hawaii, expecting that after 7 o'clock,
and I'll
1 to
catch you
3
on the flip
meters.
side.
That brings us to anywhere from 3 to 10 feet.
Good night,
And
everyone.
also for Guam, the same forecast there, none confirmed yet. So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude, one of the strongest earthquakes. Arrived 15 hours later. Here in Hawaii, it was up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake a magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake was 9.1, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage. And we could be seeing some property damage along the coastline, some coastal flooding, and certainly with boats. So if you are in a vessel or have a vessel or know someone who are in harbors, definitely check on them to see if they have a plan to evacuate and to get away from the coastline and go inland towards Malka. And this is going to coincide with high tide peaking at 7:03. High tide coming in at 1.52 feet. High tide and tsunami coming in at the same time. Strong currents and rip currents is going to be a big concern for us with that coastal flooding. Well, it's really hard to say how big the tsunami is going to be, but the initial set of energy arriving at 7:10 in Honolulu this evening could easily be about 0.1 to 0.3, and then gradually getting larger and larger as the night progresses. According to some of the forecast readings, maybe 1 to 2 meters, which is quite significant, more than 3 feet a possibility. Unpredictable, strong currents. That's why you need to stay out of the water. We've been seeing very rough shorelines when we have tsunamis, and we've seen that in history. So something that we'll be watching very carefully are all of these elements coming together. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jen. Of course, we do have crews stationed throughout the island, including our Jonathan Masaki, who's headed to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, and even our own Daryl Huff, who apparently is stuck in traffic as we monitor the different situations across the roadways. We're getting reports of a lot of traffic jams across town.
This is a statewide response right now. So we've been showing throughout the afternoon is traffic jams throughout different parts and throughout different counties across Oahu. Many employees leaving their places of business. Governor Josh Green instructed state employees to leave after the warning came down just before 3 p.m. Hawaii time. And this is what we're talking about here. Many hitting the roads. This is from earlier this afternoon, just giving you a picture and giving you a sense right now as residents respond to this warning, which is unfolding in real time. First anticipated wave is at 7:10 this evening. There will be a warning siren going off any moment now. We were told that it will be happening at 5:10. So if that audio does kick in, forgive us here if you're hearing it over the air, or it could be popping up on our phones as well. But the expectation is that another siren will be going off at 5:10, after which we'll be hearing from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi and city officials here in Honolulu about the response.
Yeah, so of course, you are seeing these images right now of the roads that are just jammed.
Okay, we're working out to get Stephanie's microphone sorted out right now as we're mapping out this response statewide. Traffic jams and traffic backups happening throughout Oahu right now. We are seeing Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi getting ready for a podium at another monitor we are monitoring in the newsroom here. As we give you a look at the backup on windward Oahu, we also saw a similar site on the leeward coast. Kolekole Pass is opened up for emergency access at this point. Let's also give you from Hilo right now, Hawaii County residents leaving the area, and you could be hearing the sirens over air right now as the second emergency siren warning of the tsunami warning is going off right now.
So the message that we've been hearing from emergency officials is to prepare, to have a plan in place. Do not panic at this time. As we take a look at the situation here in Kaka'ako, don't wait until the last minute to leave. But if you and your family do have a plan, meet at a meeting place, make sure that you have the necessary materials, your medication, make sure you unplug those sensitive electronics. Also, if you live on a boat or if you have a boat, make sure to tie up that boat properly and take it out to sea. So we again are hearing these sirens sounding off on cell phones across the state. Of course, Hawaii under a tsunami warning after a powerful magnitude 8.7 earthquake off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia.
Let's go to Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi at the city's Emergency Operations Center with an update.
Well, good evening. Well, if you're watching us right now, you know you're fully aware that the state is under a tsunami alert. That said, what you're doing is the right thing to do. We ask you to pay attention, stay with your media for updates. Here in Oahu tonight, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to give you some really pertinent information. But I ask that you stay calm. If you're in a low-lying area, please get to high ground. You'll hear about our emergency centers that are open, and let Randy Collins, our Emergency Management Services Director, tell you that. But we need people to cooperate with each other. Right now, the roads are full, people trying to move. We ask you to stay calm, cooperate, and get to high ground, if at all possible, where you are. We promise to give you complete updates. Right now, the expected time of anything that might happen here in Oahu is going to be somewhere around 7:15. We're expecting it to be at Kauai around 7:10. We'll know. We've been told by Civil Defense that when it passes the island of Midway, we'll get a good read as to what we can expect. And that's not scheduled to happen for a while yet. But we promise to keep you updated. Please stay close to your media. Listen. If you are in a safe place, stay there. And if you're not, do something about it. Get to higher ground. So with that, I want to bring up Randy Collins, who's our Emergency Management Services Director. Randy.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, our #1 priority is to get people to safety. So get out of the tsunami zones, out of the tsunami inundation areas. Those are clearly marked by the tsunami zone signs that you've seen around that we worked hard in instilling over the past year to make sure that you're aware of where those tsunami zones are. You can also find out more information at www.honolulu.gov/DEM. There you will be able to find all the various types of resources about these tsunami warnings. As the mayor mentioned, our #1 priority is life safety. And so right now it's an easy thing. Get away from the beaches, get inland, and get upward. So that's our message right now. I would also tell you that we are working hard with all of the city agencies and other stakeholders to make sure that we are activating the tsunami assembly areas around the Oahu. And we want everyone to, if you do live in an area that's within a tsunami area, first and foremost, go to a friend's house, go to a neighbor's house, go to your workplace, but go inward and upward out of the tsunami area. If you have no other place to go, then go to the tsunami assembly areas that we have activated around Oahu. Would also encourage you to not call 911 for evacuation out of your home. Depend on your friends and family and your neighbors to help you get out of the tsunami zones. 911 services are not for helping to evacuate. Our 911 services are for in danger of life and health services. And so we don't want to over or inundate the 911 centers. So please make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying, if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up ocean safety right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Kewalo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in. And again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone. And so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m., we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes.
Is there any alternative that HPD or is there anything any one can do to kind of clear things up?
You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handy van? Is there anything to try to evacuate and get to high ground?
Yeah, Roger.
Yeah, we are stuck in the 93% of our service right now is running late. And most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to, you know, to take advantage and you know, keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes.
Is there any message you can have to people who traveled here, who were vacationing here, that are not familiar with the area?
Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property I think has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, then we'll be back. Okay, we'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
And you just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take a look now from Kauai, about the Kauai emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kalaheo Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Now, these refuge areas will have parking and restroom facilities available. And keep in mind, if you are bringing a pet, make sure you bring a kennel, food, and water for the animal.
And county officials are responding statewide. We just showed you the Kauai emergency shelters on Hawaii County. You have evacuation sites open at Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. So a number of sites available for those seeking shelter on Hawaii County, as well as Kauai. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, as well as with city first responders, there's an overarching message of, you know, be prepared. Don't panic in this. Have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time. And since then, we've seen traffic backups across different parts of the island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Alava. So there has been lead time in this, so there is time for many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low-lying area to move inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads. Again, we are seeing these images just coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island. And the emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not congest or overwhelm these roadways unnecessarily. So if you do have a loved one, come up with a plan and make sure that you have a family member. Go ahead and meet them at that area. We want to go now live. We're hearing that a news conference is happening right now with Governor Josh Green, along with other state emergency officials about the tsunami warning. Let's listen in.
Everyone is prepared, everyone is ready for what may come, but there is always some uncertainty about the status of the wave. In about 5 minutes, we'll reconvene a statewide meeting. We will hear an update on the size of the wave, as I said, as it passes through the middle of the Pacific. We'll also be in communication with other states and islands, such as Guam, Tsunami, finding out what they have experienced. After the wave is passed, after we're all safe, we will reach out to these other friends of ours across the Pacific to support them in their recovery also.
Mahalo, Governor. Andrew?
From what you shared so far, is any of that based on any ocean readings between Russia and between Midway and Russia?
Yes, there was immediately a response from all of the nearshore buoys. The question was answered almost immediately right after the earthquake. It was clear to us that there was going to be a wave. As we have shared, we don't know how large a wave usually until it passes Midway. And as you can see, it takes 5 to 6 hours to come across the Pacific in this case. That's why we're always postured to first check. We don't want to alarm people unnecessarily. But once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice do you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway as we were aware coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we'll be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
So a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare. So use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic. And this, what we've been seeing is, aside from the traffic jams, some of the crowds at grocery stores, a very measured response statewide.
Yeah, we're even seeing those long lines at the gas pumps as well. But an important thing that was mentioned in the Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi was about the 93% of handy van services are running late at this time. So if you do have a loved one who is relying on that service, Roger Morton, you just heard, call them up, call your family member up and let them know that it's likely they will not be picked up. Again, he said 93% of handy van services are running late at that time, and he's urging families to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need to get out.
Yeah, and let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon, was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake, extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean's surface. And then it was later upgraded to an 8.8, the first anticipated arrival is around 7:10, so about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in, throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sites. We're staying with you throughout this entire time. So is our First Alert weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Mark, Steph, let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. 19% come from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America. That's about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. We had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon. There were no deaths from that 1952 earthquake in Hawaii. And I'm just reading some of the information that we have directly from NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. And here on Hawaii Island, they had wave heights of 4 meters, a little bit over 3 feet, 1 meter on Maui, 9 meters on Oahu, and 3 meters on Kauai. Again, that's that 16% coming from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off of Russia. Again, this is just a little bit more context to show you that it's very common here in Hawaii, at least over the last 150 years, and that's the only data that we have here, that we see these tsunamis moving across the Pacific Ocean and across the open water towards the island chain. For now, I'm going to send it back to Mark and Steph at the desk.
And we just got this in from Hawaiian Airlines. They issued a statement saying that we are monitoring a tsunami warning for the Hawaiian Islands and portions of the state of Alaska and assessing our flight operations. We are holding flight departures to the islands of Hawaiian Islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. And as a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. And guests with travel to or from the Hawaiian Islands should check the status of their flight before heading to the airport. So we're going to be monitoring all the impacts here.
Yeah, and this is a statewide transportation response. When you have this much time leading up to when the initial wave is expected to arrive, a lot of the state agencies, a lot of those in the transportation business are, setting out their updates. We heard earlier this afternoon that the Hilo Airport is closed in regard to harbors. Those with the boats and vessels are expected to take them out, away from the harbor to avoid any sort of damage and keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And then we also heard as well, State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kolekole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and our Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials that Kolekole Pass, linking the west side, particularly in the Lualualei Valley area, is now connected to Central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the windward from West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency because there is one way in and one way out. And after the Maui wildfires, people were particularly concerned. And so earlier this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario. We just spoke with the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesperson, and here's what he had to say.
Yes, ma'am. So the U.S. Army, in partnership with the U.S. Navy, the DOT, and HAIMA, have opened up Kolekole Pass on the leeward side to facilitate evacuations from the west side. Commuters will be able to travel Lualualei Naval Road onto Lyman Road and exit in central Oahu.
Are people using the pass now? Can you give us a sense of what's happening there now?
Yes, so both gates, the Navy and Army gates, have been opened on Kolikoli Pass, and civilian motorists are currently traveling from the Navy side onto the Army side and to central Oahu from the west side.
It was a long-standing issue to use Kolikoli Pass. I remember a lot of people were anxious about being able to evacuate the west side because there's really only one way in and one way out. And there was an exercise specifically for this earlier this year. What can you tell us about that exercise?
Earlier this year, in January, we partnered with the Navy, HAIMA, DOT, and DEM for an exercise that simulated a wildfire on the west side. So to get vehicles from west side of Oahu to central Oahu using Kolikoli Pass. So that was a proof of concept for something that we're using in a real life scenario today.
At least during your time with the Army, has Kolikoli Pass been used before for an emergency?
For an actual emergency, this is the first time that I've seen Kolikoli Pass been used for a real life scenario. We would like to say that the pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout. So folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass. So how long does it take?
Right. So the pass technically starts around Luloli Naval Road. So if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's onto the road, go all the way back, it's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge. But it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road. So again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Right. Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pilila'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Waikiki. So those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, are advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but they were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and that kind of thing. Anyone in a high rise, if you can, the higher the better.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halikoa and just how the situation is in Waikiki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
And that is Nathan Wilkes from the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kolikoli Pass is open, linking Lualualei area on the west side to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
Lonnie, we appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Right now, we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here, and we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, our website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food. And we're reaching out to our hotels, those in the low-lying areas. If they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion, and so my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful. And we sent out our police officers as well as our firefighters to make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America, big ship, they knew what to do. And so they head out to the sea because it's safer there. And we took on their passengers. We provided them with transportation to our shelter as well. So, like I said, we have protocols in place. We've been there before, and we're just implementing it as we speak.
And Mayor, do you have a message for air travelers? And can you update us on the situation at Hilo Airport at this time?
Sure. So Hilo Airport's closed. Kona Airport's open, and it's in a safe zone. And so they are continuing their flights, is what I'm told. So if you're coming into Hilo or if you're going out of Hilo, it ain't gonna happen.
All right. Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, a comprehensive response being activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Makiki.
Thank you very much. There's a steady stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on your, I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which port is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park and I got done and I usually check my phone for any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, whoa, and I checked with my family, get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed here, traffic is getting crazy. And I live in Makakilo. We're on the hill now. And I was thinking, no way, that H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up, hey, how did you go up Catalyst? So I took Punahou, I came up here. And
From Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauai, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and the people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least to, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap, again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time, it was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information. And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas, moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move Melka.
Yeah, this would be, when we talk about we always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauai, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least on Kauai, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads. And the worst thing you can probably do is try and go and take a look-see. There's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about, or the governor during the press conference that he had, talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys that take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands. And then you've got this big, wide open ocean. There's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii. So we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850. So about a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed 1 in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those near coastal areas.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential. But when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, and when you start getting the 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake, definitely it's something to basically be aware of and to be prepared. Right now, let's head back to the desk with Mark and Steph.
Thank you very much there, Ben and Drew, for your analysis there. We also just got a list here, and we'll read that off for you, of the shelters on Maui. But first, we want to show you these images just into the newsroom of the busyness at the gas station over in Eva Beach. You can see long lines of people there. And you heard from Mayor Blangiardi and other first responders said, please just keep your cool. The roads are congested. But on the lighter side, we are actually seeing that traffic is tapering off in some areas.
Yeah, in certain areas. I mean, through the thick of the afternoon, coinciding with the typical rush hour, there was traffic gridlock in parts of Leeward, Oahu. We also saw lines in Windward, Oahu. In town, we want to pull up this video. This is many flocking to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes. The good thing about tsunamis is that you have typically several hours to prepare. But backups throughout Honolulu County, but we also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was an aerial shot of traffic in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. Kind of, you can see just the backup when coinciding with when the warning came down.
That's right. And they have their list with them: toilet paper, bottled water, make sure you have those important medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now: Lahaina Luna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest. And he also spoke with Maui Mayor Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I want to go over the full list of emergency shelters that are opening here on Maui. The county says Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 or so, and they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already, and they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas to head over to those shelters. And they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm in moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages: stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahaina Luna High School, the Molokai High School on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family. our kupuna and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Kahumanu Shopping Center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in, and the inundation loan, we have it online, so people can go on. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu o Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate, again, the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui Economic Opportunity vans. We have people making rounds right now, trying to get people out of those areas before the waves hit.
And last question, can you talk about some of the exactly what you mentioned, but for Maui Police, your EMS, what are they doing right now, and are they, how are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going to inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Olinda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena, thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Mayor, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So once again, that was Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson providing us the latest on what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai, we have Molokai High School as well preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, well, second, I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Kahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low-lying areas. But ultimately, again, Mayor Bisson says there are many people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another. And that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state, really. They want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha. And if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush because, again, there is several hours before we are expected to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the lower areas, make sure to make your way upland. Now, Maui, of course, geographically is very tricky because so many of their communities are coastal communities. And so what we're seeing right now is two sides of the Valley Isle, residents from both sides essentially making their way up to higher ground, to, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the Mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. Live in Maui, I'll send things back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, right before sunset, people catching off. Just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago. And like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we're heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area and town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kahuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars are going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side. Everyone trying to get away from the shoreline, and that was an encouraging thing to see. Although it was bumper to bumper on the roads, people were trying to get to higher ground, getting away from the beach, and people were practicing their patience. Not a lot of people trying to overtake. They understood the situation, and we passed by stores and different establishments here along the road and on the North Shore, and it was just a ghost town essentially. It looks clear now. A lot of people. I want to show the road. Just about an hour ago, it was at a standstill almost, and now you just see a little bit of local traffic here and there, some trucks driving by as people are preparing for the first wave to hit, which is supposed to hit in about an hour now on Kauai. But here on the North Shore, people are being prepared and staying ready for the chance that a wave hits here on Oahu. Now, excuse me. As you can see, it's clear, it's pretty barren, minimal cars on the road now, people getting to safety and getting out of the shoreline areas here on the North Shore. And as we continue to get updates here from the officials at the state and city level, and we'll keep you guys updated. But for right now, it seems that everyone is heeding the warnings from the officials here in the state to stay away from the shoreline and get to higher ground. So that's kind of the scene here, a very quiet and unusual sight for the North Shore here during the summer months. That's the latest here, reporting live from the North Shore. Guys, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Kyle, thank you very much. Yeah, what a image that we saw right there. And also as we saw some of the response vehicles rolling through the region, as we saw earlier this afternoon, some DLNR officers were clearing beachgoers off of coastal areas. Can imagine that was also happening on the North Shore as well. We just got this list from the city of Oahu, what is being called tsunami assembly areas. We're not using the word shelters for Oahu sites, mainly because there are limited services available. So, if you need to be somewhere when the event is happening, these are areas to gather. Here's the list: McKinley High School, Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Waialua High and Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahewa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore, as you can see in the middle of some gridlock. Okay, there was no sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we're about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1-foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, the reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And for us here locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first passing Midway atoll to get that first reading, to have more of a better sense in terms of the size of those initial waves that would impact Hawaii. As you said, Mark, 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in Hanalei, and then 7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu. We just also got an update on when we could expect that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide and also from the individual counties themselves as we show you what the roads look like in Hilo this afternoon. The watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas where we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. As a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, what we're seeing here is you're just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right. And if you're still wondering at this hour, if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30 this afternoon. We aren't going anywhere. We are staying with you wall to wall throughout this entire event. Our First Alert Weather team has been doing a tremendous job tracking the very latest updates. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark and Steph. A lot of important information right at your fingertips. And you can also get that at hawaiinewsnow.com. And we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching
that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes, significant, falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean, along that fault line, a lot of shaking. As you know, the Earth's plates rubbed together, causing an underquake. We saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast. If you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you can see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean, as you know. And during the past, the most affected area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo gets hit the hardest, and the hardest years were 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hotspot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the bay shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of us, Kauai and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters and that far of a distance. But history shows the magnitude of depth between 8 and 9. You can see in 1960, one of the strongest earthquakes on record, it arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet, with Hilo receiving a lot of damage there. And we even faced deaths in 1960. In 2010, the Chile earthquake, magnitude 8.8, really highly depends on that direction. It was only 3 feet. So even though it was a high magnitude earthquake, it was only 3 feet in that rise. In 2011, the Japan earthquake, 9.1 in magnitude, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, as you know, and that one was one for the history books. Taking a closer look at Russia coast, we were forecasting 3 to 4, and observations jumped to 10 to 13 feet, so on target of that. Japan, up to 3 meters is in the forecast, but so far the readings observed was only 1.3. That has been confirmed there. Hawaii expected a little more than, or a little less than an hour from now after 7 o'clock, from 1 to 3 meters, about 3 to 10 feet. Highly depends on the wave direction and how it travels over the open waters. Over in Guam, about the same, 1 to 3 feet, falling anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. So none confirmed yet. We're just waiting on that. We're closing in on that last hour before it comes our way. And I just want to point that the initial surge of energy could be much smaller, maybe about 0.1 to 0.3 meters after 10 o'clock. But once we jump up into that 8 o'clock hour, that's when we could see that big jump and rise as all of that energy catches up and comes to the islands. And this is going to be wraparound energy across the entire island chain that we're seeing, but starting at 7:10 over Honolulu this evening. And it's important to note, even though some areas may not see a whole lot of run up
or coastal flooding. It is going to be very unpredictable with the strong currents. And this has been a concern with a lot of our tsunamis in the past, strong rip currents and the strong currents that will come. So that's why it's important to leave the beaches, not be near waters, not watch from the shorelines, to be at higher grounds, because there's just too much that's unpredictable in all of this. So tsunami warning is up and running, and that is going to be closing in on that hour as we approach 7:10. Mark and Steph.
That's right, Jen. Thank you so much. And we want to go now live. This is a live look at Hanalei Bay on the Garden Isle. And this is where the first tsunami waves will arrive at around 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, that is the first site of expected activity. We are now less than an hour away after the quake happened around 1:30 our time this afternoon. We are anticipating an update from state and county emergency officials at any moment now. When that happens, we'll be going out to it live, but the first wave is expected to arrive 7:10. Hanalei is that first location where we could be seeing any type of activity. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, we have crews at the Emergency Operations Center. We have a crew on Maui. Dylan Acheta was there. We just heard from him. And also we have a crew en route to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now, expecting a new update very shortly.
And of course, our First Alert weather team is also standing by with the very latest. And we want to go now to our Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for more insight.
All right, good evening, Steph. Good evening, Mark. Of course, we've been tracking this throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The earthquake happened at around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. One of the things, of course, we've been talking about is just absolutely how strong this earthquake is. This is an 8.8, upgraded from an 8.7, which was originally estimated to be around an 8.0. Of course, we don't typically see an 8 in terms of the Richter scale about once a year. We're nearly at that 8-point or the 9-point scale, where we see one of those about roughly one every 10 years. We've been showing this graph a lot today. This is just the overall caliber of the earthquakes. And of course, this is on a fault line that's very active just off of Russia. Ben and I have been talking about this since last week. Ben, you were here in the studio covering a tsunami watch for the island chain for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, which is an energy equivalent to about 1 billion pounds of TNT or explosive. But this one, nearly 1 trillion pounds of TNT. And Ben, what was it like when we had that watch initially and it was taken down about a week ago?
It was there was obviously some concern because during the watch, this is the period of time when officials, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the geophysicists, the seismologists are looking at all the data and trying to determine if a tsunami has indeed been generated. The watch basically means that it's a heads up. You're supposed to take basically, be aware that an earthquake has occurred and a tsunami may have been generated, and then be on the alert for a tsunami advisory, which would tell us that a tsunami is coming, but it won't be destructive, or a tsunami warning, where a destructive tsunami could be possible. We've been talking about, even the officials have been saying, we don't know how big the waves are going to be. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, as Jennifer has been talking about, or Japan, parts of Russia, some of them have been up to maybe 20 feet or thereabouts, 15 feet. It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data when you look at the globe. We're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here or, over here that tells us exactly how big a wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got all the dart buoys that are like right along the coastline. So that'll give us the initial indication. But then when you get to, the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size of a tsunami when it comes from the northwest or comes from the west, like we've seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean. And we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will report that as soon as we can. And now we're within 1 hour. Right now, as of on air, it's 6:20 p.m. The original estimates for the Hanalei arrival of the tsunami, 7:10 p.m. We're within 50 minutes of the arrival, or the estimated arrival. It's not going to be exact, but we're going to be around that time, 7:17 for Oahu, and then continuing down the island chain within the next 20-ish minutes. So again, we've got a lot to watch over the next hour or so, and we still have time. You still have time to prepare. You still have time to go upstairs. Make sure to grab important documents, grab water, non-perishables in case you're stuck for a while. And of course, make sure to take care of your family first and make sure they are aware of the threat.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents, even if the wave is not there. Right now, we got a live press conference to take to you. I think this is over at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, we're going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French Frigate Shoals at 6:33 p.m. We expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report as to the evacuation that should be maintained. Absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores. We will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm. Remember, at 6:40, that's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have, but we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines that could do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the other islands. We're in constant contact with all of our partners either on the mainland or within here, our state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant, take this seriously, and wait until you get the all clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA. So we're on several calls so far at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. we're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day, 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960, took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? They, at least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road, but we will do search and rescue throughout.
Lei'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward. Mike Hite.
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island, and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate that, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors. And we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours. So it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Darrell Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that caused the great damage in Hilo? And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map. Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, you know, the wave in 1960 when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot. And then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out, perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars. It will throw fences around. If it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan. And we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in 1 moment the next alarm. So why don't we actually pause now and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe. And we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from Midway Atoll, the wave measuring 6 feet, but across the ocean, 3 feet. And they say that it doesn't sound as large. However, do not be mistaken, because these are tsunami waves, different from a surf wave. They push inland and they also wrap around the island.
Yeah, and emergency officials repeated, several times that, it's impossible to predict. Whatever happens in one location is not an indicator of what will happen here in the islands, as we are about 30 minutes out from the first expected impacts of the wave.
Right now we're hearing that alarm. That is the final alarm that the state is going to issue, signaling that we are just 30 minutes away from the estimated arrival of the first tsunami waves that will arrive in Hanalei on the Garden Isle, on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren. So the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go back to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about, because this is really the first time that we've gotten some real data in regard to impact on this. So let's send it over to Ben Gutierrez at the First Alert Weather Center. Ben, how do we process and digest what the governor just said in terms of measurements?
Well, he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course, that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is, I'm going to try and zoom out here, and it is actually right, if we didn't have, hang on here just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at, hang on just a second, I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that. And then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately, I'll just put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes, yeah. So let's see, hang on just a second. We're just gonna try and zoom out a little bit.
Just so we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water. And
if you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call the bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Honolulu Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see, like right here at Honolulu Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we began a contraflow to traffic to send everything MOCA. So any one-way streets headed Mackay, you can get on there and head MOCA. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, I have Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way. Okay. So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic. Okay. Tell them they've got to be very careful because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders. If they're giving you directions, definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but the word that but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundations zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival. And that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Waialua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful. Again, heed the warnings, get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. CORE, which is also in my department, has been very busy since about 4 o'clock today. They've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you. Yeah.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you, we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, I've been through this before. The wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour. And we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. As it turned out, we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us at 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and
Yeah.
mountain areas, kind of waiting.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline, but a lot of them will see that initial wave and then say, okay, we're good. So what can you tell them? They want to get home, but they're still call.
Well, I think that they want to go to HNL Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television. Maybe they have some kind of reception there, or to any of the station's websites. But stick with accurate information, and we'll keep you folks advised too as to what people should do. We're going to just, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, and that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain until after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever, because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on. And so while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives. So information is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're gonna have to see what the extent of it is. I think, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. We're gonna be on full alert. I mean, we're gonna try to do everything we possibly can. You heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim Island as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the fire department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
Mayor, so Dr. Arlen said that they can't send their ambulance into the zone right now. Is that the same with HPD and with HFD just because of the danger to those assets?
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne?
Yes.
Our officers are dedicated and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated. And as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now. And that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in working really hard. All of our support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Yes, just an update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay bound, ocean bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are 3 that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll bring you back down for the next update.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after that we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Honolulu. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the course. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains, it pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Honolulu live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Honolulu and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass. But at the same time, places like Honolulu, even Honolulu, as you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves, because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. And so there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see, as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Honolulu up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland, and also on west, or make that East Kauai, places like Wailua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically, or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is one. Navilivili Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure. And that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event. And we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The Rivers Point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, get that receding that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion. We're talking about, it's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. You got people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars. 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have 1960 and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay's shape. It's incredible of how shallow the waters are. And because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open water. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kauai, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour, that energy is going to get caught up. And so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3 with that Johnson Atoll reading at 3 feet. We could see that energy making our way around that marker, but it could be even higher. We're talking about helium and the shape of the bay that could pile up water and mold. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour. And Guam ran anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia, and it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. We're talking about this evening, the power with 1960 magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet. So the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake 9.1, 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully. And the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. See some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area or, places like Hanalei, the water will recede a lot and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual water line, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. So that's, again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. It just kind of depends on what this had to travel through and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. There's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner. But at the moment, that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Kauai, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene. We're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right. And, taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it, on camera, you can definitely tell that that is the tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Hilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake. We're looking at this. Our first alert weather team is monitoring this shot very closely. Literally an unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First, it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 710 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival, but then again, remember,
And it
is
just
not
hit
just the first one.
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning. And we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels, going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now, 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak. When something like this, the first area of focus is Hanalei Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well, As we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots, since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
Well, one thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hanalei Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point, but we are still seeing some currents that that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive. And that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu. And so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Mahea with some of the images you've captured. Hi, Mahea.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from Kaka'ako High Rise. And it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing. And so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach if you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who surf, watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them, because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving rather, some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that, 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is Dart 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, yeah, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest. Recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan. 2 other dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4, 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657. Ben, do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam.
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up for you.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level is going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up, you've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera, but again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up. And again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water as the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between 2 to just below -1 feet below the average very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said is measured at 6 foot at the buoy.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves, those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those are definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Honolulu camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Honolulu Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But That's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Hanalei, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies. And but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here, the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state, because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location, it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for probably several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We are just reacting. So of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we are continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific, but our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. But we actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year, because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways. And so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know that you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase, but can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific. And they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges. And if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. And so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having in the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Hanalei Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Hanalei Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and that there were some people in the Hanalei area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have, just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Hanalei. It's not just, it's not that big. It's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge. It might not be, something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you're speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there.
Yeah, that's what I was
foiling.
going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And, you know, I mean, the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go. But, you know, in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point.
Yeah.
So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Haleiwa right now, and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. But you can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So this current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And that's why, like this gentleman or Wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now,
there.
it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. And you can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I can see it.
Yeah.
You do see that receding a little bit more now.
If we would have had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Honolulu Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, you know, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed
Some
there.
lava rock along the bay.
Actually,
there,
just
too.
look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really
Don't
hard
know.
to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now. And the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Honolulu Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I
but-
do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down. And it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And
But yes.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Honolulu Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Honolulu Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean. And the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding, and now seeing that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Honolulu Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Honolulu Bay. So pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there, another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this, but the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kahului, Dylan and Chetta's up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago, where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that. And we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming in.
That is what caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion in all of this. And it was moving at once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour. But it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around. And then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times. And I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go. But the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane and what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening here, where we have been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, we can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now. As we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This was happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see. Just, from looking at it right now, you can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist high water. And so the run up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run up, and also maybe it's either a run up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more again could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Hanalei. Gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah, and while we're taking a look at this, we just did get word from state officials that the next press conference to give us an update on what they're seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So of course we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with some of the passing showers and the trade winds. And we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf. And it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that can give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe mud washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture. And also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam. But probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island, maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over in Nawiliwili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nawiliwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about a half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now. And again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Hanalei so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze. It'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right, and I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest Tsunami Warning Siren Bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa, that looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Hanalei Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower and possibly, but you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble. If And if it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaivi coastline, even for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy. But basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, where it's shallower, after it gets past, the deeper water and you start hitting that area, even Hanamo Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there and it hits the reef and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Hanalei Bay as we take this live look. And we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawili buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Hanalei pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents, and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage. Over at La Mariana Harbor, that's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger. And you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. Yeah. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all kapakai at the moment, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance up. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Hanalei cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Nawili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that, but I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Nawili. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously not safe to go there right now, but we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out to the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners are heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way. But that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again. And that's what we've been also seeing in Honolulu Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide right now. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated. So it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Nahawiliwili, and Haleiwa as well as we're tracking this.
That's right. And we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan Ancheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. There is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here. And so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. This out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really more like it's bound to happen, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Praying a lot for our homes, especially those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So.
And I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or, are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to. And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's a better preparedness for this time, and the traffic is horrible.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now? And kind of set the scene for us.
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go because, I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
And Joe, I want to ask you, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when I was like, what, a tsunami coming? You gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end, I came out, I forgot the spam and the toilet paper.
That's the first thing I told my friend. I said, hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
We were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive, and picked up whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little bit of sushi sandwich, and that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive took us an hour and a half, and just to go and get my car and then head over here. So we didn't get much.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, I mean, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home. And that's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And, it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely. And that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other. And we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui. But unfortunately, we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference, an update from AIMA. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference, so although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Waikiki right now. One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. Something that is happening during this time, you take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, who has the latest initial readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings. So this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude per 12 minutes. Hanalei was 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Midway, as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data actually means. So when we're talking about amplitude, it's measured relative to normal sea level. So it is not crest to trough wave. And that's what we're seeing with these initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes for one wave to the next.
So that's what we're seeing. So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now, for
rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters in some cases to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's that we're ending this concern.
Governor, up next, Ashley, Public Radio.
Can you also
when the all clear comes, that means, I guess, what are like the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far, so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today, but that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So the
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet, but we can say this, as opposed to about an hour and a half ago, certainly you can detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with this tsunami warning event.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live shots at Hanalei, Ka'anapali, Waikiki, and Haleiwa, just as Governor Green said. Everybody witnessed those changes. There was activity in the water, and on the positive side, they noticed that it was on the smaller side. However, as you mentioned, Mark, and as just officials stress, it does not mean that we are in the clear just yet. Of course, we're waiting for another series of waves and data to come in.
Yeah, we're still in the window right now. Forecasters are continuing to keep a close eye on the movement. Something that was said repeatedly in this news conference just now is that, right now, what is happening in the ocean, there's a ton of energy out there. And thankfully, this hasn't resulted in coastal flooding. We've seen the numbers with the recession of the shoreline and things of that nature, but no major coastal flooding right now. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has a closer look at the numbers that scientists are picking up. Jen.
After that press conference, so far so good, as we are going to be in good shape if we continue this trend. So Haleiwa, the biggest in amplitude, we're talking about 4 feet per 12 minutes. So that's with the wave energy that we're seeing. Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Initial readings that we saw over in Midway at 3 feet with lots of force behind it. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of coastal flooding, but we are seeing a lot of energy over the waters and lots of movement as well. So the movement that we'll continue to see at night, you could actually see this was the initial readings, anywhere from 0.2 or 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So that would be just about a foot or so. And then 1 to 2 meters up to like more than 3 feet that was initially expected. And that's what we're seeing with some of these initial waves, about 4 feet. And Haleiwa was the biggest. And just to take a closer look, the time of the measurement is what we're seeing. Amplitude, tsunami amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So it's not crest to trough wave heights that we're given here. And per period, we're talking about the time in minutes from one wave to the next. So example, like we're talking about with Haleiwa coming in at 12 minutes, that is from one wave to the next there. And then Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. That's one wave to the next as well. So we are expecting a tsunami is a series of long ocean waves. As you know, each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more, and then essentially could lead to flooding. But we have been in pretty good shape so far, but it is quite unpredictable with the strong currents. So we're not out of the woods yet. We're not in the clear yet. And it looks like as we pass the amplitude here, reaching its peak, we'll be on a downward trend when it comes to those wave heights, which is great news for us, but unpredictable still with those strong currents, rip currents that we've been seeing. On top of all of this energy, we do have a south swell, also east facing shores, seeing some swell energy there, wraparound energy for all of the islands. And then on top of all of that, it's coinciding with that high tide. So in the past, the most effective areas, Hilo got hit really hard in 1946, 1960, and 2011, known as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And also what plays a big role in all of this is the wave direction that we're seeing as it comes through the source there of the epicenter. Kona suffered damage in 1975 and also in 2011. And then we did see plenty of energy in past years with run-up, depending on the wave direction, all the way on those north shores of all of the islands over the western end of the state. So very fascinating when you take a look at tsunami history and also the science behind it. And Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. And that can cause, of course, as we've seen today, as it unfolds before our very own eyes, huge surges of energy to travel across the ocean. And the origin in the past has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And the history has showed us the magnitude and depth between these do play a big role. But even with a strong magnitude earthquake like 8.8 in 2010, it was only about 3 feet when it comes to the wave heights during that time. So it highly depends on the direction as it travels over the ocean, a lot of elements as it comes our way. But here's a friendly reminder, the power of water. Usually we talk about this when we get a lot of flooding from rain, but 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And the power of water is substantial when it comes to this tsunami energy. We'll take a deeper look at all of these elements coming together in a little bit. But first, back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Jen, for that important information as we continue to await the information just released from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials there. But as we take a live look now at this Waikiki camera live view, you can see, just as Governor Green mentioned, another positive thing that came out of this event is that Everybody heeded the warnings.
Yes.
Coastlines are clear. He said just minus a couple of fender benders out on the roadways. Everybody showed that aloha spirit. They listened to officials, and you can see right now, nobody on the beach, minus that one foiler or stand-up paddleboarder out in Hanalei Bay that we spotted earlier tonight. But he says, let's continue to kokua. Let's continue to stay in this together and have this positive outcome, because this is not over yet.
No, precisely. We're still in the window right now. We're staying on this cam because it is our only visible cam. But yeah, you think about kind of how this afternoon played out, right? And the response time that has happened. So you had the initial quake at 1:30. The severity was upgraded to an 8.8, and then the warning came down about 3 o'clock this afternoon, around 2:45 or so. So in that time, up until you hit 7:15, that was enough time for, action to be taken in terms of locating evacuation shelters, clearing up the roadways. Yes, we saw the traffic, but, in the hours since, that has dissipated. That coincided with rush hour traffic, and then just the response county by county across the state, with state crews going out there, making sure that beachgoers are off the coast, off the shoreline right now. You still have some people out there taking their chances. But, from what we heard in the governor's most recent remarks about 10 minutes ago, yes, we are still in the window, but we did hear the phrase all clear being mentioned several times in those remarks. All clear has not been given yet, but just based off of the initial readings that have come in so far, there seems to be some positive developments on what we have seen from the initial surge. And going back to, you think back to the different models that we have seen from just buoy measurings, and you see that first spike that you have, the very dramatic spike within the first couple of waves, and after that you have some smaller spikes. So let's just hope, from what we have seen so far, it remains to just be current surges, nothing in the way of coastal flooding, knock on wood.
Right, a live look now at Honolulu Harbor with Aloha Tower shining brightly there. You can see clearly that all of the boats have left, the fishing boats. Coast Guard cutter has left as well, as soon as that tsunami warning siren went off. And we won't be hearing any more sirens after the 7:10 initial arrival of those waves, but we are still heavily monitoring any changes that we will be seeing on our coastlines. We also want to give an update that Kole Kole Pass is officially closed. Of course, military officials jumped in and worked with the State Department of Transportation to open up that valuable key passageway to allow West Oahu residents who are near the coastlines to evacuate readily. So they closed Kole Kole Pass at approximately 8:15 tonight due to low visibility, they say, but they did report that an estimated 410 residents were able to utilize that key passageway thanks to the military for making that available to them.
Yeah, it's precisely what its intent. And again, that's what it's there for, right? To, come to the aid of leeward Oahu residents during these types of situations. And so far, as we give you a look from our Hilo cam, as we have seen how these images have developed over the course of the last couple of hours or so, and how daylight has dissipated, no major activity in terms of coastal flooding. We saw the water receding when we were looking at that Hanalei Bay cam, the water receding from the shots we were getting at Haleiwa Harbor. We are getting some reports of water kind of, moving in at Maunalua Bay out in East Honolulu. We are told the parking lot is filled with water out at Coconut Island out in Hilo. As you can see from this cam, it's on the bottom left of your screen.
Yep.
Yeah. So
you see it too, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. If you look closely, and we want to thank our producer for showing us. It's really hard to make out because, of course, it is nighttime and all of these changes are taking place. But yes, the bottom right corner there, you can see the parking
Actually,
lot.
bottom left.
Bottom left.
Yeah.
Yes, that left.
Yeah, the other left.
Is completely flooded. Ben and Drew, you could speak about this. And of course, Jen also mentioned high tides playing a role.
Yeah, high tides do play a role, but remember earlier, this is several hours ago, and I mentioned about how this is a place where the currents go in and out by that bridge. Now, usually that parking lot, you can see 4 stalls just to the right under the street light over there, just above the palm tree to the bottom left. So that is usually dry land. That is very dry. You can park your car there. I've done live shots from that particular area during tropical cyclones and so forth. So yeah, apparently while we were going through the various and sundry press conferences and getting more data, one thing that has apparently happened is that the ocean, a tsunami came and flooded the parking lot at Coconut Island. And there it is in this live shot. So that's all ocean water that came in. And I was trying to look a little bit earlier before we pointed out the fact that the parking lot is flooded. I was trying to look at the currents beneath the bridge.
That's right.
And, you know, it looks a little weird right now. It may be coming in again for, you know, we'll take a look at some of the spikes, but there is some current that's going on over there that I can kind of detect. But basically the sign that something is going on, the parking lot in the foreground in front of the Coconut Island Bridge, it's flooded. It's basically, we've had something, you know, a significant wave height come in as well.
Yeah, and you know, as we're seeing that right now, so the parking lot of Coconut Island is flooded. We also have the video queued up from Mauna Lua Bay with the water coming in. Let's see if we can play that. And so
this is in East Oahu, Hawaii Kai. Wow.
now this is during, you know, we have construction in the area right now for a dredging project. Who knows how that will be impacted, but you're just seeing how, whereas we were watching the water around the 7:15 time frame, okay, the first expected window of arrival for this tsunami, kind of the different effects that it is having. If what we are seeing is water moving in, a parking lot flooded, we will take that from what we have seen in the past, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But most importantly, so Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials saying before they give the all clear, yes, these are positive signs, but they are going to hope that we continue to see more of these smaller waves in the next series of waves that are set to arrive to Hawaii before giving the all clear.
And I want to take another look at some of the data from the Midway Atoll. Of course, the buoy that we've been watching all evening out there, of course, is kind of giving us a picture out of how these waves are going to be moving in. We've got open water in between the peninsula where the earthquake happened and Hawaii. So we really don't have a good idea of a good way to analyze it along the way as it's tracking towards the island chain. Ben and I are here in the Weather Center right now. We are looking at this data. This is from the Sand Island Midway Atoll buoy. You can actually take a look. This is over the last few hours. Again, we've been watching the actual waves from the tsunami moving in. Again, Ben, it's up and down, up and down. The buoy is rising very quickly, dropping very quickly. I do want to point out just again, we've even seen another shock or another large boost in the at the end there. This happened around 7:06 p.m. local time for the Midway Atoll. Again, we're still watching. That's why we haven't seen the all clear yet. We're still seeing spikes coming in on the buoys.
Yeah, a little bit earlier we showed you like these 4 spikes here, 1, 2, 3, 4. They get smaller. 2 smaller spikes, and then we've got this next spike, spike number 5, I guess I'll call it. And this one is obviously larger than the first one. So it's not necessary that the first wave was the biggest. We're not seeing that. We're already seeing some data that shows that we did have a much higher wave, and that could have possibly moved in. This might have been the one that flooded Coconut Island's parking lot.
And Jennifer Robbins, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins mentioned that's a hot spot. Hilo Bay is a hot spot for flooding, especially when it comes to past tsunamis. And we're getting word from our producer, that we are seeing some flooding over in Hilo Bay. We want to take you back out there. Still seeing some water moving into.
It's a closer shot here.
Yes, moving into the parking lot there.
Yeah, looks like, there we go. Yeah, looks like, I'm just going to move away from the desk for a moment, but it looks like, yeah, there's water. We can't really tell where the edge is, but because of darkness, but it looks like more water has been starting to move into the parking lot there. You can see on the right side of your screen where that little light reflection is, that might be a little bit of water movement there that's been happening, but that that parking lot is definitely flooded. Just looking to see if it's getting a little bit higher or if some of the water is actually leaving the parking lot or trying to drain from the parking lot at this point. But you can see most of the parking lot at Coconut Island and Hilo Bay basically got inundated by ocean. So that's a sign that we have had some tsunami waves that have been moving through. They're not big, but once again, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those times where not having the worst case scenario is definitely something to celebrate. But again, we're not completely done with this event yet because as we've been emphasizing over and over, this is not one wave, this is a series of, you know, an update. And we've also got an update now from Chip McCreary, the head of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Let's go there now.
The Big Island now, and we actually got our largest reading so far at 4 feet from crest to trough, so from the bottom of the wave to the top about. That's just the initial wave so far there. Some of the other readings have come up here. Maybe I've reported these before, but about 8 feet crest to trough at Kahului. Again, about 8 feet crest to trough in Haleiwa. 3 feet, actually that grew a little bit, in Hanalei. It's also about 4 feet crest to trough in Hanalei. So again, the oscillations are continuing, and they're in places where it's already hit, maybe on Kauai. Hopefully they're starting to die down a bit, but as I mentioned before, we want to monitor this for quite a few wave cycles to make sure the pattern is really going down and it's not going to pop back up again, which it does. This is a pretty standard pattern that things will go down a couple of waves and come up again. So we'll just be, our job right now for Hawaii is just to continue monitoring this and reporting the readings. And I mean, we issued another bulletin just maybe about half an hour ago with our latest readings, and we'll just continue to do that.
Can you tell us what kind of damage that size waves could do?
Oh, it depends. They're not, they're the kind of things that could cause damage to smaller wooden structures, I suppose. It's hard to say. The thing is that the readings we're reporting here are what we see on a gauge, and so we can't really see what's happening all along a coastline. And gauges are usually in fairly protected places inside a harbor, so oftentimes it's not the largest reading you see on a gauge, because people put gauges in a protected place because they want them to last a long time, versus putting them on an open coast. So we're reporting what we see on these gauges, but we don't know what's actually happening comprehensively along a coast. So if the water comes up, I think I mentioned once before, if for a human, if you're standing in water even up to your knee and it's fast moving water, it can easily sweep you off your feet. And so water has a lot of power when it's flowing fast, and when it comes onto the land, that's what's happening. It's flowing fast, so it can damage structures. But so far we haven't seen anything too big, but still a little bit early. So we're not out of the woods yet. But I'm quite happy that we, at least on our gauges, we haven't seen numbers like 10 feet above normal sea level. We're seeing the biggest ones are close to 10 feet from crest to trough.
You spoke about kind of informing neighboring countries and nations about the waves coming in. What's the latest data you're giving to them? And since it's past Hawaii, now moving further south, what are you telling neighboring nations?
Well, what we do is we send them the results of our forecast model. So they can see along their coastline, our model makes forecasts based on an approximation for how big the amplitude might be along their coasts. And then they can make their own decisions about issuing alerts based on that. In some places, like in northern Chile, the Chileans have told us they have a very cliffy coastline. So if they have a wave that's 1 meter, it's not a threat to them because it's not going to go inland along that cliffy coast. So it's all kind of depends upon the individual country, what they decide to do with these amplitudes we send them. But we'll update our forecast. We updated this one several times, and then we issue it to those countries.
We've heard some reports that people have started to return back to their homes, especially on the North Shore. That's where we got the reports from. What is your reaction to that, and what would your advice be?
That's a very poor thing to do until we know it's safe. And I would always advise to follow instructions from the emergency management community. You're kind of taking an unnecessary chance, and I hope they're all right. But by the same token, I think it's not the right thing to do.
Could you kind of explain why it's not just one big sweeping wave, but it's these rounds that keep on coming minutes apart?
Well, even if you have seen films of the 2011 tsunami in Japan, you can see that sometimes when the wave comes in, it's very subtle. It just looks like a little bit of a surge of the sea. It just starts coming in a little bit and rising slowly, but it doesn't stop. It keeps rising and rising and rising, and the current gets faster and faster. And there's videos of a town that's wiped out in 15 minutes from something that didn't come in like a wall of water. It just came in like a slowly rising tide. Well, not as slow as the tides. It's a rising tide that will come to its peak in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And why it does that really depends upon the shape of the coastline and the offshore bathymetry. So if it's a gently sloping offshore bathymetry, then the sea is just going to rise slowly. But if it's something that gets focused, or sometimes if there's a sharper slope, then the wave can rise up and form this rolling white water like you see in a breaking surf wave.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly that something big could happen at this point that could change the course of what you're watching?
I'm hopeful not. I think, well, we still haven't seen what's going to happen on the Big Island because we haven't seen enough cycles, but we've seen quite a few cycles on Kauai, and there haven't been any surprises. It did grow after the first waves, but it hasn't grown. It hasn't grown very quickly after that. So I'm hopeful. In most places, maybe we've seen the worst of it.
Does the waterline return to normal in between each wave, or does it come all the way in and go all the way back out? How does that work?
When it floods the coast, the water goes down, the coast will drain, but you can have spots on the land where the water is back, and it's not going to flow back out to sea. So in big tsunamis where you've had a lot of destruction of structures, then the flowing back out is as dangerous as the flowing back in because you're carrying all this debris, and the debris are battering rams, and of course it's terrible for people in the water too. So. Okay, well, this time I think we'll probably wait another hour to come back down, so we have maybe a more comprehensive look at what has happened and maybe some outlook on where we're going. So thank you.
We were listening into a news conference with Chip McCreary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, just providing us the latest. He mentioned wealth of information right there on kind of the statistics and the new data models that are coming in. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins can break that down for us on kind of what we're seeing in terms of the forecast.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, so far, so good with the initial cycles is what Chip was talking about. And we're crossing our fingers. It continues to behave this way as what we've seen with these initial readings. So those first initial waves came in at 7 o'clock, but then grew larger and larger by 8 o'clock. And hopefully we'll be on the downward trend into the next several hours. But Chip was talking about it's too early to say if we'll have another spike in energy. So we're not in the clear yet. But what we're seeing is unpredictable, strong currents accompanying all of this, as we did see the initial waves come into the picture during that 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour. Here are some of the initial readings reaching the islands. So Haleiwa, one of the largest there at 4 feet. Also on Maui, you see this is an amplitude per 12 seconds in Haleiwa. There's lots of movement over the waters. In Honolulu, it was about 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. So when you look at that timestamp there, when we're talking about per 12 minutes or per 20 minutes, that is wave after wave. We're talking about the first cycle, and then you'll see that energy coming in a period of time for one wave to the next. And also, amplitude is a measurement here relative to normal sea levels. So these are the numbers that we're seeing that are relative to normal sea level. And we are seeing it hopefully on a downward trend, but it's too early to say. As you can see, the magnitude, the depth, the wave direction plays a big role of how all of this unfolds. And as the waves get closer and closer to the islands and how it interacts with the island chain and also with our seafloor as well. And you could see back in history in 1960, a 9.5 magnitude hurricane or a 9.5 magnitude earthquake, very devastating situation. It arrived 15 hours up to 35 feet during that time period. And that was one of the strongest and one of the most devastating in history that we have on record, with that 9.5 magnitude earthquake that happened in Chile. And then also in 2010, even though it was a strong magnitude earthquake at 8.8, only about 3 feet. So it really highly depends. Each individual tsunami is not alike with the magnitude, how far the wave energy has to travel, what direction it has to travel in. And then in 2011, with the Japan earthquake at 9.1, we did see anywhere from 6 to 7 feet in property damage. So it's really dark outside. It's not until tomorrow's morning light we'll see what kind of damage is coming our way. It's too early to say what the readings are. We're seeing some initial cycles in Hilo, but it usually gets hit pretty hard there, being the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And so we'll see what the readings are in the following cycles that we're seeing there. But fortunately enough, we've been seeing some maybe run up and not a whole lot of coastal flooding that's making its way inland. So that's been great news for us. And we could be seeing more run up into the next couple of hours. And also a big concern, of course, will be all of the activity and movement over the waters with the swell energy that we're seeing right now, with the tide that we're seeing. And then on top of that, of course, how unpredictable some of that energy is, and that it's coming in surges. But as we've been talking about throughout the entire evening, Hawaii is no stranger to tsunamis. It has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812, and we've seen a number of origins. Right now, the epicenter, even though it has been so far away, it's incredible how far these waves can travel, up to 500 to 550 miles per hour, and then eventually arrive. And we had that 5 to 6 hour window. And it looks like a lot of the projections have been pretty good, right on target. Initially, the lower end, when we're talking about 3 feet or so, we've been falling anywhere from about 3 feet to 4 feet so far, and hoping that trend continues as we approach the next several hours. Thank you very much,
As you said, yes, we are watching and we are currently waiting and continuing to monitor the effects that we're seeing live. We just showed you that flooded parking lot at Coconut Island over in Hilo, and we are currently preparing a video clip for you to show you at home of the ebb and flow of Hanalei Bay. We actually have that right now, a time lapse of when the initial waves were arriving Hanalei Bay at 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, so the window started at 7:10, and over the next 20 minutes to half hour or so, we were keeping a very close eye on kind of how this shot was evolving, and this time lapse really shows that. As you can see, some of the water moving back, the exposing more and more of the shoreline and the shallow areas there. Just really fascinating to see how this was unfolding before our very
Yeah, this really is a historical moment, Mark, as us and the entire state of Hawaii watch these events unfolding. However, you know, it could also be a moment of anxiety for a lot of people, especially because this is happening at night where you can't really observe and see the changes. As we were all recalling the past major tsunami and the effects of that one in Japan back in 2011, the effects were during the day where we could actually see and observe those effects. So we are in for possibly a long night ahead.
Yeah, but you know what we've been hearing from the latest updates from Haima and the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Yes, we are still in the window, but there is optimism with the numbers that have emerged so far and the data they are tracking with the forecasts. We do want to mention this, that Hawaiian Airlines is safely resuming flight operations this evening as airports reopen. We appreciate our guests' patience and understanding while we adjusted operations here in Hawaii. Guests with travel to, from, or within the Hawaiian Islands should continue to check the status of their flights.
And as far as we know, the Hilo airport remains closed, and the Kahului airport, all flights to and from Kahului airport have been canceled. And just as Mark, you mentioned, it is best to just check in with your individual flight carriers for the latest schedules. Now, as I understand, we want to go live to our reporter, Daryl Huff, who has an update for us. Daryl.
Hey, Steph and Mark. So we're at the Joint Information Center, which is part of the Department of Defense. We're here in Diamond Head Crater, where the governor's been holding his basically hourly press conferences. Well, the governor has left the building. I think that's a big sign of confidence, although what they're saying here is, please, if you're outside of the inundation zone because you have evacuated, stay outside of it for now. We're waiting for an all clear signal. Now, what they're telling us is that the governor and his emergency staff will not be making updates again formally from here, but they'll be pushing out things on social media that obviously we will pick up at Hawaii News Now and repeat on our digital platforms. And of course, you guys are on the air and you've been doing a great job. Congratulations. But for now, there's a lot of confidence here that they won't have to have another update about danger to the community, but there is energy in the water and it's very tricky out there. So what they're going to do is send out updates on social media, probably about now and then another hour. When there is an all clear, the Adjutant General will come out and announce it. And that will be on X, on their social media. And of course, we'll pick that up and turn it around probably live for you here on Hawaii News Now. So for now, the governor has left the building. There seems to be a lot of confidence that we have gotten through this crisis safely. And now I'll send it back to you folks on the set.
Carol, thank you very much. That is a significant development there. But of course, we are still on standby for the all clear. And as far as we've been told, that could even come tomorrow.
Come tomorrow. We've heard a range of estimates, right? You've heard an all clear being whispered potentially within the next couple hours or so. Other sides, if you listen to forecasters and scientists who, you know, of course, they're looking at the numbers, they're looking at the models all night throughout this. And so you're not going to see maybe an all clear on their end for another few hours after that. Regardless, what we are witnessing so far is something that has shown, you know, some areas of rising tide levels, strong current. This right now, as we give you our live shot from our Hilo Bay cam, is probably the most visual representation of what we can see so far, you know, in the current conditions with the darkness here, is that the parking lot at Coconut Island has been flooded, giving us a sign in addition to some of the video that we've been seeing with the receding water of the effects of this.
Yeah, and actually, in about 5 minutes ago or so, we were just hearing from a reporter who was out on the North Shore near Haleiwa, saying he witnessed water rushing back under the Rainbow Bridge. I know that we were taking some visuals from there earlier, but I want to open it up now to our First Alert weather team, Drew Davis and Ben Gutierrez, about your thoughts so far on where we're at tonight.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment, what we've been seeing is a good sign. Basically, I know that some have said we may not get the all clear until tomorrow morning, but part of the scenario is this could be, there's a police car going into the parking lot, trying to make sure that nobody's there, hasn't seen anybody. So, okay, that's a good sign. At least the parking lot is navigable and nobody's there.
Yep.
That's also pretty good. But again, there could be another wave, there could be another surge that could be coming in. That's kind of what we're monitoring right now, because we don't know. We have some idea, but we don't know just how many waves have been generated by this earthquake. It could be a while. However, confidence seems to be increasing, as Daryl mentioned, that this event, excuse me, could be downgraded a little bit, because we've seen the spikes get a little bit bigger, but they haven't grown like huge.
Yes.
So if they're getting a little bit smaller and smaller as the night goes along, one part of the scenario is we might not get an all clear, but the warning might be downgraded a little bit to an advisory, where you still have to watch out for tsunami waves. They won't be destructive, but they can still cause strong currents. They can still cause some coastal inundation, just not anything destructive. So that's another possibility that could happen, where the warning will be downgraded to an advisory.
Yeah, and we're going to be definitely watching out for that. One of the questions that we've been getting from viewers, at least what I've seen on our social media platforms, is that, of course, we've been talking about a lot of technical terms when it comes to the waves, the amplitude, the crest, the trough. If you bring us back on camera, I do want to show just what we're talking about when we talk about these terms, because it kind of gives you a better idea of how we're actually analyzing the data coming in from NOAA and coming in from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Here's what we showed you of Sand Island at Midway Atoll just a little while ago. Ben, you could point out again where we're seeing the shocks or the bumps coming in from the tsunami wave. And that's kind of playing into how this wave is changing very drastically. This is a diagram that I do want to walk you through, because this is kind of an explanation of what's going on out there. We've got a crest, a trough, the wavelength, so how far the waves are, which is what we've been seeing, about 20-ish minutes, I believe, between waves. So that's what we've been watching, at least coming from the data from Midway Atoll. And then the amplitude is how far it is away from its neutral position, so not up, not down. Again, this is a diagram you may be familiar with if you took high school physics.
Or we're paying attention.
But this is definitely, it gives a little bit more insight to how these diagrams work with the data we've been getting from Midway Atoll. We've shown Na Willy Willy, and then we've also taken a look at over at Hanalei Bay, where we were seeing the water receding, feeding that wave, allowing it to grow its amplitude. So it gives a little bit more insight there.
Yeah, so when we're talking about a 4-foot amplitude over at Haleiwa, we're talking about the regular wave level. We're talking about this here, and then the amplitude, the 4 feet. And so basically I'm like 5'6", and so that would be about here. And so what we saw earlier from the live pictures that we had from Haleiwa a little bit earlier this evening definitely showed that, because you could see where the water level was. That was probably the high point. And then we could see where the sand had basically been exposed as the water was receding. So we're definitely seeing, so it's a tsunami. It's not huge, but we have tsunamis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mark, Steph, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and you were just talking about the 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, and that's where we want to go live next.
Yeah, let's take it over to our Kyle Chinen, who is standing by live on the North Shore, monitoring the coastline. What can you tell us of what you've been seeing so far, Kyle?
Yeah, guys, we're here at Haleiwa Harbor, and just a couple minutes ago, the water, which has been consistently receding out of the harbor into the ocean and back towards the shoreline, just flooded a good chunk of the parking lot here at Haleiwa Harbor. I'm going to step out of the shot so that you can see just the wet ground. It was about ankle height, but it receded from the docks onto the parking lot area here. You know, we saw a bunch of cars. There are a lot of locals and residents here that are out just trying to check out kind of what's been going on. And this is, some of the residents have been telling me that was the farthest inland that it has reached here at the harbor parking lot. Some cars are just trying to get out of the area as soon as possible when it came in. And it lasted for about, I would say, 5 to 6 minutes before it started to recede back into the harbor area and then back into the ocean. And it's been pretty consistent like that here all night. Not a lot of destructive or big swells, but consistent receding out into the ocean and back here to the shore. Now, there was a lot of activity underneath the Rainbow Bridge, which is just a few feet away from us. And it looked like a river a couple minutes ago, right before we noticed that the harbor was starting to flood here a little bit. And as we come back out here, yeah, a lot of locals have told me that, you know, they've been here since that 7:10 predicted wave arrival for Kauai, and they just wanted to kind of see what was going on out here. But they also told me this is kind of the most drastic receding of water and coming back into shore that they've seen in quite some time. That's the latest here. I mean, still quite a lot of activity with cars driving around, people taking pictures on their phone, Instagram Live, you name it. But that's kind of the scene here right now. The water has slowly gone back in towards the ocean, and yeah, we just saw probably the biggest swell to hit land here on the North Shore. I'm going to send things back to you guys in the studio. That's the latest here in Haleiwa.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate that report, Kyle. And we want to show our viewers back at home the video that you filmed while out there as the water was flooding into the parking lot. This is it. Take a look. You can see, as Kyle described earlier, it was an ankle high, and then it didn't seem like it receded back for a while. It flooded the parking lot over at Haleiwa Harbor during the first arrival, estimated time of around 7:17 tonight for Oahu.
Yeah, based on the initial measurements that have come out so far, Haleiwa Harbor seems to be one of the areas with the most quote unquote lively activity through this event so far. And so, yeah, you have the flooding video of the parking lot. We also saw a similar scene at Mauna Lua Bay out in East Honolulu, Hilo Bay. We've been going back and forth between the Coconut Island parking lot cam, the water going in and out there. And of course, Hanalei Bay on Kauai, which was the initial site and the initial area of concern through all this.
So all of these scenes that we are seeing here tonight and witnessing along with you at home, flooded parking lots due to this tsunami event, and the scientists at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are hoping that this activity will continue. Smaller waves, of course, they mentioned, you know, they can't predict the pattern. It could be smaller waves and then a bigger one, but that is why it's going to take some time for them to just observe and wait and watch before they make that final determination. I know we've been getting a lot of viewer emails and calls into the newsroom with a lot of folks wanting to know, okay, I listened, I heeded the warnings, I am now in a safe place. Can I go back now that this amount of time has passed? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. We do have to ride this out, and we do need to make sure that we are safe, definitely safe from the officials at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We need to wait for the official all clear before you head back.
Yeah, there seems to be high confidence in what we've been seeing so far, and, you know, a trend toward positivity in terms of, okay, you know, from what we've seen from the initial spikes that have unfolded, okay, it's looking like we're in a good spot. This is a normal pattern, nothing out of the ordinary. But of course, the all clear has not been given, so it's not advisable to return to the low-lying areas just in case you have the risk of coastal flooding. That risk is always there. Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis, you're always keeping track of the monitors here.
Yeah, definitely.
Folks, why do you think we saw more of a severe flooding event on the Haleiwa side versus on the East Oahu side?
Well, part of it is, yeah, there's a little bit of, you know, it's facing there, but at the same time, remember just the way that Haleiwa Harbor is built. You've got a seawall there. You've got water that's going to be rushing through a a very thin area. And so there's a possibility that more of that energy is going to start moving in through a very small area. Also, again, bathymetry, basically what's going on beneath the harbor. And so you've got, some deep areas over there so that boats can come in and out. But at the same time, those can cause currents that also could push some of that energy, the tsunami energy, farther up into the parking lot. And as Kyle was saying, it was only ankle deep, but unlike, again, the surf waves, they didn't come in and then recede. They stayed. Basically, the water levels stayed at ankle deep for several minutes. Mm-hmm. So that means that you had that tsunami energy, which had been raised by the bottom of the ocean being spread out as well. And so that is, you can look at that and maybe you can say it's not much. But remember, that came from thousands of miles away more than 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
That this is something that came from a long ways away, and it's here. This is what was caused by an earthquake off the Russian coast. And so it could have been worse. I mean, we're not completely out of the woods yet, but again, we are, seeing that tsunami energy, and just be glad that it hasn't been worse. And so for people who may be like armchair quarterbacks later on to say, well, it wasn't that big. Well, we don't really know until it actually gets here. And so it's better to err on the side of caution, because what if it had been a lot bigger, like we saw in 2011? I mean, that wasn't huge either, but it did cause a lot of damage. At least at this point, we can knock on wood. We can be thankful that it wasn't anything destructive, but just know that a tsunami has been moving through the islands.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, Ben. That, I want to make the note here that, again, the tsunami forecasting is much like meteorology. It's a very young science, only within the addition of weather models, ocean models within the last 30 years, really, with the addition of high-tech computers that can really simulate the ocean to a degree that's actually usable for forecasting purposes. It's a very young science. It's very, it's not as clear cut as something that, like, oh, there's going to be, you can't pinpoint exactly the amount of damage. That's why throughout all of this afternoon, we've been saying it's very hard to predict the actual size of the waves, much like the weather models that simulate the atmosphere that we use every day here on the First Alert Weather Center. These models that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're simulating the ocean, and they don't have as much observation data, and that plays into the models having less accuracy, more biases that they have to figure out whenever they're forecasting for this information. So it is good that we're seeing more confidence that this is not expecting to be as big of an event as potentially, because we did see over in Japan where we were seeing those tsunami waves crashing in near the shoreline. And again, I'm sure we will see other videos of damage throughout the next few days coming out of Russia and Japan, and potentially even the Aleutian Islands. So again, this is a new science. It's the idea of simulating the entire ocean when we don't even know the exact idea of the tectonic plates, like how much mass moved there. And we were saying earlier today that that movement is an incredible amount of energy just released into the ocean. It's very hard to simulate that with very little observation data at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, at this point, according to reports that we're getting from around the world and from the Associated Press, there have been tsunami waves in Japan. They are reporting, obviously, tsunami waves in Hawaii and elsewhere across the Pacific. The good news right now is around the Pacific, no substantial damage has been reported. There were some ports on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia that were close to the epicenter of this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that were flooded. And then we saw some video earlier of big white waves that were coming in over parts of Hokkaido and portions of northern Japan. So at least, the thing that I want to emphasize is that it was a tsunami. The good news is that it was not destructive. It has, been, it's there, and we still have to be careful about strong currents, unusual currents. Parking lots getting flooded like Coconut Island and Haleiwa, and people should note that this is not behaving like a surf wave. We've seen the waves during the eddy, and people, the wave comes in and immediately comes out, goes out, and maybe sweep some people out. This one could have been, if you look back at the Indonesian earthquake and what happened there, just water energy just continuing to come in nonstop, like it just keeps flowing in because you're looking at the whole ocean coming in. You're not just looking at a wave. So we can be very thankful at this point, but again, we're not in the clear yet. We still have to wait and see just how many waves are generated by this particular event. So yeah, a couple of small waves, but we just want to make 100% sure before we let everybody return to evacuation areas. But right now, sit tight, just do what you need to do where you are and wait for the all clear signal when it is issued by the authorities.
Yeah, and a big mahalo to everybody's kokua out there for heeding the warnings and cooperating and making sure that our community is safe. We are now more than 2 hours into this event since the first arrival of the tsunami waves at Hanalei Bay at 7:10, followed by waves to arrive on Oahu at 7:20. We witness changes, activity, energy in the ocean that continues as we speak, as we take a live look at our Waikiki camera. You can see the wet sand line there coming up quite a ways,
Right.
onto the shoreline there.
You can see the evolving water line as the night has unfolded, right? But yes, no major coastal flooding from what we've been seeing. And Ben, let's reiterate this point here, right? This is a tsunami event, but it's not a destructive tsunami from what we have been seeing thus far.
Yeah, and that's the good news right now. It is a tsunami. We were right to evacuate, quite frankly, because we didn't know there was the potential for destructive waves. We've seen inundation, we've seen parking lots flooded, which may be more of an inconvenience, but maybe, in the post-mortem, as we call it, maybe tomorrow morning with the light of day, and once this event has passed, we might see some damage to some boats. We might see a little bit of those things, maybe some coastal infrastructure damage, those sorts of things. We don't know yet because we really can't go into those areas. But once the all clear is given and people can assess if any damage has occurred, we can take a better look. But again, like in 2011, this is an event that could take several hours because we had waves still coming in for like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves came in. And so even though the first wave was expected at 7 p.m. and it kind of, right in that time frame around 7:15, 7:30 did come in, we are now 2 hours in, and we're not done yet because we're still seeing some waves coming in. We're going to be checking in again at the midway buoy just to see if it's still recording any spikes that we've been watching all evening long. And if there's still spikes, we're not out of the clear yet.
Yeah, still seeing waves. If there are still spikes, we'll make sure to give you another update from the Midway Atoll buoy. I do want to just bring up again the Hanalei, the time lapse that we showed earlier.
Oh, yeah.
We were watching that live, and we could all see the reef getting exposed, and seeing that played back quickly. It's incredible to see how much water actually receded. Luckily, it didn't come back as a wall of water, which here's the video that you can see on your live stream again. So you can very clearly see we were watching, luckily with the sun setting, you were able to see the way the currents were moving, and then there you go. The reef is exposed. The sand is exposed. Luckily, we didn't see anybody actually on the camera walking out. And Mark, you had something you wanted to
No, that was over the course of about a half hour or so too.
Yeah.
This just speaks to how fast this has moved.
Yeah.
The sirens are sounding again, and this alert says we are 2 hours out from the first wave arrival. Those waves were estimated at 7:10.
That may be an older update that is now playing on a device right now.
Oh.
Okay, it's funny how these mobile devices operate. So, not to stoke any fear here,
It's sounding again.
there is no new siren.
Steph, you have your own personal.
Yeah, I think you have your Apple Watch is finally updating with the alerts from today.
It's catching up.
Yeah. Fortunately, we shouldn't be getting any alerts right now. That might have been just a leftover, but
no new alerts.
Yeah.
I am told, as we were looking at the parking lot of Coconut Island at the SCP Hotel, SCP Hilo Hotel, which is just a stone's throw away from this parking lot here. I am told we have great video of just flooding right in front of, this is the drop-off area of the property right now as you're looking at kind of the
Yeah, you're
surge
looking
from the
at the damages that a tsunami wave can cause, and you can see the water, just there, and it's not looking so powerful there, but it is pooling and it's not moving back, which means that more water is continuing to add to that. So that is why a tsunami wave can cause damage. We're seeing this coastal surges.
Is that the one that was the Hilo Seaside?
Yeah, that's the one that's right in front of the ice pond in Hilo.
Yeah, it's right in front of the ice pond. So the ice pond is over there. That's the restaurant that's in the frame right
Yes,
now.
yep.
And if you've ever been inside that restaurant, they do have a line painted on the wall which shows the height of the swell of the 1960 tsunami. So a little bit of history there, but obviously now that we're getting these pictures from HHH News, we can see ice ponds. That's the area that's usually, there's a road in front of there. That again, that's the drop-off area. That's where people can drive in and go into the lobby. So that's a view from the lobby. So Hilo, well, there you go. The former
We're
Hilo
talking about the
Seaside Hotel.
1960 earthquake, the one generated by the earthquake in Chile.
Chile, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that one apparently generated a 35-foot wave.
Yeah. So they do have marks on the wall in that restaurant there. Fortunately, I don't think they really have to put a mark on the wall, although maybe it did get into the restaurant. But obviously, just that surge that has been coming in just off the ice ponds with a restaurant off in the distance there, and then just making it almost up the stairs into the lobby. So that is definitely a sign that, yes, there was a tsunami surge that came in and inundated at least the parking lot and also the roads up near Banyan Drive. So probably that area got quite a bit of water activity, got quite a bit of flooding up in that area.
And like Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins said earlier this evening, she was talking about Hilo really is the hot spot for tsunami flooding. It's the way that the bay is shaped. You get the wraparound, especially when you have the like in 2011, the wrap around the island from the tsunami generated from Japan out to its west, while Hilo's on the east side of the island. You're still seeing, just because of the shape of the bay and the seafloor topography, it just lifts this water up. And just a fun anecdote, this is the hotel that I stayed at in last August when we were covering Hurricane Hone over here. And the water of the flooding was nowhere near the stairs of the SCP hotel. Of course, this is right by the bay, so you're just seeing a little bit of a lift. But even with all the heavy rain and the flooding in the bay, and the flooding and the soccer fields right in Hilo Bay,
Right, I remember that.
I didn't see any water levels like this.
And so once again, this is video from our Kyle Chinen out on Oahu's north shore of the flooding that just completely took over the parking lot at Haleiwa Harbor, just as those first waves were coming in at 7:17 tonight. He described that as being ankle high, and some boaters eventually came down to see if their property was okay, but you can see for the most part it seems a little empty out there.
So thus far, the images that have surfaced to describe and really emphasize what we're seeing with this tsunami event, the flooded parking lots, the rising waters at Haleiwa, Maunalua Bay out in East Honolulu, and the SCP Hilo Hotel, as we're kind of just cycling through the cameras statewide. This is the aerial shot of Waikiki. No new activity in terms of the wet sand on the shoreline there. With this lighting that we have, you're able to really see how things have progressed over the night.
Our First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has joined us now with an update on some new data, Jen.
And as the night progresses and as daybreak comes our way for tomorrow, I'm sure we'll see more activity, especially along some of those harbors. But let's take a closer look at the tsunami wave readings. So far,
we've been in good shape. But Haleiwa, Kahului, and also Hilo seen the most action. This is how it breaks down for you. Readings at 4 feet was the latest information with those initial cycles. And we saw that on Maui as well. Makapu'u, not as big at 2.3 feet. And then likely we didn't get a reading quite yet in Hilo, but falling anywhere from 4 to 5 feet, according to some of the history that we've seen of how much significant flooding has been occurring. We just saw all of that video that came through, significant flooding there with lots of energy. In Haleiwa, parking lots have been flooded, some of the adjacent parks as well. Minor flooding and run up that we've been seeing on Maui. Makapu'u, no major damage, luckily. And past most affected areas have been in Hilo, as we've been talking about the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay shape. And it was hit hardest in 1946, 1960, and 2011. And we are going to be seeing some minor flooding into the night as this continues. We're hoping that it's peaked at these levels, but we could have a spike here and there. And that's why we're waiting for the next couple of hours to see how the ocean behaves and how it settles down. But it looks like these initial cycles, we have been seeing action up to about 4 feet or so. Kona also suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and then other coasts that we're seeing over the western end of the state, seeing run up depending on the wave direction, but no major damage. The most damage we've been seeing has been in Haleiwa with some of that parking lot flooding into the night. So this is where we stand. So we are hopefully going to be on the back edge of all of this energy. We've been seeing initial cycles that came in with those initial waves, about 1, 2, 3 waves or so, maybe 4 or 5. We're hoping that we're going to be on the backside in the next couple of hours. But even after things settle down, it is highly unpredictable of how strong the currents can be. And we are going to be declining when it comes to high tide as well. But we're still seeing plenty of surf and swell action. We have higher surf on south-facing shores and east-facing shores, and we have been seeing that within the last 24 hours, and it will continue with that trend within the next 24 to 36 hours. But here's our closer look at tsunami energy. We're talking about the big quake just off the coast of Russia. The Earth's plates rubbed together, causing an underwater earthquake, and this one had a lot of depth to it, and that's what causes all of that energy to travel so far, as fast as 500 to 550 miles per hour across the ocean. So we did have that 6-hour window, and now you can see the earthquake causes a vertical push of sea water, and then as it rises, that's when you get those tsunami waves of energy, and as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And just a friendly reminder, the power of water. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And areas of concern are also by rivers, and we've been talking about that as well. So you got to be careful out there. So we're not out of the woods yet, but so far so good when it looks like some of that minor flooding that has occurred. But you can see historically, we have been seeing a number of tsunamis here in Hawaii, up to about 160. And you can see the biggest one that occurred with the most damage and devastation occurred in 1960 with magnitude 9.5. It arrived 15 hours and brought up to 35-foot waves. Incredible to see the strength and how far this wave action could travel. So keep it tuned here. Your First Alert team will be watching the buoy readings very carefully into the night.
All right, thank you so much from our Chief Meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, for that very important information. And here, more evidence of people heeding the warnings. This is an image from Uncle John Lum, no relation, same last name.
But mahalo nui to Uncle John here.
Uncle John Lum for this image here of all of the boaters heading out to sea. This is, I believe, off Ala Moana.
Yeah, what a shot to define how the night has unfolded, right? And to really underscore the response. When the warning came in just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, there was a lot of attention paid to the harbors and port areas across the state as boaters who have vessels and they're moored in different areas were told to take their vessel out into the open ocean. You don't want to keep it tied down in the harbor or in the port areas because that could cause a lot of damage. It can be a really huge mess. So head out into the open ocean. That is the best area to wait out a tsunami event.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we saw them leave in force from Honolulu Harbor earlier today as well. A lot of fishing boats and the Coast Guard leading the way. For many of them, this is maybe the second time that they've been through this. I mean, as recently as 2011, we saw a lot of them also leaving the harbors, and we saw what happened to a lot of the boats that unfortunately could not get out in time. And even though some people did tie them up and prepare them, just the power of those tsunami waves back in 2011 heavily damaged a lot of boats. So you can see, this is great to see all of these boaters leaving in force, heeding the warnings. Ben and Drew?
Yeah, we wanted to talk a little bit more about, we've been talking a little bit about the bathymetry and basically how the tsunami waves work, because a little bit way earlier in the evening when the warning was first issued, some people had the question about, well, for example, the Haleiwa side get some waves and am I safer on the East Honolulu side? Obviously not, because of that wave will wrap around the islands. Once again, when we talk about the amplitude and also about the wave heights, when we talk about 4 feet at Haleiwa, that means 4 feet above the normal height of the ocean. As we look at Haleiwa, we're going to be zooming in a little bit more. Yeah, actually, yeah, you get a good sense of like Haleiwa Harbor right by 83 here. You can see the two seawalls and then how it kind of comes in. And so the parking lot where Kyle is, right around, it might be this one, but yeah, oh no, it actually was this one because this is the Rainbow Bridge right there. And so you can definitely see, even though in our graphic the waves are coming in the wrong way, basically you've got a little area there where you're going to have water that's going to be smushed up against the land. And so that is one big reason why that particular wave came in and flooded the area.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to mention that this is the same graphic that we use every day when we take a look at our radar and satellite. You may have never noticed just the look of it, but this is actually displaying the seafloor terrain. So the darker blues here are indicating much deeper water. The lighter blues you can see, especially as you're running up closer to the oceans or to the island, you're seeing those the shelf or the seafloor getting higher and higher. And when we zoom back in closer to Haleiwa, you can see this is an area that is relatively shallow. That's why one of the reasons we were allowed to see the water run up very easily into Haleiwa Harbor. Of course, we've shown you video about that. If you bring us back on camera, I do want to explain one more time this, because this plays into how this the crest, the amplitude, the wavelength, how it all played in. I want to point out here that we've got the neutral position on our wave. We've got the wavelength between two crests that was about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer between our waves. The amplitude, how high it is from the neutral position, which just is right between high and low tide. So imagine this is high tide and low tide. Imagine that this is the seafloor and it's getting pushed up. You're getting pushed up further and further when you're in the peak of your wave, the peak of the tsunami wave. The amplitude can only grow. The sea column, the water column can only grow as it's getting closer to the shore. And unfortunately, that's what was happening across the entire Pacific Ocean, especially when you get close to those areas, those coastal areas, areas that have less depth, like Haleiwa Harbor, where it's relatively shallow compared to other parts of the island. So you allow that amplitude to grow, and unfortunately we were able to see the Haleiwa parking lot get flooded, and also the Coconut Island parking lot flooded. So we've seen two instances of water coming up into low-lying areas so far, and allowing the water to just rush in and really have a hard time receding for a little bit.
Yeah, if we can go back to the map of the state, if you could just go ahead and drive the computer here. We're just going from graphic to graphic. Let's do the islands, and then let's kind of look at the island of Hawaii, and we'll turn off the the radar here, even though we do have a few windward and Malco showers. But you can see that Hilo is more on the sheltered side. And you would think, okay, the tsunami is coming from Russia, it's coming from the northwest. But Hilo still got quite a bit of that energy from the tsunami. Also, as we head into this part, I think Laupahoehoe, that area was destroyed by tsunami back in 1946 and overrun. And then when you look at Hilo, we'll zoom in a little bit closer to Hilo there. You've got a breakwater there, and then yeah, we also have some shallower water that is in that area. And so when you're looking at the SCP hotel, no surprise that it's getting quite a bit of water, because that area is going to have a lot of swell energy, a lot of ocean water that's funneled over into it. Mark, Steph, back over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. I know that they were talking about the flooding at Coconut Island in Hilo, and we did see a lot of flooded parking lots there, including into the hotel that was nearby. In fact, we have Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda standing by live, joining us right now tonight. And sir, if you could tell us, we are now more than 2 hours into this event. What can you tell us so far in terms of any damage or observations that you've noticed since then?
Thank you. Yes, we are here at EOC, and we did get the Haima update, and we do have some flooding. We've been getting video and reports in from our lower line areas. We recognize that the 9 feet that Haima mentioned, for Hilo is somewhat significant. So we are just standing by to see, hopefully that, what we're hearing is we need to see about 3 or 4 insignificant waves to be all in the clear. And that's not going to happen for another hour. So we are just on standby right now.
Any road closures in the area? Obviously, people should not be on the roads. But what are you receiving in terms of reports of any road impacts and kind of just infrastructure updates there?
Absolutely. I mean, all roads that needed to be closed were closed after the evacuation, and line areas, and we are giving them the message not to do that. We are not in the clear. This is still an emergency, and we are taking it seriously until we get the all clear. We expect no residents to go back in low line areas.
Mayor, can you please, in terms of the activity at the emergency shelters tonight?
Yeah, so we have 11 emergency shelters currently operating, and we have about 1,500 evacuees that we are catering to right now. And so they're also on standby. And, again, we are not unfamiliar with these tsunamis, right? We have 4 of them that I'm aware of. 1952, 1960 was the biggest tsunami. So, Hilo Town, we're resilient. We know that we don't take these threats lightly, and this is a big deal for us. So again, all hands on deck. We got everybody here at the EOC. We're not leaving until we get the all clear sign.
Are there any areas, we're paying a lot of attention to Hilo, and rightfully so, but are there any other areas around the county that you're keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. I mean, all coastal areas, are areas that we have to pay attention to. I mean, I remember tsunamis back in the Kanoe administration when, Hilo didn't get any impacts, but Ali'i Drive, they got it really bad. And I mean, in Honaunau, there was a house that got uplifted and, was floating in the bay. So these are memories that we have, and that's why we don't take this lightly. This is a serious situation, and until we get the all clear sign, we're going to stay here.
All right, that's Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking with us tonight. Again, providing that very important message that this could very well be a long night for a lot of us as we wait this out, as we wait for the official word from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We did hear from Dr. Chip McCreary, who gave us those updates about an hour ago, and he said he would be back with another update. We're expecting that maybe at around the 10 o'clock or so. So, of course, they're still monitoring all the data coming in from those 15 sites across the state.
So we're monitoring this statewide. We just spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Also, too, Well, I'm going to bring in Ben Gutierrez as well, because we've also been keeping a close eye on this Coconut Island cam and looking how the parking lot has flooded. Is it me, or kind of has the water level changed where we see that police vehicle right there? Because earlier, about an hour and a half ago, that area seemed to be completely covered in water, and now you have a vehicle there.
And it looks like you can almost see more of the bridge underneath of it as well.
Yeah, you can see the bridge, and also the water level has probably gone down to about 3 feet, back to close to normal. And so it was flooded a little earlier. It looks like the water levels are kind of back to normal at the moment. In fact, if it's possible, I don't know if we can take Max 2, the weather computer. I'm not sure how quickly we can do that, but here we go. So this is Coconut Island right here. That's the bridge. And then a little bit earlier, we're looking at the SCP Hilo Hotel. That is this right here. So the hotel is right here. We've got the ice pond. Let me just clear this out. And so you've got all this water that's kind of trying to get into this area. And as it does, the problem is you've got just this little area that the water is trying to get into. And so a lot of that is going to flood into this area as well. And so that was the reason why we're seeing in some of these spots where the water energy is getting into a more narrower and narrower section. And so no surprise that that area has gotten quite a bit of the activity. Hilo Airport right here, very close to Hilo Bay, so that's the reason why it's still closed. Kuhio Street, Keaukaha, this airport was closed because this whole neighborhood here had to get evacuated, and so you basically don't want to have this area, you know, or basically be in this area during that time. And even though it looks like we, again, did not have a whole lot happening in this area, it's good to know that we did the right thing, because when you're seeing the flooding that's going on, both here at the SCP Hotel and the ice ponds, and also here with the parking lot for Coconut Island, and we can, you know, with our maps now, we can get this is about as close as we can get, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing the impacts in Hilo and in Hawaii County. But what about what's happening here on Oahu? We want to go live now to our Lynn Kawano at the Emergency Operations Center. Lynn.
Yes, Stephanie, you know, the mayor is still here, as well as first responders in the Emergency Operations Center at the Fosse building, but they don't have any more media briefings planned. They are waiting for the state to give the all clear, which is anticipated in the next hour or two. So they all stay here. They are monitoring things. We did see some high water events out in Haleiwa and on the North Shore, but other than that, things seem to be quieting down a bit here in Honolulu. So they are waiting to see if we get the all clear. They are not out. They're saying we're not out of the woods yet, but they want to make sure that they get the all clear from the state before issuing any more press releases or having any more press conferences here at the EOC. The mayor showed up about 3:15 this afternoon, just as the emergency sirens first started going off. And then we had subsequent sirens throughout the afternoon at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10. We had multiple briefings as the events were going on. But again, things are wrapping up out here. The mayor does have an early flight tomorrow. He's heading to Hiroshima to mark the 80th anniversary of the dropping of the bomb. He and his team are heading out to that, but they are still here waiting for the state to give the all clear. Back to you guys in the studio.
And thank you so much, Lynn. That seems to be the common waiting for the all clear, because we are not out of the woods just yet.
Right. Forecasters are keeping a very close eye. The expectation is that we'll be getting an update from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center at the top of the hour from Chip McCreary within.
That's right. As Mark was just saying, as we wait for the all clear, that will ultimately come from officials from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, with a particular individual, the director of Dr. Chip McCreary. We're hearing that we will be getting an update right at 10 o'clock, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. But as we are looking at this live shot now, I want to bring in our First Alert Weather team, Drew, Ben, and Jen. Any observations so far?
Right now, things have definitely calmed down. Look at the water surface right now. The police car helpfully illuminating the bridge, and you can see it's just calm. very calm beneath the bridge as far as the water. We might still see the possibility of some wave energy coming in, more tsunamis that may come in, but it looks like things, at least for now, have quieted down. Again, remember that these waves have been coming in anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes apart. And so this might just be a little lull between tsunami waves at the moment. But you can see right now that even though it is calm, the parking lot itself was flooded a little bit earlier. A couple of police cars now in the parking lot meeting there. But a little bit earlier this evening, about an hour ago, we could see that it was definitely flooded. And so with the amount of water that was in the parking lot, it was likely the same thing that was happening in Haleiwa, where the water level came up, stayed up for a while, and then finally receded. I'm sure the police are right now just checking the area just to make sure that nobody is there, that everybody's remaining safe. And if you're at the hotels that are close to that area, you're likely watching us from the 4th floor or higher, and you would be safe there and be able to see what is going on. And if you're looking at it, you should be glad that this is all you see, because otherwise, if we had a destructive tsunami, it would be a very different story, and we'd be definitely a lot more worried. We're still a little worried at this point. I mean, it's not destructive, but we still have energy that's coming in, and we've been kind of tracking.
And speaking of energy coming in, we want to show you this video that's just into the newsroom now from Kahului, Maui, where officials reported a 15-foot drop in the water at Kahului Harbor tonight during the tsunami warning. Jan.
As we take a closer look at the latest readings too, we did see a big spike there in Kahului. It initially came in with those initial cycles at about 4 feet, but then the latest reading now is at 5.7 feet, so bringing coastal flooding. We haven't been seeing a whole lot of eyes there in video yet, but this is likely seeing major coastal flooding in some of the areas there. Haleiwa, as we were seeing, the parking lots have been flooded out, and in Hilo, some significant flooding, but things seem to be quieting down there, and it did reach about 4.9 feet. So we are hoping that it reached its peak already, with its peak being at 5.7, crossing our fingers that it will be on a downward trend. And we're measuring these in amplitude, and you could actually see the amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So we're seeing about 4 to about nearly 6 feet when it comes to that amplitude. So still under the tsunami warning. We will have to wait and see what the next couple of cycles do, and hopefully in the next several hours we won't see any more of those peaks that jump up like in Kahului from 4 feet to 5.7, and that will be more on a downward trend.
Now to Kahului and the incident that happened there. Once again, officials saying an approximately 15-foot water drop at Kahului Harbor tonight. And there were also some evacuations that took place. According to Maui County, 2 helicopters were sent out to evacuate rural areas, including 2 fishermen in Kahikinui and Kaupo. 10 to 15 people, they say, at Nu'u Landing, and also 1 person in Nahiku, 3 people in Halava, 1 in Wailau, and they say people on Lanai near shipwrecks and 4 people at Nakalele were also warned during this tsunami warning alert.
Yeah, and that speaks to the comprehensive response that each of the individual counties and their leaders need to undertake when you have an event like this, right? Making sure that residents are taken care of, and making sure that areas are cleared, especially spots of high concern, the low-lying coastal areas. Just what an image that we're seeing is more and more pictures and video are coming out, showing and documenting kind of how the night has unfolded statewide. So you have Maui County sending this out of the 15-foot water drop. And we also want to bring back in the footage that we saw earlier tonight at Hanalei Bay, which was the first site of the expected activity from the tsunami. The time lapse over about course of about half hour, 45 minutes or so, when they were in the active time frame starting from 7:10 p.m. Since then, we've seen headlines in Hawaii, Oahu, Big Island and Maui County as well. So this really is a statewide event, what we're seeing with this.
Yeah, and as we continue to look at this time-lapse video of Hanalei Bay and the water receding, you can clearly see parts of the reef being exposed right there in the middle of your screen, and then it'll slow and then it'll freeze frame it there. And of course, we witness flooding, throughout Hilo. Here at this Hilo hotel, you can see the flooding coming up and almost entering the lobby there during the initial waves. So this next reading now and the next set of data that we're expecting from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center could paint a clearer picture perhaps of what we might be in for, whether or not they did witness any change in the size of the waves as well. And that's what we'll be looking forward to, maybe less than 5 minutes away from getting that update from Dr. Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Yeah, a number of different scenes that have been unfolding across Oahu right now in the areas of concern. We're told that Haima, Governor Josh Green is no longer at the building, but they are keeping a very close eye. Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi remains at the city's Emergency Operations Center along with city emergency officials. And the scientists and the forecasters at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, we are expecting an update from them within the next several minutes or so. When that happens, we'll be heading out there live. I'm told we have new video of the water drop that we were just discussing at Kahului, which was earlier this evening.
That's right. We saw significant changes, parts of Oahu with Maunalua Bay parking lot flooding and Haleiwa just being inundated by the flood waters. They're taking over the parking lot at Haleiwa Harbor. This here, though, seems subtle, but officials noting that an approximate 15-foot water drop occurred during the first arrival of the tsunami waves. We're talking about, the teams being ready and state officials making it clear that no matter what happens, they are standing by ready to respond. High water vehicles ready to go, aircraft ready to go, search and rescue. Of course, no reports of any of that being needed or activated, but those teams stand ready. FEMA workers saying they also stand ready in the event of any damage from the waves. And so far, what we can tell you now is that we have not gotten any reports of any major damage out there. Just hearing from, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and Governor Josh Green recently saying, this is what we're just seeing right here, is just flooding as a result of these initial tsunami waves. And we are very hopeful that it will continue to just be this, not any major damage, no reports of that so far.
One thing that I'm curious about, and I want to bring back in Ben and Drew here, is what are we seeing in terms of intervals between these wave events and the timing of which, and how often are we seeing? Because we saw the spikes, we're really tracking closely the midway readings with the buoy. When it comes to our readings here, what can we say about the timing between the intervals?
Well, we've had some highs and lows. So as far as the intervals between the highest spikes that we've seen, at least on the buoy over at Midway, I would say about 45 minutes, but then there were a lot of smaller spikes in between there. And so if you kind of divvy that up, just my rough guess right now would be approximately 20 minutes between these waves. Some are bigger than others. And so you'll get a big wave maybe every 40 minutes or thereabouts. And we've seen a couple of those spikes. We saw 5. The first one was kind of big, and then the next 3 spikes are smaller. Then another big spike, and then we haven't really checked the spikes lately, but I'm sure that's one thing that, again, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is looking at. And just judging from what we've seen so far, we're seeing the flooding. We've seen it in Hilo. We've seen it at Coconut Island. We've seen it at Haleiwa Harbor. There is flooding. There is inundation. Nothing damaging. Mm-hmm. That's a good thing. But it is still a tsunami. And so a lot of people were taking it very seriously. This shot tells a big part of the story. The Coast Guard and we here at Hawaii News Now and the First Alert Weather Team were saying, if you've got a vessel, take it out to open ocean, at least 300 feet depth, so 100 fathoms. So this is off Magic Island. These are a lot of the boats that left Alawai Small Boat Harbor and are waiting out. We're waiting out the possible tsunami or a destructive tsunami out in the open ocean where it's a lot safer. During 2011, we could see a lot of the damage that was caused when the currents took boats, ripped them away from their moorings, bashed them against each other, ripped piers away, those sorts of things. A lot of vessel owners, vessels are valuable, they cost a lot of money, and you definitely want to protect that. Best way to protect that investment, take it out into the open ocean. It's a lot safer out there.
Yeah, and it's definitely just telling from that picture where all of the boats are out in the water, just seeing the amount of just movement that we had to get done to get people to Malca areas to be safe, away from the tsunami evacuation zones. Again, these are areas just near the coast. Waikiki are arguably right on the beach. A lot of tourists are here. They don't know exactly what is may be happening. That's another angle that I think we haven't really explored this evening is they may have not gotten the alerts. We were seeing the people in the water right after the tsunami warning was happening. We were watching people in the water of Waikiki. They may just not have been aware of the danger expressed by this tsunami. So I believe we're going to go back to Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
I'm happy to report that looking at all of the gauges that we monitor here at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, across the state of Hawaii, it looks like we have already recorded the maximum amplitude on those gauges. And in most cases, it was the third wave. A couple of them, it was the second wave. And there was one gauge with a fairly small reading that it was something like the fifth wave. But based on that data, I feel confident at least that we're past the worst part of it. We're not going to see any impacts bigger than we've already seen, and so we are more or less in the stage right now of finding out when we can lower the alert level from a warning to an advisory, and that's just going to make sure because the largest readings we had were we need to have amplitudes of about everything less than 3 feet and kind of considerably less. We don't want to be right at the borderline. So our biggest amplitudes were, Honolulu was 8 feet from crest to trough, or a 4-foot amplitude, and same with Haleiwa. They were both about 8 feet crest to trough maximum. Hilo was 9 feet, and it turns out Kahului was the biggest measurement we had, which was about 11 feet from crest to trough. So, like I said, we want this to go down to everything less than a 3-foot amplitude or 6 feet crest to trough. And most gauges are below that, but some of them are still having some things fairly close to that. So, so we will be monitoring it again over the next hour. Hopefully, then the decision can be made to drop our alert level down to advisory, and that will be the first step. Now, advisory is still, we know from our experience, for example, with the Japan tsunami, that because we've had these big impacts, that there's a lot of energy in the water out there. There's a lot of strong currents, and so going from an advisory to a cancellation, we may have to be even more cautious doing that, and it'll probably be sometime maybe early tomorrow morning before we can issue a cancellation. But right now we're trying to looking towards when we can lower the alert level to advisory. So I'll take any questions.
So what areas are you going to be looking at specifically to be able to make a declaration or advise for a downgrade to happen?
Well, for all of these gauges, it's not like a simple large peak and then it gets smaller every peak after that. It's large and some smaller waves, and then it pops back up again. In fact, on a lot of gauges, we saw there was kind of the first 3 or 4 waves were pretty big, then it died down, and then there was another pulse. So we just want to make sure we don't have any surprises later on. So we will examine all of those gauges to try and make sure it's safe before we go to advisory level.
Given where we are right now and with those latest readings, what areas do you expect to have the most damage or at least the most visible impact from this?
Well, based on our sea level gauges, it would be those 4 sites, Hanalei, Haleiwa, Kahului, and Hilo. But there's lots of parts of the coast we don't have gauges, and we probably might not know until tomorrow morning when it becomes light. Certain areas that got flooded that we just can't tell because we don't have a gauge there. So, but certainly the places in the past that have gotten flooded that I named, those will be the places certainly that we'll look. And I think there was some footage of some flooding in Hilo, but that's not from our sources.
The tsunami watch, is that pre-wave and then a tsunami advisory that's post-wave? So it goes watch, warning, and advisory?
Well, the watch really is a heads up to everybody. It's a heads up to the public. It's a heads up to the emergency management and responding officials that something has happened that could result in an advisory or warning and for a tsunami, and that we haven't evaluated the situation yet. We're still collecting data to try and make that evaluation. So when we don't have enough data yet to call a warning or an advisory, but we know there was a big earthquake, which was the case today, then we'll issue the watch so that everyone can start getting prepared. When the public hears a watch, they really should find out where they are or where they're going to be in the next few hours. And the watch will include an estimated arrival time for the state. So they can go, oh, you know, I was going to go to the beach this afternoon, but maybe I won't now because I don't know what's going to happen. That's kind of the reasoning behind a watch.
If you were to give a timeline, though, is that safe to say perhaps in the next few hours, maybe in the next 12 hours, when you're able to perhaps declare a downgrade and perhaps give it an advisory? Is it safe to give a timeline?
I would hope we could go to an advisory within the next couple of hours. Yes.
For those that might have left their home to seek higher ground or shelter, what's your advice to them now at this hour?
So I think when we do downgrade, that absolutely, yeah, until they get instructions from the counties.
Anything took you by surprise from this event?
Not really. I mean, our footing here is really, we don't know when earthquakes are going to happen. We just have to react when they do, and we apply the tools that we have to try and make the best forecast as possible. And in general, we will always err on the conservative side because
気温が暑い中、大変だと思いますが、今しばらくお願いいたします。次のページお願いいたします。津波警報等の発表状況ですが、先ほども示しましたように、北海道の太平洋沿岸から和歌山県にかけて津波警報を発表しております。また、西日本の太平洋沿岸およびオホーツク海や日本海の一部につきましても、津波注意報を発表しております。特に津波警報につきましては、先ほど申し上げましたとおり、すぐに高いところに避難をお願いいたします。次のページお願いいたします。第1波の到達予想時刻ですが、このように、現在13時ですので、この付近、第1波がこの付近、九州を越えて奄美諸島ぐらいのところにまで来ていてもおかしくない状態となっております。それ以外の地域につきましては、徐々に津波等を観測している状況であります。で、津波警報の発表地域ですが、沿岸部や川沿いからすぐ高いところへ避難してください。また
はいはい、430聞こえてますよ。おーい。ちょっと途切れました。VHF でお聞きします。430停波でよろしいでしょうか。2番機って現場入れました？ 先行して、FOC さん先行して、43枚、波停波します。現在 C6 出している方停波します。
1128了解です。はい。ちゃんが SE の2ちゃんカメラマイクになってます。お願いします。川遡上してる感じもないですよね、水は今ね。はいはい。何言ってるか全然わかんない。呼びかけてどうすんの？取っとけばいいのね。了解しました。これ今ちょっと水上がってきてる感じですよね。ね、ちょっと見えないけど、風もあるからちょっとわかんないですね。下風も強いってことですよね。これが今、大洗の港あたり撮ってるね。はい、現在こちら大洗上空になっております。地上付近のですね、風の強さもあるのですが、上空から見るとかなり波打ち際、波が白くなっているのが上空からでもわかります。こちら今ですね、河口付近なんですが、ちょっとこちら上空からの映像わかりますでしょうか。波紋というかですね、水が遡上しているとは言い切れないんですが、このような今、状態にはなっております。特に大きな、波の遡上とは確認できませんが、今現場はこのような状況です。以上です。 V9 さん取れます？あ、V9 呼んでます。ごめんなさい。今この上空よろしくお願いします。今、目視する限りだと漁船が沖合に逃げてるのってちょっとわかんないですね。ラジオマイクで V9 サブさん入館ありますか？すいません。中継入るの教えてもらっていいですかね？呼びかけも全然わかんなかったっす、今。すんません。事故になるんでマジよろしくお願いします。どの辺です？どうぞ。するで言ってよ。そうしたら切り替えるから。はーい、その通りです。はい、どうぞ。ちょっとこの場所で今見て、どうしようかな。この辺が一番わかりやすいんですけど、ここはちょっと待ってくださいね。いつね、こっちに降りてくるかが全然わかんなくてね、今ね、ちょっと待ってくださいね。結構、ちょうどこの海際というか波打ち際あたりにちょうど雲の境目があるんですね。見えにくいな。ちょっとね、一応いつタイミングで撮られるかわからないんで、ちょっとやっぱりこの河口付近撮っときましょうかね。さっきのスタジオのお話だと漁船が出たとかで、ちょっと状況はわかりやすいみたいですね、この辺がね。ちょうどこの辺もいいですね。ちょっと今ちょうどこの映像撮ってるあたり、この辺キープお願いします。今この映像撮ってるあたりですね。このあたり、ちょうど正面ぐらいですかね。今この下の、はい。 ここ中心にしましょうか、今度は。はい。この赤いのが何だろう。そうですね。ここも大洗ですよね。ここは海水浴場になるのかな。あー、なるほど。はい。上から見た限りだと、そんなにあれやっぱり影響はなさそうですね。まあ、少し雲晴れてきましたね。あ、雲晴れてきましたね、こっち側はね。はい、どうぞ。あ、了解です。お伝えしてなかったですね。ちょっと待ってください。ここ、現場上空、どれぐらいいられますでしょうか。はい。あと1時間ですね。これ、例えば栃木に帰るにしても、羽田に帰るにしても、羽田に帰るとして1時間ですね。了解です。はい。355さん、355撮影デスクさん入荷ありますか？はい、お願いします。ちなみにやりとり、いっちゃん上げといてもらえると聞こえると思います。あざーす。井上さん、またちょっともう、そろそろやばいって時間近くなったら教えてください。はい。その時点でまた羽田戻るか栃木行くか判断だと思います。ありがとうございます。で栃木に降りることも可能ですね。いや、でも確かにこれ海、なんか汚いっすね、水がね。確かにね。なってないですね。地形の問題とかそういうあれかな。今取られてます。 とまたいつ取られるかわかんないで、この辺キープしておいてください。全然言ってくれないな、具体的に。あとなんか目視する範囲でなんか変化があるようなとこありそうですかね。あ、沖合の漁船戻ってきてるかな。はい。なるほど。あれ、火力発電所的には名前は何になんですかね、あそこはね。そうですよね。ちょっと待ってください。あ、でもこっちはあれですね、その手前に防波堤があるから、波はあんまり影響はなさそうですね。うん。まあ一応ちょっとまだ、調子大洗になってるんで、おそらくスタジオのスーパーも。なのでちょっとこの辺でキープお願いします。はい。ちょっともしなんか目視で気づいたことあったら教えてください。お願いします。 はい、どうぞ。はい。あ、大丈夫です。ここ入り口のところにもなんか防波堤じゃないけどなんかあって、潮が今干潮の時間かちょっと満潮かわかんないですけど、その可能性もありますよね。避難してる感じ。結構雲がまた出てきましたね。そういうことですね。まあ、レポートをやってるから、こっちに来ることはないよな。うん。ですね。そんなにあれですね。やっぱ波が高い感じはなさそうですね。 ちょっと発電所の方向に向かっていただいていいですか。はい。いろいろすいません。あと何分ぐらい大丈夫でしょうか。50分ですか。ありがとうございます。特にこの辺でも大きな変化ってなさそうですね。でもね、こう来るとね、多分白波がわーっと来るようなのが見えるかなと思ったんだけど、結構落ち着きましたね、今のところね。沖合に特になんか変な動きもないですけどね。あ、そうですか。気をつけてください。ちょっと戻りますかね、先ほどのあの辺りにね。場所的にはちょっとこの辺説明がしにくいですね。海沿いの方回ってもし行けるんであればそれでお願いします。無理しないでくださいね。はい。はい。あ、はい。はい。東海村か、そうですね。 はいどうぞ。了解です。じゃあちょっとお笑いコードの方戻ります。掛け合い間もなく入ります。あと、V2 さん、先ほどすいませんでした。音声の方一ちゃんに切り替えてます。はい、こちら大洗上空です。先ほどと同じようにですね、こちらの方海岸線、下少し風が強いので白波は立っていますが、大きな潮位の変化等は、こちらの上空からでは、確認ができていません。道路際を走る車の方もですね、少し、心なしかやはり、数が少ないように見られ、皆さん避難をされたのかなということが、上空からでも、伺い知れます。このようにですね、今、砂浜付近ですが、歩いているような人は全く、見受けられないような状況です。現場からは以上です。怖っ。あざーす。ちょっとまたいつ来るかわかんないんで、この辺をキープでお願いします。あ、こっち側もちょっと雲晴れましたね。はい、どうぞ。355から殺虫デスクさん呼ばれました？ 晴れましたね。ありがとうございます。大笑いするの。こっちに映像来るかもしれません。 看護号から、撮影班デスク入力感ありますか？ イのサンビーチってどの辺ですかね。あ、じゃあちょっとそっちをスーッと撮ってみます。これか。向こう側、これだ。これですね、そうそう、サンビーチね。これですね。ちょっと今ちょうどそこから中継やってるみたいなんで、ちょっと上空から撮ってきます。どうぞー。掛け合いもありますか？了解です。これ撮ってるのがじゃあサンビーチということでよろしいですね。井上さん、そしたら、こちらの、このビーチの方寄ってってください。いきます。はい、海側からで。はい、大洗上空です。先ほどの地上からの中継と同じビーチを、こちら海側上空から撮影しています。先ほどの記者さんからのリポートからもありましたように、この、海岸線ですが、砂浜沿い、全く上空からでも人影は見えない様子になっています。夏休みの行楽期間中ですが、このように今、海岸沿いには人が全く、いないような状態で避難をしているのではないかということが上空からも見て受けられます。現場からは以上です。まだ戻ってくる可能性あります。はい、ぐるっと回っててください。全く車も止まってないですね、確かにね。すごいな。意識高いっすね。ちょっと基本的にこの海水浴場中心でお願いします。すごくわかりやすいですね。はい、ヘリです。聞こえてます。はい。 しばらくこっちへ押しになると思いますので、よろしくお願いします。気象庁の会見始まってますけど、その後ろにずっと今こちらの絵使われてます。どうぞ。了解です。頑張ります。大丈夫です。上空あとどれぐらい大丈夫ですかね。20分ぐらい。はい。はい。了解です。ちょっとですね、この絵が落ちたら、本社に確認取ります。栃木も入ることは可能ってことでいいですよね。ありがとうございます。はい。了解です。はい。意外と波高いですよね、これね。津波じゃないんだろう。なるほど。ドカンときますからね。そうですね。そろそろ辛いぞ。海岸線綺麗ですね、上から見るとね。 355号から、殺虫デスクさん入荷ありますか？15分ぐらいになったらこちら離脱考えた方が良さそうです。ちなみに、15分で離脱しなきゃいけない場合は羽田に戻ります。栃木ヘリポートの場合はプラス15分飛べますので、もう20分過ぎぐらいまではこちら上空いられる状況です。ご判断お願いします。復唱します。そしたら栃木ヘリポートに戻って給油という判断でよろしいでしょうか。はい、了解しました。じゃあ多分次のナンバーワンが戻ってくるまでは粘れると思います。どうぞ。ごめんなさい。ちょっとね、音が途切れ途切れでね、ちょっと待ってくださいね。井上さん、そしたら栃木ヘリポートに戻って給油ということになりました。で、そうするとここ何時までいられますかね。20分ですね。わかりました。はい。はい。VQ サブさん入荷ありますでしょうか。はい。とりあえずね、20分までいられます。で、栃木の方に戻ります。はい、お願いします。ではもうずっとキープしておきます。あ、一回降りました、映像。指ちぎれるかと思った。はい。引き続きまだいます。はい。そうですね。だからとりあえず20分まではちょっと粘りましょうか。 波の乗り換えとかもあるんで、ちょっと手間取ると思います。もう飛んでるんじゃねえかなって感じはしますけどね。フジテレビ355からフジテレビ340、ベールさんって入荷あります？ないか。ベル355じゃないや、ごめんなさい。フジテレビ355から、撮影デスクさん入荷ありますか？現在、ベルさんの方ってどんな状況ですか？じゃあもう TO したってことですね。もう向かってるみたいですね。はい。ちょっと CM 中に雑感取っちゃいますね、この辺のね。現在、大洗上空です。本来であれば夏休みの海水シーズンですが、こちらの、海水浴場、車も全く止まってないような状況になっています。はい、355です、どうぞ。了解です。こっちのじゃあタイミングでやっちゃっていいのかな？はい、了解しました。じゃあ上空でヘリ同士で更新します。フジテレビ1。はい、了解しました。じゃあベルがこちら来ましたら、もろもろ考えます。CM 開けました。また来る可能性があります。 そろ入ってきてもおかしくないんだけどな。じゃあまだですね。来ないっすね。フジテレビ355から、撮影デスクさん。
1128了解です。 解です。
午後1時30分です。神奈川県相模川の今、河口付近の様子を捉えています。現在はこの河口付近の様子ですが、大きく波が張ったりですとか、海側から川、遡上している、そういった川の流れを確認することはできません。現在、こちらが午後1時30分の神奈川県相模川の河口付近の様子です。午後1時30分の神奈川県相模川の河口付近の様子を現在映像で捉えています。いや、田村さん、これ河口付近ちょっと遡上してます？これ、白波遡上してます？そうですよね。これ遡上してますよね。ちょっと消えちゃいましたかね。同じような流れがもし見えたらあれですよね。いいですよね。現在こちらが神奈川県の相模川なんですが、映像は画面右が海側、そして画面左が内陸側になるんですが、海側からその内陸側に向けて波が当たっているように、波のその波紋を見ることができます。やや海側から波が遡上しているという様子もこの上空からの映像で見ることができます。こちら今白波が立っていましたが、この白波、海側から内陸側に向けて白波が立っています。相模川、海側からこの波が遡上している様子を目で確認することができます。午後1時30分過ぎの神奈川県相模川の上空です。やっぱり登ってきてますね、これ。ちょっとそういう感じにも見えますよね。神奈川県相模川です。画面の上が海側になりますが、内陸側に向けて今、白波が立っている様子が見受けられます。相模川、海側から波が遡上している、そういった様子を画面で見ることができます。 奈川県の茅ヶ崎市、そして平塚市にまたがります相模川の上空に来ています。画面上が海側です。相模湾側です。その相模湾側から今、内陸の方向に向けて、川を白波が遡上してきています。少し川の端の方ではあるんですが、白い波が画面右手の内陸側に向けて、遡上している、そういった様子を確認することができます。田村さん、この辺って海水浴客で賑わうような場所なんですかね。海の家とかあるわけじゃないですもんね。ちょっと、がらんとした海岸みたいなのって難しいですよね、これね。あ、そうですよね。もうちょっと向こう側というか、小田原に近い方まで行けば、今これ平塚過ぎたら大磯ですもんね。ありがとうございます。この辺りですね。はい。午後1時40分の神奈川県大磯ロングビーチの様子です。こちら沿岸部に位置しているホテルですが、今、海岸付近には人の姿を全く見ることができません。また、この大磯ロングビーチ、上空からプールの様子も見ることができるんですが、プールで泳いでいるといった人の姿も見ることができません。はい、現在私はヘリコプターで神奈川県の相模湾、大磯ロングビーチの上空を飛んでいます。今、画面の右手に少し見えていますのが大磯ロングビーチ、青いこのプールを見ることができるんですが、沿岸部、この夏休み中、海水浴客で多く賑わっているはずのこの沿岸ですが、人は全く見ることができません。そして、先ほどそのプールにですね、人の姿も全く見ることができませんでした。今、私たちは平塚方向から小田原方向に向けて上空を飛行しています。ただその沿岸部をずっと見ていましても、一切人影を見ることはありません。一切人影を見ることはありません。先ほどは茅ヶ崎市と、そして平塚市の間にあります相模川の様子を見ていたんですけれども、相模川ですね、先ほど海側から内陸側に向けて少し津波でしょうか、遡上しているような様子も見ることができました。水がですね、海側の方ではなく内陸側に向けて流れている様子を見ることができました。 こちらも大磯を過ぎてきまして、今、その沿岸部にいるんですが、車も全く見ることがありませんし、そして今、この波打ち際を見ていても、波打ち際で遊んでいるといった、今日は気温が高く、本来ですと多くの方がこの海水浴を楽しんでいる、そういったエリアではありますが、全く人の姿を見ることができません。そして、車の様子も1台も見ることはありません。これからまた小田原の方向に向けて、上空を飛行していきますが、まだまだ、人を見ることだったりは、交通、そして車の様子を確認することはできません。決して先ほどは相模川少し、遡上している様子もありましたので、決して川に近づかないでください。そして海にも近づかないでください。安全な場所に避難を続けてください。ちょっとだけ田村さんの声が遠かったなと思って。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。すみません、とんでもないです、とんでもないです。そうですね。左にも帰ってくるんで、だいぶちょっとごめんなさい。で、あと、もし上げれたら、田村さんにも僕喋ってるのが逆に通じますよね。上げてる方がって言ったらあれですけど。皆さん入ってるんですね。どうですか？皆さん方がやりにくかったら、もう切っちゃいます。がやりやすいですか？わかりました。じゃあ、オンエア喋るときは切ります。JR この沿岸止まってますよね。これは何駅ですか？神津駅ですか？後ろ、そうですよね。カメラ向きで行ったら神津ですかね。はい。 そうですね。まあ、ただ、ここが、まあ、なんていうんですかね、フライトの場所であれば、まあ、なんとなく喋ってもぐらいではあります。さっきみたいに、振り返りみたいな感じで、はい、そんな様子も1時半ぐらいに、この相模湾来ましたけど、そんな様子も見えました、みたいな喋りはできるかなと思ってます。ああ、本当ですかね。でも、河口付近で少し海側から内陸側に、水が流れてるっていうのは、ちょっと象徴的だったのかもなとか思いつつ、はい。坂間川はそこまでじゃないですもんね。言うほどというか、なんかこう、水の流れがよくわからないですもんね、これ。ありがとうございます。両耳の帰り。ちょっとディレイがあったんで、もしかしたら切っちゃうかもしれないですけど、はい。でも、ありがたかったです。助かります。あ、ごめんなさい。切っちゃってたかな。あ、ごめんなさい。聞いてなかった。ああ、そうなんですね。はあ、はあはあはあ、全く、まあ同じ状況であれば、やっぱり構図で電車止まってるとか、あとは相模川の方が見えやすいですかね。ちょっと離れてますね。そうですね。じゃあ川の方がいいですかね。先ほど山崎さんそうですかね。うーん。そうですね。おお、すごい波の高さ。でもこれが通常なのかどうかわからないですね。わかんないですね、これは。はい、喋ります。今、相模湾上空です。小田原を過ぎたあたり、少し南の方からですね、ここからまた東の方に向かいます。 現在ヘリコプターは相模湾の上空、この沿岸西湘バイパスの上空を来ています。はい、よろしくお願いします。了解しました。じゃあ今はもう切っちゃいます。